Hi guys. Welcome to the stream. Last day. Let's go. Morning. How's everyone doing, guys? Do we do more stuff on a Spiritborn? I need to check. I think I've done most of the build testing I wanted to do. Hi, and ready. Doing good. Glad to hear that. I think I have like 6 hours left on the PTR, so I think it's time to do other classes and stuff. Should probably put some stuff in the stash. From some of these mythics. And most of these things are actually class specific. Almost everything here. It's kind of funny when I think about it. I mean, one thing I would like to try is actually what this Convocation of Spirits does, or whatever it's called. Yeah. And actually, we wanted to do Balazan. I should do that as well before I actually finish here. Okay, we need Razor Replate for that, I guess.
Your title says finally.
Finally?
Yeah.
Oops. Wait, I changed that earlier and didn't get... Okay. Finally. Last... Okay. Anyway, I guess he wants my Fist of Fate again. Let's do this. We don't really want to do this, I think. I don't need this. We don't need this. We can or cannot do starters if you want. What else? How's Rogue looking for a new season? Yeah, lots of like okay builds, but nothing standing out. And it's coming a huge change in the I cannot tell you. I mean, first of all, I was not told, so I can only guess. But also, I don't think I should really tell too much about that. So, anyway, they said next year is the expansion, so this is when there's gonna be some big stuff. Okay, so normally we go Loyalty's Mantle, right? Do we still want to do that though? Maybe not necessarily. What can we do? PR. So we need a Balazan for sure. And maybe we can do Vishnu Par actually. That'd be kinda interesting. Okay, we need bush, cloth, or pants. I wonder if we're gonna be able to like survive with this. It's gonna be like fucking squish. Where's like the generic pool? There's Crown of Lucian, but I think this doesn't work actually for procs. So there's not really anything here. If Razorblade was part of the pool, that would be kind of nice. Then we could put it here and could put Shroud. The other option would be Perdition Helm, maybe. But it's like literally nothing I really want to masterwork on that. Otherwise we can do like Endurance Faith or some shit. Just to be tanky. Which is a kind of funny idea. It does make you quite tanky. Yo, sir, 22s. You're telling me they haven't nuked Balazan? They haven't done anything to Balazan. They only... Okay, I mean, like, Season 9 theme is gone, so we cannot do the weird, you know, execute idle guardians stuff anymore. And they nerfed Hunter a little bit, so there's no execute there. So in general, like, this whole, like, boss killing combo is kind of gone. But on the other hand, they buffed Noxus Resonance. So, there's that. Has D4 gotten better? Generally, yeah. Which Spiritborn build am I predicting to rise in Season 10? Yeah, almost everything on Spiritborn is going kind of wild, especially the Capelec builds next season. No 30x Swan's Gem. Yeah, that's true, I guess. I think the powers are not really useful for this stuff here. Hash and boosted Gorilla main hall, but we haven't tested with Banazan. It shouldn't really interact with Banazan. Like, this doesn't have anything to do with Banazan. It's like you get more barrier, I guess, so that's kind of the big thing. If you do something like that. Yeah, I'm wondering if I should just run Loyalty anyway. Loyalty, and then we have the Hunter cooldown. I think this is probably the way, so let's just do that. Loyalty, Glove. And then we have a normal ring. Like this. But it has crit chance, fuck. Any rings? But it's like master. Now we had the Starless all the time, right? I could do the Starless again. We can do... Oh, we don't really want Plains Power anymore now, do we? Or maybe still want to do it, actually. But without the double dipping, it's not that required. And we have not that many Mystic Circle potency tempers either. So maybe let's do this. We get Giga attack speed. And then... I need a quarter stuff. And like a life. I need a life, guys. Okay, let's do this. Well, the thing is, we don't really have to go loyalty that badly. If we don't have Plains Power. Okay, so it's a 20% bonus, it's not that crazy. And we actually scale quite a lot with attack speed, so let's go for the attack speed. It's okay with loyalty. And it solves our Hunter cooldown issues. %40 chance to reset a cooldown. Which increase damage to injured. Your first hits have a 10% chance to execute non-boss enemies for 8 seconds. Like, what is that kind of effect, man? Okay. Do you even have like passes to take? Like what is going on? Okay, we have some stuff here. So this is the setup basically. Still 3 points. 2. Guess I can do a second one here. You might have to just equip the Shroud, but if you equip the Shroud, that's basically what I did for existing season, right? Yeah, it's probably like no way around it because they're just gonna die otherwise. We don't need this. We need this, we need this. It's like anything here. There's chaotic cooldowns. Crazy blue. Yeah. It's just more cooldowns, I guess. We're gonna have a giga cooldown reduction actually. Let's scroll this thing, right? So that's why I get Vortex here. Back. Nice. I maybe we're running conceded. And we're doing Ahu Quacks. I'm not sure about that actually. But I think we're gonna do Ahu Quacks anyway, right? We do this. And this. Ding, 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 ding. I have 7,000 life. This is certainly gonna go well, right? No problem. Okay. It's 5% and we have no duelist aspect actually. So I'm not sure if we really want to do this. We can do vehement, I guess. And then I need wild claws as well actually. So we actually do 2-handed conceded. That's not the worst actually. Yeah, we're not gonna do Pulse shenanigans anyway. So that one is gone. Okay, so I think this is basically it. Well, we have too much armor. Sure, I guess. I could change the defensive thing there. Because if I do this... still have enough armor actually. And it's like the last build I will do as soon as I change this. What can I do? There's resilient. I have only one gorilla skill. Fuck. There's not really much ability to be honest. Like resilient was really nice and now it's gone. Honestly, this whole thing might be a gorilla angle anyway, but then we lose the Jaguar Hall, which my pa, which is kinda nice. But if it fix all of the double dipping, then we might just do that. Are we gonna be tanky enough? We have this. We have this. Vienna boy. Okay, Colossal is here. Bane, we actually have all the right glyphs. Funny enough. Oh. Okay, turns out I have to go down real quick, guys. 1 minute. Hello? That was the delivery guy. Need to order some food. A lot of food, actually. Okay. So I think I'm pretty much set up here. I think I might do Tum and Quacks. In Ahu and Q, but I'm not sure I'm gonna kill bosses like this. Hmm. Nothing hit on a knife. Beautiful. Oh my god, dude. What is going on? What? Any DR? No, these are not sets. These are called chaos items. They're new in season 10. Okay, what can I go for here? Poison damage, I guess. Or Vuln. My god. Mm-hmm. I mean, chaos items are certainly not gonna stay in the game. If one thing is certain this season, is that. Okay. Looks fine. A 14k life, it is not really comfy. And Beast cornered. You get a DR. Maybe it's okay, actually. Ah, I forgot we get resources back here. What's my opinion so far in season 10? It's not really my favorite theme. But I guess it will be funny to try some weird shit. Dude, my Juggerhole is already at 54%. And then we're gonna get 72 extra. It's gonna be 126, like what the fuck. Actually kinda wild. I wonder if I can survive. So I guess I'll try it and see. Also I realize I don't have spiny skin. We have revealing. I should probably change the board. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Yeah, I have to change this board here. I think I have to get a defense board. Less legendaries means less tempering and masterworking fails. True. a surprising amount of life. Even though this is not masterworked. We don't have the shroud. This has nothing. This is not GA at least. Okay, but he rolled life on all the pieces here. What aspect is used on weapon? I put Conceited on two-handed, Vehement Brawler on the neck, and Wild Claws and starters. Ditch. Okay. Good start. Did I miss something? What? Oh my god, I don't have like evade mode on my boots. Not having evade mode on boots is so awful, I gotta say. Here we are, killing stuff down. What's going on there? This guy's like not visible half the time. Okay, let's go a bit lower. And Rick, by the way. Which Ranger, which one should we go on Friday? Not sure about which. But Ranger is a safe bet. Okay, stuff is exploding actually. Also forgot my counter attack earlier, as well as. I should kind of press that. It definitely looks less like, you know, we just make a pack and everything explodes instantly. Like the change in Noxus Resonance is noticeable. Oof. This is very squishy though, holy. Think I'm gonna equip a shroud and see. Of course. Okay, I can move on passive everywhere. Oof. Ding, 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 ding. Ding. Okay. Also, we took the wrong upgrade there. It might be still a play to just go Plains Power and Duelist Boots. Honestly, because the attack speed is really good. And we can actually have boots that give us a weight mod. For some reason my vortex didn't go off. Very cool. I guess we can use the hunter jump to go forward and we don't have to go for the evading. But it's much more comfy when you can evade as well. Uh-oh, lag. We're kinda cruising for this, but it's not like a 2-minute run like you can do with the Stinger or Crushing Hand builds, I guess. Funny how like the elites explode sometimes. This was even the triple elite. What the fuck, man? This elite just insta-popped. Now? Why am I not taking damage? What's going on here? Hello? There's something weird with Rake. While spamming Rake, it's so hard to press other buttons. Like, especially my Ravager and my Armor Tide just really don't want to go off sometimes. Counter attack is fine. It's kind of weird. I wonder why. There seems to only be a problem with this skill. Maybe it's just a lag. Just don't press it off. Ugh. Still a bit sus though, I gotta say, with the single target damage. Like, you saw how long that guy took? And here as well. Kinda sus. I think I still have the knockdown on my vortex. I should remove that. It's supposed to be on the other upgrade, so we can pull more. God, the lag, man. Guess having all these chaotic bursts doesn't help with the lags. There's a lot of them going off, actually. Maybe it would be worth to just not run this stuff, so that I don't lag. You have enough cooldown reduction anyway, I feel, on this. Can I single target this guy down? We actually killed him there. Let's see, boss. Best boss, I guess. Alright. So I get a bit of an idea at least. Definitely seems way weaker than all the like Stinger stuff and so on that I played. Still a pretty solid build, I guess, outside of Season Theme. Just like this build barely profits on the Season Theme, I guess. And the other builds profit a lot. What's the best Sorc build for pushing? I don't know, but I guess Hydra again. Although there is some Kraken energy stuff going on, maybe that's. But Hydra is pretty strong, I think. I'd say it definitely feels improved on single target all. Change the Noxious Resonance helped a bit. Very long boss fight anyway though, so it's like 3 minutes. That's like the best boss. Oof. 100. There's one thing I could try still. Two things actually, but one will just be in the training dummy room. Don't expect to make a build with this. Convocation of Spirits. Let's see it. Okay, 9.3. Close enough. I have all 4 spirit attacks. Ah, here we go. Can I resound them while they're active, I wonder? Doesn't seem so. It's all spirits, man. Looks badass. It does, but unfortunately it sucks. Like, the bigger issue is that you don't get the upgrades for the ultimates, so they don't really do much for you. You only have the base effects. And the only base effect that does anything is the gorilla, I guess, because it gives you barrier. Now you have to feed Melon. Now you have to feed Melon. Okay. Ultimately, internet useless. Okay. But it looks funny. Okay, so now there's one more thing, which is Eagle main hall. Basically evade build without evade. How is that? We do this, I guess. We have push, we have loyalty. We don't need harmony. We don't need flicker stab. Let's go into the stash. Fist of Fate is okay. This is okay. We need like different tempers to go feather potency. So to get back our different board here. This won't take too long. There must be a way to make that viable. I mean, the good news is that Torment 4 is a very low bar. Once you have good gear later. So you can make pretty much any shit viable in T4, but it won't really do very well, I suppose, with that. It still seems like a very, clunky, slow, inconsistent effect. Okay, Stone, Feather, Dexterity. Where do we have a lot of dex here? We don't really want Hubris. Can do this. Bane. Can we temper Stone Feather potency here? Conceded. We can have into redirected force and we can do unyielding hits. I actually want to go for the other amulet, right? That has Thunder Spike size. Oof. So I do this. Then okay, you shouldn't really need advantage. We'd have to like min-max the breakpoint exactly. And here, conceded, I guess. It's a vehement brawler. A bit better. We can do a perdition helm actually. It's not the worst idea, only 40% crit. Okay, whoosh, fist. We need another quarter stuff. Or pole arm, I guess. What? I have no pole arm left. That's wild. It's gonna be a bit painful. Okay, corner stuff it is. Fuck it. Let's just take this. Gonna have so much Eagle Spirit Hold potency. Is there anything else I can take? Not really. It should be fine. Will I play PoE2 today? I'm not sure about playing. But I'm definitely gonna spend a few hours on PoE2. Yikes. I realized I attempted the wrong thing. Put it vulnerable instead of Stormfeather. Penny has 1.4k views now on Twitch. It dropped so fast. Yeah, I mean, it's expected, right? Everyone's gonna be on PoE2 now. I mean, it's also not exactly prime time currently, I guess. You know, many streamers are just like not streaming right now. Ah, fuck it, we're gonna use a scroll here. We have a bunch. god, man. %56%. Okay, here we go. Kinda scuffed, but okay. Can we change these? There's 5 tempers on this. I don't really want to use that ring though. I can make a new ring. Do we go Seeker charges or something? We shouldn't need it. I think the resource recovery is good. Just like a crit attack speed ring maybe. My god. Okay, good enough for proof of concept, I guess. I'm not gonna make a new amulet now. So what runes are we doing? Chances 90. Why did my other instance disappear? Yeah, Beast Cornered, Mart Guard. Anything else? I suppose back off doesn't actually work for this, right? One second. Yeah, let's get a drink. We should check back off. Disable. God, there's like a huge variance. Why is there such a big variance? Okay, 20, 40, 30. Okay, it's the same numbers. Can go a bit further. Yeah, okay, that doesn't work. Didn't really expect anything different. Like about LE, it's a game you can come back when you want for some RPG fun. Yeah, it's really nice. LE is relatively slow and stable, I guess, right? So this can be an advantage. But I guess for most people, they kind of want like bigger changes. Okay, let's see this in action. Addition, Shroud, Loyalty, Bush, Unyielding, Redirected, Starless. We do Rake for cooldowns. We have Ahu, Quax, and Pock Q. Let's see that. Eagle, Eagle. Can we open 100? Let's see if we can kill 100. Okay. Oh shit, I have the numbers on. Actually, I do see some damage. But I'm shooting the feathers very slowly. I probably have like exactly the wrong breakpoint or something. Also... key passive would be somewhat helpful. This is Coke Lemony. Greeks really like the lemons. So they have this. Also, I realized petition is useless because we have Seeker. Okay, 100 is a bit optimistic, it seems. Let's try 90. If bottle lemon coke, okay. I don't think I've seen it when I was there, actually. I lived in Bulgaria for a bit. Okay, not very impressive though. I think going like a normal evade build is just the way, because you can have the same output. And you actually move. Yeah, I'm not in Bulgaria now. Lucky. You're new to D4, welcome. It's not the season ending, it's the PTR ending. This is the test realm for the next patch. Now I'm in Greece right now, keeper. Okay, tier 80, let's see this. Still too low damage actually. I wonder if they're gonna do something cool with Centipede after the season or so. Feels like Centipedes are the only ult that's actually completely pointless on this class now. That's cool. I mean, it's still chilling in 80. It's not terrible. But I think normally bait would be better than this. But if you also still wanna, like, you know, not just evade, but actually press buttons, I guess it will come close. It's gonna be kinda comfy as well, because Giga cooldowns. You just play just no tutorials and builds, or just play by myself? I mean, that's up to you. If you're new to the game, maybe it wouldn't hurt to check out some guides. There's a lot of wonky and unknown and irrational and unintuitive mechanics in this game. So it wouldn't hurt, I guess. Balance mechanics, for sure. There's plenty of those. Okay, I think I'm done here with the Spiritborn. We have to do some other classes. I think we're gonna start with Barb. Or what do you guys say? What should we try? Let's just equip some random stuff. Everything is Balazan. Here's a Rot, here's a Sepa. Okay, let's just put this here. So here's some space, basically. Ah, we should fit the gems and stuff too. Bash Barb. Yeah, I wanted to try on Barb the like the perma shards and then Dust Devil spawn from the aspect. I think that could be a funny build. So We'll see how that will go. Do we need any of the boss mods and stuff? Worst case we can get some, I guess. Maybe we're gonna throw this and I don't know, some Bashan in here. So I can try some bossing. And some hordes. We're not gonna do any Iron City anyway. The Temper Scrolls. Okay. Templar's going to release before Paladin. Uh-oh. Barb this, guys. Divine Bovine class, holy cow. What's my recommendation? Which ability you should play in September? You should play PoE in September. PoE 2, actually. That's what I will do. And what I do is exactly what everyone else should be doing, of course. Okay, so how do we do this? I guess we start with Beast Cornered. Let's just ignore that this thing exists, I guess. Oh, you are not healthy, you are berserking. Your skills deal fire damage. You cast Greater Chaotic Burst. You can actually get a lot of cooldown reduction like this, I guess. Dual threat. Definitely chaos, okay. Wait a second. Shouts are always active with 40% increased effect. I thought it's for 40% total effect. What? Okay. What the fuck? Mard Guard. So I wouldn't have the automatic shouts also trigger the chaotic bursts. Let's check that out. Is there like anything here that we would care about in terms of... I don't know, Quack's Rune, I guess. Ah, we actually got a random aspect here, so that's what you're gonna do basically. Ah, so I can not press them. So that's the combo already, basically. Now I just need to figure out the rest. But you don't get chronic bursts from this, I guess. It doesn't actually count as a cast. But I am berserking. So there's that. Okay. So we got this figured out. Any other stuff you would care about? Here's chronic bursts. And we need this, so it's only one slot. Casting basic skill also uses another basic skill. So we could lunge. I mean, this is not bad, I guess. We could lunge and... Frenzy at the same time. But I had to get berserking somehow. But it shouldn't be so problematic. Does double size. That's the only thing really. Does double damage. Yeah, I don't know. We don't want to do earthquakes here, so. I mean, you could do earthquakes as well, maybe. Maybe do both. But you want to make this as AFK as possible. Oh, they buffed us. So you can do a Carnage. Blood Rage. Maybe Decimator. And Flawless Technique, I guess. Oh, Flawless Technique now works with any weapon, not just one-handed. Okay. Didn't we change some stuff to all rest? This one still has fire. What does it mean actually? Consecutive attacking? English? Okay, I guess it's just like 2 hits. Wait, this gets all res, but this is still fire. Yikes, okay. Seriously. Yeah, this one is also like all over the place. Cold resistance, maximum poison res. And then there's maximum cold and cold. Like what? What is going on? Cold conditioned, by the way. It's the last one, right? Decimator. It's only 20% damage though, it's kind of bad. Wait, can we still do Berserk ripping and bleeding stuff? Shouldn't work with Dust Devils, right? Perhaps increase damage to injured and healthy and maximum fury. I don't think we care that much about it. So I think just do this because it's like a nice pathing on this board. Thinking about the overpower really. Okay, 46 points, that's all points. We just have to fill out some glyphs, basically. Can do this, I suppose. Not sure if you care about the attack speed very much. Okay, what do we do? While wielding one-handed weapons and magic notes. This is not terrible. Damage, crit, you can do that. Perfect. There's definitely something for Dust Devils, right? Here. Heavy 5 strength. Increase damage. Okay, so this bot can have a lot of strength. This would be the most strength board, but you have to go all the way over here. But you have many points, it's fine, you can do it. Bit scuffed. While wielding a pole arm. Do you want to do that? Pole arm is slow, which is good. Which means more damage per Dust Devil. So maybe you do this. Pole arm also has a good technique slot, right? Okay, hit and healthy damage. Kinda nuts what I did with the two-handed sword expertise, man. What the fuck is this? Okay, the challenger. After casting a shout skill, I want to test this actually, if that works. You wish they removed the limit of 4 additional boards again? The possibility's been so great. I don't know. I didn't really find Paragon much more interesting before or something. Okay, so Marshall does not work. It doesn't count as a cast. So that's just a challenger, that's fine. This is strength. Oh, one more. Could do this actually. I don't really apply vulnerable that easily otherwise, I think. I think exploit is not a bad idea. Okay. So I think there's no chance you're gonna wear anything here on the left side, right? There's 45. There's also 45, so we can do the damage. That's a lot of thorns. Should we just do Martha Berserker? I'm not sure how we're gonna get cooldown for it though. Got Rage of Haragot. Rage of Haragot is not here, right? You have battle turns, we're definitely gonna go for that. There's Rage of Haragot actually, okay, so maybe you do it. The Saber. Sounds good. Ugly Bastard. Okay. Spending more points on less boards did not sound funny when you heard that. I don't know, I think the Paragon system is okay the way it works. It would be nice if like the rare nodes and stuff were like more impactful and they were like actually cool things to go for. Because the orders is kind of like very small. So I would like to see more stuff there, but at least I guess in like a kind of angle to balance stuff. Is there any chance I'm gonna run like normal weapons? I don't know. Can do Shroud here. Gems. Needs to be strength. Give me chaos armors. Tributes, layer keys, compasses, escalation, seasonal currency, class temporary those. What? Wait, what happened with the tempers? The fuck? Okay, we have to go somewhere else. Yeah, but all the other looters are sitting on the ground. I'm gonna leak out of Deadeye. Looking likely at least. Apparently Deadeye is going to be really good anyway, so that doesn't hurt. Alright, random legendaries. Okay. Actually we need a grandfather, right? No, we have grandfather, okay. Insane items here, actually. Actually, there might be Scroll of Tempering in there. Not a single one. Beautiful. Lots of people play Deadeye equals upgrades are more expensive. Man, the beauty of playing SSF, huh? Wait, we're in the wrong town. You have some space here. Okay, so here we can target exactly what we want. Saber. Dude, Rage of Hargard and Fist of Fate on the Gaming Barb build is gonna be kinda nuts actually. What about Tuscan? 35% damage, 10% cooldown, 6 Fury. Maybe. Season 9 is on ends on 23rd of September, and this is also when the next season starts. For some reason there's a lot more pants than the other stuff. What the fuck? Okay, I think I should have pretty much everything you want. So, fists. Let's get those. Let's go keep the shroud for now. You want the ugly bastard? ugly bastard helm, by the way. Then we probably want the saber. But you might want to wear the saber and go petition, actually. You can also put it here, but you can also do battle trance, I guess. Battle trance is kind of nice in general because of Giga Res and strength. And crit. It's kind of neat. I think battle trance is actually kind of like staple of this season. It seems insane. So if you get the right GA on the strength as well. Okay, I'm not sure if we're gonna go for Grandfather. Wolves are going to be strong. Yeah, didn't they buff them even further now? They're like core skills now and stuff. Why is everything a core skill these days, by the way? Can we stop with that? So if uniques are gambling here. Okay, so what can I do here? Earthquakes cast twice. Dust will cast twice. Okay. Anything else? I guess the only other thing here would be like belligerence. And that's it. So we probably want to go with Grandfather. But then we lose the glyph as well. Of course, we had like everything on the fucking resource. I knew it. Do I have 10% dust devil damage? It's kind of high. Is there nothing for Earthquake as well? Interesting, doesn't seem so. So dust devil actually is the highest tempo here. This is 40. Let's see. Yo, Patty boy to this with the raid. Hi guys. Thank you. How's it going? I guess I'll try to hit like a not terrible roll and then also Master Circuit once or so, and then we can do like a... Wait, what am I doing? Oh, perfect. Hello, Danny. How's everyone doing? Okay, this has 70-90% chance right now. Oof. Okay, I'm missing a few percent. It's probably fine. All path is the core skill one, right? After overpowering, okay. We don't really overpower here. This is fine. Okay, we probably want to go like all in on cooldown reduction for Wrath. Probably here too. And then lunging range. Oh. Enjoy, Paddy Boy. Hope you had a good stream. Can I swing like not brick now? Okay, lunging strike range, let's go. Please. Ditch. We can also do damage while Varus Berserker is active. Or what is that? While Warcry is active. How much is that? 85. And typical tempo is 65. Okay. Also not terrible when your Warcry is always up. Actually crazy, I'm trying to speedrun setting up this character and it still takes so long, man. Even with like no regard for like masterwork crits and like some items prepared already and all that. Okay, how's it looking? We are T4, right? So we can do this. We actually have enough res and stuff. Sure. Too much. Ding, ding. How's my crit? 100. Okay, that kind of checks out here, actually. Here's a bunch of crit. Here's a bit of crit. Okay, so what do we can do money? Quacks. And there's full. There's sick. There's a cooldown on Wrath. Shit, we actually don't have that many slots here. 24 seconds. Do we have Rage of Hargot? No. We don't need the wolves. Oh, something like this, I think. Fierce Wind. And now we have to figure out some stuff. I guess we do the berserking thing. Anger management. Can we get barrier somehow? It's iron skin, I guess. Besides that, not very much, right? Upside generating 100 fury, next direct damage creates 2 dust devils. So this should also trigger all the time, right? This is whirlwind and this is double swing. If you do this here, this should trigger like all the time. How are the tests going? Yeah, I'm finished with the Spiritborn stuff now. I'm just trying to do like a few other class things before we're done here. This doesn't actually work. Okay. Okay, stuff is dying here actually. How good at this? This is gonna be a Dust Devil build. Like a passive AFK build, basically. I wanna see if I can just stay in the middle of hordes and just clear hordes with this. That would be kinda big. Yeah. There's like no aspects, dude. It's wild. We can do the charge thing. I don't even have charge on the bar. So keep the leap. Get the leap aspect though. 40% chance to grant 40% cooldown. Was it always a chance? That 20% like a hit chance enough to gain a stack of Frenzy. How long does Frenzy last? 3 seconds. 3 seconds is very short, man. I think no lead for us. I think I have to do this. I actually can't find that aspect that I want to do. Like, what is this? Moonrise. To get attack speed and movement speed, but I don't think I really need that either. It's kind of weird. Berserker. I'm not sure if Berserker even works. I should check that. So this could be something. What do you think about bleed? But it shouldn't work, I think, with procs. It should be only from skills, I believe. But Berserk Ripping, I remember in the past that used to work with some stuff and it was like pretty ridiculous. Because it could do Gushing Moons. It works? Okay. It's a sword thing that doesn't work then, right? Only have a grandfather equipped. Oh my god. Actually, I guess we wanna use our 200 mace, right? What does 200 mace even do? Some resource stuff. Increase crit damage by berserking. Okay, maybe it's not the worst. So we can do this, for example. Okay, so you clearly see dots. Let's remove this. Okay. How about this? Yeah, so the aspect works. This is enough damage. 50 million, 20 million, 70 million. I mean, if you ignore lair bosses, maybe it's fine. We don't have this active. Okay. So I don't do the pull down stuff. This is only for overpower. Is there something else here? Brawling skills. I wonder if I want to throw in some earthquakes just so we have like more single target or something. We have like so many aspect thoughts that just kind of go to waste anyway. You could spawn some earthquakes from the rune. Maybe sneak in a leap. Can do like Moni tech, for example. Then we could also got more dust devils from the legendary board. Like, this is not that crazy. I should maybe try it. How about an imbiber? Okay, we actually see like 500 mil. Should we just try Horde and see what happens? Actually, we have to take out some passives, right? Okay, so something like this. Okay, we need a guy. We actually have so much rest here because of the Chaos Armor Amulet. It gives us so much rest suddenly. I'm gonna start season 10 with Shred Druid. Okay. Good luck. That can be fun, I think. It's kind of funny how fast I am on this Barb compared to like my Spiritborn earlier, where it's just like base movement speed all the time. Okay, let's open a pit. I know what I can farm with this. Let's open a 60. Doing a maze of Wallop, heavy-handed, Ramadani. Right, Ramadani also works for these procs, right? Yeah, we can do Wallop, that's actually kind of fair point. Skills using blushing. Really, this works with the Dust Devils? Wallop? That seems sus. Okay, but it seems pretty chill actually. Not really fortifying right now. Also have 40,000 life, what the fuck? I guess they don't care about barriers. 20k life is fine if Beast cornered. Okay. It's gonna be nice for D4 farming for sure. A bit more optimized. I think proof of concept is definitely fine. Gonna try like a Horde. Let's do like a Horde run. Can we see somewhere the battle trance is active or something? Is that like a thing? What else do we have to trigger here from attacking? So we have battle trance, which means 5 attacks. For some reason I don't see any stacks of... Wait, what? Casting basic skill also uses another equipped basic skill. I don't see the stacks of her frenzy. Oh, this guy exploded actually. Hmm. Let's see how AFK we can do hordes. 6 wave is fine. Don't need this resource here anyway. Neo Zac. Okay. And I can't go full AFK because I still wanna maybe press something like Wrath of the Berserker. Might then unspec a bunch of passives. Shroud gives you 2 instead of 1 right now. Okay, let's see. No Wrath of the Berserker. It's like almost enough to kill stuff. Yeah, if I keep up my buffs, then it's fine. Everything just insta dies. Ah, now I see Frenzy as well. Keeping up. But here's Frenzy again. So it doesn't always work. I think maybe if I lunge to something and then they die on the way there from the Dust Devil, then I don't actually get the Frenzy. That makes sense, I guess. Frenzy has to hit something. Can't just hit the air. What are you talking about, Gandalf? Thank you, Danny. Goblins. Two waves in and 2 goblins. We had a whole 20 other. No, these goblins just drop nothing. I wonder if they're guaranteed at least a Chaos Wave or something. Look at this. I have 30 Adder. Very nice, James. Dude, it's so odd. There's like these cold beams that you see here. I think it's like the only effect where your characters like randomly start shooting some stuff. Like a Vampire Survivor thing. So they made this and then decided, nah, fuck it. But they left it in. Like what? Does it even do damage? Seems like it. Oh wait, there's also like some spinning thing around me. Shadow Essence. Oh wait, there's a Goblin Wave. I didn't even realize until now. Maybe you can actually summon Bartok after all. But I might have wasted too many seconds here. Now you basically need at least one more Goblin Wave. F. What's been the strongest so far? No, I think the Ravens are pretty good. I'm not sure if they're the strongest. Spiritborn is ridiculous. Flash Hunter actually, I think, is probably the strongest. And why are they healing like this? Holy shit. Did you nerf the council? Yeah, these guys just melt. Okay. Let's see Vashan. The dog is waiting, guys. Okay. Burns is just the norm now. Nah, it's not really. Like most good builds are somewhere in like the dozens to hundreds of billions in DPS, I guess. I mean, you can do trillions if you have like a very slow attacking build, like Mighty Throw, for example, is like one hit every 12 seconds. That hits for like 10 trillion or something. And then you have like, you know, for example, live server, like the bugged stuff like Spiritborn, Jugger Hall shenanigans. Can I tank this? No, easy, just like nothing. Okay, not the greatest on bosses, but I mean, just stand there, you're invincible. I guess that's fine. I just realized I didn't test Small Belial and what we can dodge on him. The Druid Crown was spamming it. Yeah, what's this wave without the infinite damage bug though? I should definitely try some Crow. Crazy how tanky I am. This is insane. Like, he doesn't hurt me. Can I just stand in this? Yeah, who cares, man? Why am I so fucking tanky? I have no defensive aspects. Can I tank this? Not quite. Not close enough. Even cut in half will do insane. Yeah, I mean, half of infinite damage is pretty good, I agree. Actually insane, man. He's just standing and stuff. Like even here in the pool and so on. And I'm almost tanking enough to survive the breath, I'm pretty sure. I just stood in the bubble and then he breathed me. And I lost, I don't know, maybe 10% health or so. If I have like another like damage reduction effect, I could maybe survive with the breath. That's kind of hilarious. Because I also just Giga regen. Like what if we go to, let's say, Andariel? Lilith? We can try Lilith Waves as well. Did I actually make a list of like how much damage does everything do when I tested it with my Druid? I'm not sure if I made a list. No, I don't have Enduring Faith. With Enduring Faith you can't die to the breath. Even the ground circle here doesn't really do much. What about the beam here? Look, I just like stand in it. Wait, she's not going into the face. What? Now she's doing it. Okay, and what about the big beam? Right here, tanked it. Great. Okay, so we're standing here. Oh, close, actually. Wait, how did I kill the... How did I kill the totem? I wasn't inside. Interesting. You can skip the invuln phases now. Yeah, but I mean, I didn't really have crazy DPS to skip it. Like, how did I skip it? You hope to make Chaos evergreen? Hell no, dude. I mean, it's a funny concept, but it's also like, yeah, severely imbalanced and headache-inducing and not really good for the stash space either. And also, like, you know, they all look the same, so you always have to like mouse over every single item. You can't tell which is which and so on. Like, this is terrible, you know. So, and also the whole concept just doesn't make any sense as like a permanent system, I think. Like, why do you have unique items when you can put them on 5 different slots? Then it's just legendaries, you know, you can just imprint it. You know, this is the imprint system, basically. Merlin? What the fuck? Okay. He just unplugged my headphones. He's lying on my cable. Okay. Okay, let's see the waves, I guess. Ah, they chunk, but it's not too bad. Just tank it. Do the healing, man. Look how my health just instantly goes up. Can I stand outside? Almost. Can we kill her? No. Could definitely stay outside for a little bit. And at one point in challenging shell, right? Any skill ranks I can get here? Just Shaka, I guess. I mean, if I take this damage and I double it, which is very doable, I suppose, with some optimizations, then, can I send this here? Kind of. Yeah, with double the damage, you're fine. Okay, how's the skull? Not bad, actually. How about the slam? Right here, got it. Wait, even she has the barriers. Okay, how's the cleave? Cleave does literally nothing. Wait, she died. What? She died. She doesn't do the phases anymore. Okay. Okay, so I'm falling off the platform. I don't think that's survivable. What would be a better implementation of the mechanic if it did go evergreen? I don't know. I don't think they should do that, you know. Unique items are unique items, you know. This is the thing and that's it, and I don't think you should change that. You know, if you want to use a certain unique, you have to pay the price. Like, I like that system. Okay, anyway, anything else on Barb that we want to do? I mean, could do some random shit. But if I play Barb, that's probably like the build I will do anyway. Do you get anything cool? Dual threat. I mean, this will basically just be like another Lunging Strike season in that case, right? If you do dual threat anyway. This sucks. We don't care about this. You cast, create a chaotic burst. I want to test this real quick though. This is actually on every swing. Rogue time. It's not much to see on Rogue, I guess. The only thing I would maybe try there is that there's a nice poison trap combo, but you can do it on live server, worst case. Yo, Philippe, thanks for the prime. Maybe try Bazooka. What is Bazooka? You mean Mighty Throw? Yeah, but it's also like a live server build. I can do it on live server. We have 3.5 hours left of this PTR, so I need to test some stuff that's actually new. Yeah, you actually get a cast every time. I know, it seems like there's a cooldown. Maybe? No, it's fine. It seems like every hit. It's kinda neat. So you could actually get some cooldowns in there. Like for example, if you don't go for the lunge, you can do something like this here. And then we can have leap here, for example. And then we can have... we need this, we need this. Fuck. Yeah, it would be nice to go this together, basically, right? So if you go Brawn over Brains, you can do it. Instead of Mad Guard, if you do this. And then you get like Giga cooldown. Look at the cooldown now. Okay, but anyway. Is Master working still the same as Season 10? It is. Keep uniques the way they are, but make a delirium imprint on another unique aspect on an amulet or something. I mean, okay, you can definitely, like, you know, advance the item system a little bit with some interesting concept like this. But yeah, I don't want anything very close to chaos items, I guess. But yeah, maybe like a one Joker piece or something. Like, you know, Elite did it pretty nicely now with the primordial items. You have like primordial uniques and you have primordial like solid items, and you can have only one of any of them. So I want to see maybe something like that, where, okay, you can have maybe one mythic or one of those, you know, transformed unique items of your choice that you put on your neck or something like that. Yeah, sure. That could be fun. Anyway, we should do this. 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 Let's try some Druid stuff, I guess. Yikes. I don't know much about the ravens. Anything similar to GRs in this? Yes. Oh boy. Okay, so what do we need? Probably none of this. Let me see those aspects. Ravens, okay. Deal lightning damage, increase by 1%. This is full damage in half the time and enemies are stunned. That seems kinda insane actually. And Guild of Blackwing. We don't go for anything else here, right? Because we go for a companion key passive, I guess. We can do a reader potentially. I'm not sure which ult though. Maybe Petrify. It's like a shortest cooldown. So we can maybe try to like cast Petrify a lot and trigger a reader all the time. Otherwise there's Mjolnir, but this thing lasts 8 seconds. What about Tempest Roar? Is that a thing? The unique Chaos Gear is not limited. You might have gotten that mixed up with Abyss coming up. I don't know what you're talking about with Abyss, but you can have up to 5 Chaos items equipped in every armor slot. I don't know which class I will play in 0.3. We're gonna start figuring that out in 3 hours and 21 minutes. But likely Deadeye or Warrior or Sorc. Yes, Guild of Blackwing. Raven still harms increased damage, habituated to different form, activating companion skills, summons a raven that attacks nearby enemies. Summoning the raven has a chance to call forth an unkindness for 10 seconds, increasing the number of ravens summoned to 3 for the duration. What the fuck is this? Okay, so basically we cannot do Greasy Rage. See over here. How's the Rogue looking this season? Many decent builds, but nothing spectacular, I guess. Oh. So it's like a one-time thing. Okay. So it's not like actually like a passive Raven. So they attack one guy, basically. Summoning a Raven has the chance to call forth an unkindness. Like, what the fuck is that supposed to be? it says you summon more ravens. Uh-huh. The question is, do we even want to do this? Or do we just go Bestial Rampage? I think we just do Bestial Rampage, right? It's 90% damage, 80% attack speed. Don't really care about this one extra Raven passively anyway. So we do this. The collective noun for a group of ravens is unkindness. For real? What the hell? We don't care about Tempest Aurora, do we? I wonder if it could do some weird shit like using Tempest Roar to make the Storm Ravens into a werewolf skill and then use Lupine and then go Malefic Crescent. I mean, this item is pretty insane, to be fair. I mean, you don't have to put it on neck. Would be interesting to try. To the clarity. Oh boy, okay, so how do we do this? Both is a good spender to get quacks if you want. Take 10% more overheart damage, deal 10% less. So we can do this, for example, and we can do this, for example. The link above is the full crowd spam if you don't already know it. No, I have not seen anything. What is this? Brown, overabundance, purge, accelerating. So he's using the Geflin, interesting. Mighty Storm. Yeah, we're gonna check this later. I guess the interesting part is like which key passive is he running. And then we have to figure out what do we do about like shapeshifting. So he is running the companion stuff, okay. Yeah, I wonder if you actually care about summoning the ravens, if they actually do damage, or if it's just all about the active. And then you're gonna try to reset it with Pack Leader, for example. We should also check, for example, if we even have like a lucky hit on this. So does this even... Like can those ravens, for example, proc the Pack Leader? Critical strikes. Well, if it works, they seem to have like very low lucky hit chance. But there was a reset actually. Look. What if we just like spam this? Yeah, okay, so this seems a lot better. How much damage does it do? 100-ish? That's 7. But these ravens do a lot of damage actually. 320. They do the same as 3 ticks. How many ticks is one cast? Looks like we mostly gave out the active part, right? "14 ticks in 5 seconds. That is very strange. More like 12 ticks. Is it 2 times per second and just accidentally counting the wrong thing? 5 seconds. Chance of ravens to deal double damage. Yeah, so I think this will be mostly just like spam pack leader ravens, and we don't really care about the shapeshifting very much. If we don't care about the shapeshifting, then we can do this. We can leave out this. Yeah, I don't think we will have time to shapeshift like this anyway, so we can drop this. This is not here, right? Geflin. So they put Tempest Roar and Basili, but not Geflin. Interesting choice. And here we get Perfect Storm and Earth and Might. So we get our 100% crit damage. And 70% crit damage, what? Okay. And now we can throw in a Fist of Fate, and then this thing is like perma up, basically. Well, how do we trigger it though? With Earth skills? Still fists. Maybe I shouldn't have opened the stuff here actually. At some point, the Chaos perk makes pets core skills. I have actually looked at them. Ah, yeah, here. So I guess you do this one. And no core skills, your companions grow in size. Does that make the Raven cast larger? Doesn't look like it. Every 30 spirit you generate above the maximum increases damage by 20%. We do this. Spends 5 spirit to be guaranteed critical strike. Shapeshift into new form, use a free skill. That was actually kind of insane. What the fuck? What the hell? No cooldown? Are you serious? What about this? Backlash. Seems like none of the passives trigger though. Yo, Ventura. Hey, what's going on, man? Flex the raid. Oh god, does this count for flash in a good question? I think I left it on the ground though. But you can check. Yeah, maybe this is why flash is so OP, it just like shapeshifts back and forth. Here. Should have went somewhere. You're not in the PoE 2 mood or what? I'm actually looking forward to PoE 2. We have 3 more hours on this PTR before it closes. Then we're gonna do PoE prep actually. Yeah, just like the test server right now for next patch. How does this thing work again? The deal damage to nearby poison enemies. Is it like an animation for this? I'm not sure. I guess I can try to poison them and see. How though? Can do this, I guess. I'm gonna get blasted or I have like no armor and stuff. Oof. Okay, let's check it in the training dummy room. Everything it expected to do, it does. Well, it does not trigger the passives. Like both Backlash and Vigilance are not triggered. And I know that at least with the Bulwark Rune, Vigilance triggers, but not Backlash, right? I don't know when the DFE season starts, but I guess it should be in the next 2 weeks or so. Backlash needs casts. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but either way, both don't work. But Vigilance usually does work with the rune. Yeah, so these damage numbers are pressure now, right? So just do this. Interesting. It will be worth noting. What is that thing called? Overabundance. Wild transformations. Vigilance does work. Ah shit, you are. Right, actually. Wait. Ah, I think I was checking it earlier with Winchia, which is Cyclone. No, that is also defensive. They're all defensive skills. Why did I not see it earlier? It wasn't there earlier, I'm pretty sure. What the fuck? Well, either way it works, so GG. Questions, do you want to make use of that? I mean, 20% attack speed is nice, 20% DR is nice, 20% crit damage is nice. It's pretty nice. So increase the passive damage of ravens. I wonder if that is actually changing when I do the summon thing. Oh, shit. Why do they have such a variance? Well, oh. Okay, here we go. It's a lot of ravens, man. 3, 4, 3, 5, 15. Okay, definitely looks like this works. 480. Yeah, that checks out. So the passive portion actually works for the summoned, killed stuff. How hard is it to start again with D4? How long will it take to get to Endgame? You only played Season 1 for 1 week. Well, D4 is a relatively easy game, but if you really want to go min-max, it goes pretty in-depth. But yeah, it's like a completely different game now if you played in Season 1. So which ult are we running? Are we going for Petrify after all? Petrify and Arida. Pull everything and kapow. I think that's probably the way. We need some sort of pull. The AoE is very small on this Raven stuff. What do we do with this here? Companions are now core skills. Can we really benefit from that? We can't really do starters. Unless we trigger quacks like every 2 seconds. Which we won't. Can we do this? Probably not. Can we count the cooldowns? I don't think we care enough about that. Huh. I mean, maybe he's gonna do this here anyway and just try to transform sometimes. At the very least, with Blood Howl, we should do that, I think. Maybe this. Khan is so convinced he's not playing Warrior and 0.3 is foolishly decided he would do a sub goal. Well, that sounds like easy money. Just don't use overbalance for any meaningful testing. Great. And I guess realistically overbalance will be like giga capped, right? So 2,000.
Maybe I make it very small so they don't see it.
Oh my god, Fungus.
Fuck you.
Holy shit, dude. Okay, good start. Nice. I just played some Barb, yeah, but I didn't do a push. I just did like the... I mean, Mighty Throw is an old build, right? That doesn't really change. I just did a... like, auto shout dustable build. We did it again. Ah, shit. Wait, did it get it in 200? Holy... You really wanted to play Warrior. Dude, it's gonna be like the same shit as 0.1 again. Everyone's gonna say Warrior sucks, and they're gonna come out and just destroy. Watch out. That mage looks ridiculous. Interesting to hear that, I gotta say. I still need to finish reading the patch notes about all the ascendancy changes. I finished at like Warbringer or something. Okay, so what do we go Shroud? Is Shroud even like very effective for this? I don't think so, right? Can do this, I guess. I can't do this. Enemies become vulnerable. Nah, whatever. We do this. We do this. We do this. We do this. Your next core all Wrath skills could... Wait, this works for itself now, right? Wait a second. Wait. Spirit cost, 0 cooldown. What the fuck? Oh. What the hell? So you don't even need pack leader. So I guess just to energize. Easy clap. Yeah, it says it's a core skill, but they don't expect that it just loses the cooldown and just gets the resource cost. What the hell, dude? Okay. So I have to figure something out for resources, but once you have Urban Might going, we're kinda chilling on this. Maybe 248 nature magical credits or against bosses, current anima. This is currently not nature magic, but it will be. The problem is, how do we trigger this when we don't have Earth Might at the start and we don't have any crit chance? Like, getting started with this is kind of rough, or when it drops. I mean, last 15 seconds. But getting started is the hard part, I guess. Yeah, Starless Sky. You're going to Starless Skies. Let's take this. We don't need that. So we can do Clarity, which, you know, it doesn't even show up on the bar. So I expect it works, right? Fuck. This has no variance? Okay. 1462. No, 10, 15, okay. Why is there such a big gap? Where's it coming from? What the fuck? Looks like clarity works though. So let's go clarity. Let's do this. Do we do one hand or two hand? Yo, retro gaming project. Thanks for 2 months, by the way. Okay, so Fist of Fate is fine here. While in human form. So I guess we're not going to do any Tempest Roll shenanigans or something like that. I think one-handers you need. Wait for what though? Too many darn helmets on this class, man. Okay. Big totem. Okay, 173, I guess. We do that. Oh wait, 158. Okay, we take this one. Let's do a shroud. Of course, why not? Let's have two units. One needs to be the kills. Dude, Rotting Lightbringer. Polarized must be so fucking cracked actually in this season. Rotting Lightbringer, 720%, 72% splash, like what the fuck's going on? Plus you have the overpower thing going with the Brown over Brain. Like, what? They're completely cracked. Okay, I have one more power. So we can't do Irida now, I guess. Or we could run a normal glove. Get core ranks. Druid has pretty insane aspects, I guess. We actually don't run this, right? 40% chance to activate an crit companion skill and reduce its cooldown by 5 seconds. So you just take, you can take this and we get like even more casts, I guess. Might be good for clearing, if that's actually just like casting somewhere around you. Additional 30% per companion you have. Now the question is, how many do I have? I guess only the 3 ravens here count for this. And not the ones I summon. So we only have 3 offensive aspects like this, actually. May the spirit wolves count for this? For real? We definitely put Stampede here, I guess. No, which one is that? Shepherd. I have to try this. So we put a raven thing here. So okay, so we have to run the rune. We have one more aspect. Still not sure what to do with my pants. I think you're gonna put Fist of Fate on here and then the kill on the boots. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch the video, but thank you. Okay, need a glove, I guess. Do you have any glove with core skill ranks? Hell no. Okay. So do we do this? I think this might be worth it, right? If you put the other things on the bar as well. Not sure about this one. I probably want to do this. And then something like retaliation, I guess. Holy fuck. 75% by the way. Now I think we need the Earth Might aspect now. Especially with overabundance being a thing. You want to do this actually. We also get a guaranteed crits. Do we really want to go Starless? That's pretty good. Two Chaos Armor. What a class. Ready on a day, Rabies Druid makes a comeback. Comeback, you say? Okay, 40% chance for Ravens to deal double damage. Looks like there's some stuff missing here. I mean, Rabies was pretty good for leveling back in like season 3 or some shit. So there's storm damage. Earth. There's actually nothing like companion or summon damage or something like that. Really? So I guess you do storm. Wolf can become werewolf. That's the same. In this game, that's the same. There's a Raven attack speed. There's a Raven active size actually. Let's go. We came out Raven attack speed? Probably not, right? They only do like one hit anyway. But if I go down, Nice scrolls, dude. If you want to do the Spotify stuff and Avidas. Actually, I'm not running Avidas, so maybe you don't care. Maybe you do care. Yeah, let's just throw us there, I guess. Do we need a generator for this? Okay, so something like this, I think. We do this. 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 Okay. Increase damage equal to close and distant. The Thunder Strike would be okay, but I actually didn't go for this now. Does Raven tax be applied to AoE circle damage? No, I think that's just a passive potion. That would be kind of weird. I guess you could try it out just to see. But I'm pretty sure it shouldn't affect it. Season 9 ends in 4 weeks. Exactly in 4 weeks, actually. Okay, I also found a pure gliss. Roof and sky is not bad, I guess. You can do fulminates. Nature damage. Okay. And there's Spirit. Kinda crappy place to put it. You should take this one, huh? The passive portion deserves an increased damage. Okay. Will Crush Against be in 80 in Season 10? At least, I think. Okay. I think we are pretty much set up. We can actually get Giga Cooling Reduction here for Petrify. Maybe this is actually just fine. With Calm Before the Storm. Okay. I'm not sure if I really want to roll call ranks now, to be honest. I think screw that. I take the Dex Instance, and this is all stats. I like doing all stats. Sometimes it's like, you know, a little bit more like res or whatever that you might need, or I'm not thinking too hard about my instance on the PTR, I gotta say, so. Okay, so we do, I guess, Nago say or what? And then Quacks. How about Pock? Okay, can we play the video game? Let's try it. How's Barb on PTR? Doing pretty well, actually. I only tried it briefly myself, but I've seen some pretty good stuff from Snail. Nice little man. How's the trip to Blizzard? It was really good. I'm gonna make a video probably for tomorrow about my travels and stuff. Okay, let's load up 100 and see what happens, I guess. We don't have a companion. Circe and Nagulam. Nagulam. Okay, Nagulam is exclusively to abuse the bug though, right? So I'm not doing that. I don't actually need this. But okay, whatever. I don't think we should need Nagulam. Actually, I need to not run over abundance, right? So let's just keep this empty. The build you're looking at is intentionally not trying to use the bug. Then Nagulam doesn't make any sense, because that's a pretty terrible way of getting resources. There's 1,000 times better ways to trigger Lum. You get one proc every 5 seconds that overcaps you as fuck. So this is definitely for overabundance. I mean, is there another bug? It might not be only overabundance, there might be another bug that gives you infinite damage, right? But there's the overabundance bug and then there's the infinite damage bug, I think. But yeah, I'm running without this now, basically. Which could... Yo, Magdalena, which RPG do I like more? Yeah, my favorite right now is PoE 2, probably. Okay, F numbers. Oh. Yo, the raves actually look cool. Damage does not look cool though. I mean, it works. Dude, I really hate not having boots of evade charges. Or evade cooldown reset. Like, oof. Oh, interesting, you can cast on moving. You can actually play this like WSD style. Huh. That is kind of insane, what the fuck. So definitely I've put the evade cooldown Templar. My Pitify is not up enough. You're actually playing PoE 2 now, man. Holy. The thing is that this build is actually smooth enough to do this with WSD here. Dude, I really want this integrate. Oh, what's it called? Not disintegrate. Incinerate. I want Incinerate with WSD movement, man. That would be nice. With like some movement penalty, like a 70% penalty or something, or 60. That would make it feel pretty nice, I think. Why does my character keep moving, by the way? Like, my character sometimes just walks for no reason. Yeah. What the fuck? He just keeps moving, man, when I do WSD tapping. Yeah, the visuals are pretty cool of the storm crowds, yeah. Pretty sure you want Irida though. And these guys are too spread out. So unless you actually like one tap entire packs, I think you're gonna want Irida. You're gonna walk in, you press the button. The entire screen flies to you. I think that's kinda nice. And honestly for farming you could just replace the others with that anyway. Our companion's moving with me. The wolves? Yeah. And the creeper is not exactly like a physical being, I guess. I think it's more like an aura around you. And the ravens, I actually have no idea. I never see them. Morning, guys, by the way. Yeah, we don't like that my character just like randomly walks further than he should. That sucks, man. What the fuck is this? Like, I like that I can do the WSD movement, but it just keeps walking sometimes. When I hold down the button, like I hold down right click, but it keeps walking. Here. What the fuck is this? I'm just tapping my movement keys. Look. He does like 4 steps or something. I wonder what is like a realistic cap of overbalance. I guess I'm gonna probably cap it at something like 200% bonus or some shit. Like 10 stacks is probably some realistic cap they're gonna do. And then not multiply with itself. So it would have like triple damage maybe. Or something like that, depending on where they put the cap. Yeah, we can do one run with it. What it is. Don't you want a poison perk? I only have 100% crit chance basically all the time from Earth and Might. guess it would be a way to trigger poison, which is not bad, I guess. But you can do it easily from various things. Including constricting tendrils. Or sinister tendrils these days. I have that right. %40 chance. Yeah. You're basically instantly poisoning everything. Like the poison perk is not really useful, I think. Unless you have really no way of poisoning, but I mean everyone has poisoning these days on Druid, it's so easy to get poisoned from all kinds of stuff. Yeah, boss damage doesn't seem very good though. Okay. The chaos perk is like 200%. Wait, let me see that again. Apply 200% of the base damage as poisoning. It might actually do something. But what can we remove? We can remove this, I suppose. Sure, let's try it. I don't really trust this doing damage though. 200% of base doesn't really sound like much. No crit scaling, and potentially some aspects not working with it, and so on. But I can try this real quick and see if you notice a difference. I'm not sure if it's really stronger. I don't see any dot at all on them. I don't think it's stronger. Looking at this. Like when I stop casting and the storms disappear, yeah, I see no damage moving. Yo, Husby, thank you for the 66 mouse. Holy drain at that too as well. They have Energize even, and Fits of Fate. So I'd say screw this shit. And we're just gonna... I mean, honestly, the Exile Enquiries is not terrible because I can see a bit of cooldown reduction. Then... Overabundance, let's see this for those. Wouldn't Mjolnir and Cutter be good? Can you recast Cutter while it's active? Or is that locked? Nick. I mean, we don't have any resource issues. So we don't need for that. It's funny, now everything just gets one tapped. Are you able to get any of the Raven's attack speed tempers? If you give up one of these size tempers, then you can do that, yes. Or if you For example, Masterwork, Raven's Size on the glove. You can still put attack speed on the neck, but I don't think I care at all about the attack speed. I mean, the passive portion is kind of whatever, I think. Look at this here, that's not being damaged. Yeah, look at this. They're not even killing the small guys. Like, it's all about the active portion. Look, even if I summon the unkindness, they can't kill shit here. Meanwhile, I press the button and they just melt, so... The attack speed works on the active cast. Oh, really? Ah, that's actually kind of big. I didn't know that. Yeah, then you probably want to do one of them. Did they just change that or what? Okay, is there any other like weird setups you want to try? But we're not gonna do Bestial Rampage, right? What about Lupin, Ferocity for Tempest Roar? Do we do Tempest Roar, Lupin, Maleficent Crescent? That could be kind of strong, I guess, if you have 100% crit chance all the time. Should maybe do a quick attempt of this. It's new for PTR, okay. Okay, so we need... I guess we can just wear the Tempest Roar. But you lose 2 key passives. But you gain an aspect. And you lose an aspect. You can try it. I mean, you could optimize a little bit more around here. Now I've not tested all the classes. This is my third class, and I have 2 hours and 8 minutes left for 3 more classes. And finishing this one. Oof. Is there anything else I want to test on the Druid though? Not really, right? Stone? Stone what? Tempest doesn't change ravens? Really? Wait, let me see. Your base stones get on. Okay, you're right actually, so we can't actually do this. Yeah, okay, so this doesn't work. So we can't do this combo, so it's a human build anyway. Okay. Boulder doesn't clear shit, maybe 90. Yeah, but it doesn't have to, it's still probably the fastest farmer, or close to it at least. I mean, Flash Hunter might beat it now, but Boulder is like ridiculously good for anything in T4. I I mean, we could like math out if you want to go one-hand, offhand, or two-handed. But if all of the, say, rune wolves count for shepherds, that's a lot of shepherd energy, so we probably want a two-handed. Fist of Fate is kind of decent. Because it gives us the Earth Might procs consistently and stuff like that. Okay, yeah, I'm kind of happy with this, I think. Anything else you want to see? I mean, Pulf might just not be a Grizzly Rage build anymore now, right? Maybe gonna make this a Petrify build now, but you have to somehow fit the aspect for making it an Earth skill. But yeah, Pulf's gonna pump. Shred, don't care much. Tornado kind of down bad. They probably buff Tornado, I guess. But I don't think I'm gonna test it now. Flash Surrender, I don't care. Boulder, we got that. Okay. Test Tornado. Just throw forward the dummy. What is what are we gonna see? Beautiful character, guys. What do you think? I'm not sure what exactly it looked like before with the Storm Chaser aspect. I think I should maybe give it like some slight homing behavior or something after the first 1 or 2 guaranteed hits, for example. And not just let it go all over the place. They said it would stay on target. Yeah, previously they were like always coming back, right? But yeah, anyway, log out. Wait. Not yet. I'm gonna get another drink. Alright. I need to start hitting some characters actually. Like this one. I had to watch Nini get the 100 on PoE. And had to take care of Marilyn real quick. Okay, so we do Sorc, maybe? I kind of want to do the rogue stuff though with the bow, the crossbow, and see how that goes actually. Yeah, Nini was at 99%. So I just watched her thing. I think forbidden, right? Okay. Class uniques. Crossbow. Pretty cool art for the crossbow, I gotta say. I like it. Basic and core skills that use this weapon or reload. Reload skills deal 300% credit damage, and every second reload skill gains twice this bonus. That is so weird. Reload adds a slight delay in which the skill cannot cast again. Damage and reload speed for the skill benefit from 50% of attack speed bonus. It's kind of funny because this thing looks so insane, right? The stats, the effect, but apparently it's just like not good. I don't really understand why. Basic and core skills that use this weapon are reload. So this means that if I use Heartseeker, it will use this weapon. But with Puncture, it will not use this weapon. So let's see how this feels. Plus marksman skills. This actually gives you also to rid of arrows. So I can do 3 core skills, or like a 1-1 cycle, kind of. 2 punctures and 1 core. I mean, the one cycle kind of works. Next visual skills is increased damage. Okay, there we go. What? Wait, the attack speed does not really go up at all. What the fuck? With Crazy Brew is 80% attack speed. Let's put this thing. It does go up, but not a lot. What the fuck? No attack speed at all. It's just not supposed to really go for attack speed, I guess, on this setup. Which kind of makes sense. I guess this is supposed to be like some slow-paced gameplay, right? So I kind of like the idea, actually. I'm not sure why they made this reload being affected by attack speed bonus at all then. Damage and reload speed for the skill benefits from 50% of attack speed bonus. Oh. Wait, what? Is this working? Yeah, I clearly get attack speed. I think this attack speed effect is just not working at all for the of maker. What the fuck? Yeah, 13k. And now this attack speed potion is gone. Still 13k. She baited. Maybe only cap 1 attack speed counts, but that seems weird because cap 2 also shows up here as attack speed. Oh, they got vulnerable here, by the way. Something is proccing vulnerable, but I'm not sure what. I think it's just every third cast, right? 22k. 27k. I have to do math though. I wanna get something without math. Meat. This. Okay. 13.9. $11.6. %. We had 15, 24, 39. Okay, so that checks out actually. But cap 2 attack speed does not count apparently or something. So that is very sus. This one is accelerating. Let's see this again. $12.5. It is higher. Was it 11.6? 11.3? 10.6%. That does not really check out actually. $11.6. This thing, wait, this thing also has dex on it actually. So it's higher because of the dex. $12.5. Yeah, it's the dex actually. We have 88. Yeah. So attack speed cap 2 does nothing. But attack speed cap 1 works. That is fucked. Okay, I need to note this down. Actually, maybe the radar one does increase, does increase, or like the radar speed basically, if I do this, because I was just trying this with cap 2, which maybe that might not work at all. Can I get more attack speed? This is 64. Still fucking long. Is even more attack space? Seems like it does work. Maybe I should. I'm not counting the frames now, but it kind of looks like 30% faster It says it applies at 50% effectiveness, so it kind of checks out. The question is it reload speed or is it attack speed that increases by half? It says damage and reload speed for a skill benefit from 50% of attack speed bonus. So if I have 100% attack speed extra, I have 50% extra reload speed, removing 1/3 of the time for the reload. If I have 200%, let's say we have 200% attack speed bonus, we get 100% reload speed, so we remove half the time for the reload. But we could attack 3 times faster normally. But also the damage is higher, so with 200% attack speed, we reload twice as fast, and we do twice as much damage. So that's technically times 4, which is actually better than normal attack speed scaling. If I have 100% attack speed, I reload 50% faster. So I get 50% more hits and I do 50% more damage. So it's like slightly more than normal 100% attack speed bonus camp. What? Hi, White. How's it going? What are you talking about?
Can you stop leaving the bottle outside the fridge? Thanks.
This is available on Android. It's just a mobile game for iOS. Mobile game for iOS, exactly. Let's play PoE 2 Deadeye. And that's the plan. If I don't last minute decide to just go warrior or something. If they're into the class that uses guns, no chance, I think. I think this does not fit the Diablo universe at all, to have guns. Where's that trade or SSF? I'm planning to go SSF. Although maybe I'll try new trade stuff, we'll see. Or maybe I'll play SSF first, have some fun, and then go trade later when everything is cheap. Easy clap. The trade update is insane. Yeah, we're gonna watch it later, actually. Apparently there was some reveal yesterday. We no longer passively generate energy, gain the following. Imbued skills deal 4% increased damage. That was kind of big, actually. For poison to be, for wind of arrows. And not very much else, I suppose. Besides this giga scuffed rapid fire cold build. Chaotic bursts generate 5 energy if they hit an enemy. Does this work with all the grenades?
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
What? Oh. Yeah, their own trigger actually. Seems like there's no like delay or yeah, cooldown or something. The new supporter pack, you can have your bird target pets as soon as your body went to town and start murdering Act 1 players' pets. Wait, what? What is going on? They even have death animations?
No witchcraft here, only honest magics.
The Trathan Executioner pack
The
series
fuck?
also contains
Is this
6
new?
exclusive
6 days
bonus
ago.
attractions.
Trathan Execution.
Trathan
Okay, some PoE
Execution
1.
finisher effect is a brutal display of Trathan might. Crushing slain unique enemies as if they were bugs beneath your heel. As a Trathan Executioner, you're the perfect master for the ever-hungry carrion raptor pet. It has taken a particular liking to the taste of other pets, and at your command it will swoop down and eviscerate them, proceeding to satisfy its hunger by feeding on their corpse.
Okay,
The nobles of the 4 major Trathan
funny. Wait, did it just release this pack or what? Ah, I guess it's for the new PoE 2 league. But yeah, I was kind of confused because it said the Trathan stuff, which is like the PoE 1 league with the mercenaries. Ah, looks so pretty. But that's about it. Okay. So... Oh my god, they're like all over the place actually. Okay. It's actually giga unreliable. So these do roughly a fifth of these. And they're kind of rare and barely hit. Okay. I'm using the Breach, Twilight hideout, but it would... Actually, which hideout do I have? I have the Channel hideout or something like the Act 3 Val City thing. I also work with SSF bunkers. Do I have to go like standard SSF? Is that a thing? Or is that only standard? And then put it there? Is Sorc still buster for season 10? Yeah, mostly. Okay, do we want to try any builds? Seems like combo points are going to be down bad anyway, even with the open maker. Like, especially if we farm Horse a lot this season. It's probably going to be like Pinshot, Azure Wrath again or some shit for that. Or just go Death Trap. Actually, they changed Death Trap to have a bigger pull now or something, right? Can I see this somewhere? Killing or overpowering enemy with Death Trap has a 24% chance to reset its cooldown. Is that actually the rank 5 effect? No, that's like part of the skill. Wait. No, that is the rank 5. What is that? Wait, where are the skill ranks coming from? Oh. Okay. So this is a rank 5 effect, and then the rank 5 effect keeps scaling with ranks. Interesting. But only after 24. Weird. Answer nice was good enough for hordes. Would be nice to do like some Shadow Imbuement shenanigans for hordes, man, that would be cool. But I kind of don't trust Shadow Imbuement. Wait, wasn't there something about like bigger pull on Death Trap or something? Or am I tripping? Full range increased by 100%. I guess there's a reload going on here. Okay, so it straight up just doesn't show the circle now at the start. when you place it and then it triggers. So you can see the bigger pull range. Which does make it like really good again. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty OP actually. Yeah, look at the pull. Nuts. Okay. Yo, Isaac, thank you, man. You did 52 months, you too. Okay. Let's see this real quick. That's kind of hard to see where exactly it's the center. Pretty large. So I think it's like here. All the way to this guy. So something like this is the pull circle. Pretty good, actually, I would say. Oh, hey, Violet. How are you? Let's close this here. Do we want to make a build to the Rogue, or just go on the Sorc? We have 1 hour and 16 minutes left. I think I'm going to go on the Sorc and try some stuff there. I think on the Rogue there's not that much to see in terms of new things. So let's use the remaining time that we have. I may do like a quick mechanics test on Necro as well, would be interesting. Maybe the ultimate powers and stuff.
Ice cream?
Thank you. Good ice cream, guys. Log in.
Yeah, it's already melting. Wait.
Okay, quick Necro. What I'm working on, I'm just trying to figure out a few more things before the PTR closes. Didn't we have enough time to test everything? But at least I tested a lot of mechanics so that I can cook later. Did a lot of stuff on Spiritborn yesterday. Today kind of just like rushing the other classes a bit. Nini arrive. Working right now and chatting on Twitch. Hi, Sansa. Yo, Wagner, is it possible to build an Andaria rogue in Season 10? Poh. I would say no way. Wait, why is there random ancestral pants in my temper manual chest? What happened there? Wait, where did it go? What? There was a there was a pair of pants. What? Am I tripping, guys? Yep, okay. What's this? Damage on time effects have a chance to equal to a crit chance to deal and also increased damage. Kind of funny. People are always complaining, oh, dots can't scale crit. Wait, funny enough, most dot builds in the game used to scale crit. Like Poison Movement. I guess Shadowblade stuff. Incinerate and all the burning stuff on Sorc. Everything was like crit based in some way. Now they finally got rid of it and everyone's complaining, oh, I can't scale crit. Now they make this. Which is not only crit for dots, but it's twice as good. What the fuck? Like, what's with Blizzard and making dots crit? Like, why do they like this so much? This is kind of cool, actually. I want to try to make a build of this. Can I make corpses somehow? How to get my guys? Wait, why is he dying? Oh. Wait a minute, they also spawn corpses. Oh shit. Now that's something. They actually have my reap upgrades. And they give me the buff. No, that's sick. I get a damage reduction. Huh. And you're gonna get this. Okay, I like this. Okay, I do like 100 damage-ish. They do double. I don't know why. Why do they do more damage to me? What about Pain Gorgers? Reap would be definitely a skill for Pain Gorgers. Wait a minute. How are they marked? Is that from the skellies themselves? Huh. Yeah. The skelly hit actually marks with Pain Gorgers. What the fuck? There's the echo. Interestingly, it does exactly the same damage. How is that possible? Oh. Wait a minute. It does my echo damage. 294. He does exactly 294. Interesting. Mhm. So for some reason, his attack does double my damage, but his Pain Gorger does exactly my damage. I do 185, he does 361. 371? $361. So it's slightly less than double. Interesting. And he can crit. And he crits with my crit chance, right? What about overpower? Necromancers can specifically overpower, right? That was not an overpower. Wait. I overpower crit, but my Pain Gorgers is... Oh my god. Yeah, I think they bugged it out, right? Pain Gorgers doesn't overpower anymore. And the skinnies also don't overpower anymore. But they should. So that's likely getting fixed. And if that is getting fixed, I'm gonna make a rebuild, I think. That sounds like fun. Is that like reap size? Is that a thing? Until they get to 60 and look at the Paragon boards. Yeah, just play about Paragons. Sever size, reap duration. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, I want reap size, man. I wanna swipe the entire screen. Like a break. I need Kapeleke on this build. Wonder how viable this is. But I have to fix the skeletons not overpowering. And the thing is that I don't think that your skellies actually suffer from the cooldown, right? They just like cast the reap whenever they want. Do we have like a stopwatch? Let's do stopwatch real quick. Looks like around 6 seconds between the reaps. Five and a half. Five. Okay, around 5 seconds. I wonder if it's like attack based or timer based. And this doesn't seem to make a difference. Yeah, it seems to be like pretty much the same 5 seconds. Can we get a lot of attack speed suddenly? Let's see. Let's give him more attack speed. Is Barbarian good on PTR? Yeah, Barbarian is pretty good. %, 100%. Okay, so double the attack speed. That should be easy to see. Okay, he goes fast now. Six seconds. Five seconds. Seems there's a bit of variance. This was less than 5 seconds. Okay, so there's a tiny bit of variance. What has it been called? Grim Reapers. You can consume each corpse twice. I wonder how that works. Do they like despawn after some time or something? And there's like a chaos explosion on top of it. Dude, how many costs are there? even gonna spawn a corpse? Maybe 4 seconds. Okay, so it's just like 2 uses. Kind of wild. Caustic Explosion season. It'll be fun to do some Caustic Explosion that's not the Blighted. Let's just do this. Slow, stunned, or vulnerable. These damages can stack. Kinda cool, actually. But then again, they made like this dot crit thing now, right? So... And also that's just kinda useful if you have the damage, where stuff just instantly dies on this. Then like for example if you're in a horde, so you just have, you know, spread the blight everywhere and stuff melts. I had to fix charged bolts, so I get. They buffed it this season. I'm not sure how good it's gonna be. Did they make pet build viable? Yeah, Druid has Wolf build and Raven build that are both like pretty top tier, I think. And I mean Necro has a Mage build that's pretty top tier. Did you see Soul Rift Shadow Blight video from Saura? No, I did not, but that sounds funny. Yeah, we wanna try that, I guess. Base core skills are now empowered and have 20 seconds cooldown. So let's see this a little bit. Oh, we can only invest into one there. Okay, let's get rid of these guys. Okay, so and a sword of 5 specters of you charges forward. Can I get a Shaco while we at it? So you don't have such a Giga on cooldown. In the overlap.
I'm not ready yet.
Doesn't look like. Yeah, I'm not sure if like any of the core skills turns out in the ultimate will really be a thing. Like you somehow need to get some insane cooldown reduction. Which I guess you could do with something like Corpse Explosion spam and Blighted Corpse Explosion and Decrepify. But it does sound scuffed. What? So you can actually miss that? I just missed him. With the gap. Or was the damage armor turned off? No. It was an overpower, I guess. What about some Casimis? Also the boots. Oh, the boots just don't work. That's only 2 seconds, wait. Okay, it does work. And the aspect? Okay, so that works. And the other important unique here. Nah. Okay, so that's completely pointless, I guess. Wait. Conjure 3 spirits. That's it, okay. But this might actually be one of the better ones, right? Because you can reset it with rapid obfuscation and the -7 seconds here. So Bone Spirit should actually be kind of pumping, I guess. Although on the other hand, I mean, you get this, but you also lose Vulnerable Brains or Beast Cornered, so it's not really such an upgrade. Let's just cast a Mini Nova on your minions. So that could be interesting. Good. And just spread him out a bit. And we kind of want to see the numbers, I guess. To see if we see like, I don't know, 20 overlaps or something. Nah, it doesn't look like it at all. So I think only one of them actually appears. New are Bloodlands. Has a 10% chance to form a blood orb. There's one orb. Let's see if it's actually like per lance. There's an orb. Yo, the Reap actually helps with the good reset. It actually seems like it works per Bloodlands, look. Every time I cast I get an orb. Not this time, but I got 3 out of 4. So it kinda checks out. Yo, Dark Voltaic. Welcome, by the way. Yeah, Mini Necro is a pretty good choice, I think. We have leveling and endgame guide. Okay, anything else? The Unmaker. So it is 150 of its shadow damage per second to surrounding enemies, so every 30 essence you gain. Cause explosion fierce and slows for 0.9 seconds. Interesting, I didn't realize that this is a thing on this. Blood Wave is additional a bone skill. It spawns a bone prison. Huh. Okay, so this straight out just does not work, I guess. Okay. Neither does this. What the fuck? How does it work? Does this work? Am I too close? Alpha below and army to that build as a build with big minions pack. Alpha below and army to that. I'm not sure if army to that is used for anything actually. It's pretty bad skill as far as I know. Okay, so the spawn prison thing just does not work, it just doesn't spawn. Okay, good. Boom, 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 boom. That looks kind of cool actually. Okay, enough blood wave, I think. For 4 seconds you consume surrounding enemies. Can you stack it? So first of all, there's a 2-second delay before I can cast it again. Or maybe it was just a resource missing. Kinda looks like it drains the souls faster if I do this. Is there something for maximum resource? Essence region. And your stars. Okay, this definitely looks like it works just fine. Yeah, Sorc is something for sure. They probably also get Giga Barrier from this. I know they removed the barrier, right? But they have like Lucky Hit on this thing, so you can get barrier from this. Not terrible. What the hell? Is this actually what Bone Storm looks like? It seems pretty intense. It must have changed it at some point. I remember this differently. Hitting enemy is up to 42% chance to spawn a Bone Storm around the location. But these extra Bone Storms only work where you don't have already another Bone Storm, right? So they don't just like self-perpetuate basically. So Little Sword doesn't really help us much, besides the buff. Oh wait, I didn't equip it. So this. Each sacrifice bonus increases this chance by 25 and allows you to spawn one additional Bone Storm. Okay, we didn't sacrifice anything, so we have to do this. 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 I'm not proccing any of them, what the fuck? We have Giga like a hit chance, how did none of them proc? Hello? I think it just doesn't work with the shield or with the power matter. If I take this out. Yeah, look, now it's blocking everywhere. Lilith is bugged. What's bugged? There are more, but they don't do damage or something. Okay. Well, the big thing about this is that you get the 80% main hand weapon damage. You can use a two-handed weapon and then get the 80% main hand weapon damage. Implicit. You can also just get 100% block damage reduction, right? What's the base block reduction? 15, I think. Yeah, so if you have two shields, you just have 100% block reduction. Now, can we get block chance as a Necro? Yeah, maybe we can watch Macro's video at some point. I know they have redirected force, and there's also this. Actually, this should also just make you invincible, right? I'm pretty sure that layer boss is additive. So they have block. We need barrier. Yeah, I have some block reduction, so I can do it this way as well. Okay, it's not invincible because you can't reach 100% block chance on the Necro. But someday we will. Okay, what else? So the Soul Wave definitely looks kind of promising, but it's just Shadow Blight again, right? Did they actually nerf Shadow Blight in any way? Like season 9 was everything was Shadow Blight. Color Edict. Classified. Wrathman. Fiction, okay. So that's some of the other ultimates. What is this here? So what does this do actually? What the fuck? It has like... It looks insane. That actually looks like a build, man. Okay. It's a very fast animation as well. It's so fast I can't even start a step at all, even when I try WSD. Actually interesting. There's a difference between WSD starter stepping and mouse starter stepping. If I hold down D, I do not move. But if I scroll while holding right click, I do move a little bit between my attacks. What the fuck? What does this thing do here? They leave behind a corpse. And raise your warriors. Wait, do they really just spawn all these corpses now? They do, oh my god. Let's just get like infinite amount of corpses, man. Look at this. How do I... Now I can use Ring of Sacrilegious Soul and the... what is that thing called? Black River? Dude, I remember, man, when this was like the best item in the game. Or close to it at least. Okay, give me more corpses. Yeah, you can actually some funny combo like this here. Just like generate ridiculous amount of corpses. And then you use 5 at a time. I remember a time when Osseous Gale was a good aspect. What are the green ones? This is season 10 new chaos armors. Oh, there's blood orbs as well. Do we actually get these? We do. There's only one. Okay. What's the new item again for Necro? This one. Basic skills are empowered. Dodging enemy for basic skill cost and shake turns to next phase damage. This effect is so shit, man. Like, what is this? Reap attacks 10% faster. Like, I even use my scalies for that, and they don't even care about the attack speed, man. Oof. Wood? Any blood orbs? Hmm. Okay, anything else you want to try here? Consume the use corpse twice. Yeah, I can do the corpse thing. I can do some funny build with corpse explosion, armies of dead, I think. Soul Blitz is gonna be funny, I think. Bone Storm. Can definitely do some cool stuff. I might make a Necro this season actually. Just to play a bunch of these like alt builds. Maybe not Blood Wave. Been there, done that, and it doesn't really seem that different from old Blood Wave anyway. But yeah, this. Not sure about those core ultimates. Need some insane cooldown for this. So the only one that sounds reasonable here is Bone Spear, I guess, because it has very high lucky hit with the helm. You can get the Decarbify resets. How's the Noxious Cloud like machine build going? Noxious Cloud, like which one? I played some Waterzone earlier, if you mean that. Reaping Lotus. No ultimates ever built. Yeah, I mean, this might have enough lucky hit as well. What? Seems like it doesn't work. We can try a Fist of Fate. Shaco. Hmm. It's only 10 seconds, okay. I see like 1 or 2 extra circles there. But as you can notice, doesn't really do anything. But I still want to do it because of the 240% of normal damage, right? It's actually kind of insane. The green cloud. Ah, that's the sting I built yesterday. I mean, that was actually really good. That was a good build. I was farming like 100 in like 3 minutes or something. Okay, do you want to see anything else on the Necro now? I think that's fine. I think we go. Yeah, I don't think it would just be the Chaos Armor shield. Maybe 0.8 seconds. Kind of good. Get another shield. This cold Necro thing. Not really. There's a cold mages from an aspect. And then there's like the bloodless scream weapon. Maybe I could do something with that. But not really, I think. Interesting, non-legendary shields actually have less block damage reduction. Also, this wall has percent armor instead of thorns as an implicit. I just realized. Here's a blood scream. Increase damage to frozen enemies. Chance to restore power resource. It's gonna be kind of like a good resource engine for some builds to fuel quacks and so on as well. Then has a non-physical on it. Darkness skill ranks, lots of int. 200% increased damage to frozen enemies and bosses. Let's put the stuff in the stash and we go on Sorc for the last bit. Need to see some stuff there. Don't have time to make a build now on the Necro. I am excited about the PoE update, yes. Did I enjoy this PTR? I mean, it was way too short for me. Because I was only here for like the last 3 days basically to try it. And we had last Epoch going. Definitely would have made a lot more builds and stuff, but it's fine. We can get most of the way there, I think, for most of them. Let's just go straight to the target dummy room, I guess. Let's see what I can do there. We have 22 minutes, guys. Which classes will be S10 next season? Spiritborn is like probably overall the best. Druid is very strong. Nah, maybe Sorc, I don't know. That is insane. That's also insane. Why does my Heartseeker always end up in the other stash tab and not here? There's 2 empty slots. Wait, do this is like auto cast this? Oh, this is like on spawn. Periodically my ass. Okay. Well, I guess it stays in like procs again. Okay. Kind of big actually. Been very good for the cooldown resets. Outside of bosses. Okay, that seems very pointless. Can you benefit from this in any way? Someone chills, I guess. But it doesn't actually freeze them. That's a long ass fireball actually. What the fuck? So if you want to play a Firewall build, you're probably better off just spamming Hydra. Which is kind of funny. Yeah. Wait, Hydra is not a core skill by default. So only with the neck, I guess. Yeah. This seems unchanged. Base core scorings increase the mana cost by 10% and further increase the damage by 20%. So it seems like there's actually a damage buff. And not like a skill rank part, basically. 1, 4, 4, 5. Okay, the setup does not work. Cool. How am I hitting for exactly the same? Oh, it's not exactly the same, okay. Still weird. How the Hydra's hitting for so much? Like my Fireball has like quintuple the damage. Okay, here I see a huge difference. With only 4 ranks. It's 80% more. So yeah, per rank 20%, no matter what. But does not work for Hydra. Anything else we can make core? It's like Meteor, for example. Split for season 10. We can't really say that right now. But there's plenty of good ones. Wow. So this doesn't work. shit. Okay. What is something called? Last techniques. Seems like it works for the other core skills though. Blizzard I'm not gonna try. Wall. Yeah. What else? First one is gonna be kinda interesting. Rage Winter Glass on a different slot. Could be kinda nice. What are the items? Axial, Winterglass, Galvanic, Azurite. I should actually check that one. Where is it? What is it even? Is that a staff? It's a ring. Ideal damage leaves enemies magnetized, causing them to emit crackling energy. What the hell is this familiar doing there? Where's this guy coming from? Where's all the other stuff coming from? Wait, what? What the fuck's going on? The game thinks I have unstable currents active or something. Ah, wait, maybe we have. Oh my god, okay, here we go. Dude, this 16% chance just like triggers all this bullshit? What the hell is going on? What? That is insane. Look at this. It just keeps going. What a single target. Single target's not good enough, I guess. Need to see it in action actually. What does it even do? Oh, Daniel, you don't understand why Creators Blast PoE 2 at 3.0 is not out until the 29th? Yeah, it's like to prep, you know? That's like half the fun. Make a new build, try it out, make a guide for it. If two magnetized enemies hit each other with Kaka energy, they will pull each other together. I barely see any pulling here, to be honest. Yeah, a little bit to get pulled back here. That's kind of whatever, I guess. Increase ordering damage I take from you. Is Gloss at Eliminator here? No, but Raymond. Iris. Okay, one thing I can do real quick. What about Harasha Ring? No. Interesting pair of glove, I gotta say. Where did the Tarasha Ring go? Cooldown. Wait a minute. Oh no. The cooldown goes up with more ranks. What? Because of this? Yes. That's insane. Without it, actually it would be fine. Could just spam like this. I mean... Any cooldown? Wonderful. .8 seconds. So our cooldown keeps increasing now. What is the minimum on the live server? 2.5. Yeah, so it's actually very comparable now to live server. So yeah, like each of the ranks is pretty good for damage, but man, it does make it clunky again. Oh man, I was looking forward to like a meteor build, but ugh, why does it make the cooldown longer, man? What the fuck? That actually sucks, dude.
Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
Just roll a cooldown real quick. Lol. It's probably like a 1 in 100 roll or something. Funny part is this cooldown and the neck cooldown could have been avoided by just triple masterworking my Shaco. Which at this point might have been easier. That was cooldown, by the way. That was cooldown again. First try. Okay. Wonderful.
I need time to prepare that.
Good omen.
Father Inarius sacrificed himself to defeat Lilith.
Yeah, it kinda works, I guess. Hmm. Do I have this thing even active? Only on boss, right? Oh, we have way too much attack speed. I'm definitely standing there for a while sometimes. So this would be like Mart Guard. I was thinking about maybe putting Accelerating Chaos so we get more cooldown reduction. Which would be nice. Of course we have Xanimus. Would definitely be like a good early game choice to leave out advanced techniques before you get Shaco, for example. So right now cooldown is 1.45. Now it's 209. Let me do this. Now it's 0.8, so now we can kind of spam. And you can spam even more when you have Accelerating Chaos. But they probably have to do this. And this. What about chaotic cooldowns? It's probably a downgrade, right? Charge cooldown 2 seconds. Charge cooldown 5 seconds. What the fuck? Now it's 2. Interesting. Let's go locked off a PTR. Yeah, okay. Oh, here we go. GG. Alright. Yeah, I got most of my stuff done at least. PoE 2 time. Application encountered an unexpected error. Was it really unexpected? So you're playing Bash Barb. 07, yeah. Okay, I need to watch that PoE trade video now. Is this the post? Yes.
During
Wait, it's only 47 seconds. Okay. Is there another video? Or is that it? Of Exile. Yeah, the 1 hour reveal. I mean, wouldn't mind watching it again, to be honest. It's been a week since I watched it. And I kind of want to chill.
the third edict content reveal, we announced the new asynchronous trade system that allows you to purchase items instantly from other players, even when they're offline. But one feature we didn't quite have ready in time for the reveal is the in-game market browser.
Type filters, equipment filters, requirements, endgame filters. Uh-huh.
Well, it's ready, and we know a lot of players have been looking forward to this one. Open the browser by clicking here. Search for the item you're looking for, this one. Open the browser by clicking here.
Market panels, you can actually hotkey
Search
this.
for the item you're looking for. Then click the purchase button to be immediately teleported to that player's hideout, where you can purchase the item from their shop.
I'll get it here quick smart.
They
That's
don't
insane.
even need to be online. Almost all the functionality of the website is available here. You can search using many different filters, sort everything how you want, and buy it instantly. Happy trading!
Okay, that's actually insane. It's / with a keybind, which for me would be Shift 7 actually. Nice keybind. There's a major shift in philosophy, yes. Mother's Blessing live. Wait, are you joking? Really? This is cool and all, but hardcore Zap is better. Yeah, I mean, it is a nice system for sure. So as long as it's not clunky and, you know, it has all the searches that you need, then this is pretty good, I think. I guess realistically, the website will still be a bit more OP when it comes to, like, you know, whooping and, you know, sniping stuff and so on. Mother's Blessing is live again. Porg, man. So guys, we have, on the one hand, Path of Exile Season 3. New endgame update, new trading update. Entire skill system reworked. Also, like 30% more nodes on the passive tree because we need more nodes. And a lot of other shit. Or, Mother's Blessing. Where do we log in? Or I could play Powers. Wilson. Oh yeah, true, you have to do Act 4 as well, that's gonna be fun. Okay, let's see the FAQ real quick here. When will we be able to convert the existing stash tabs on 0.3 release? Okay. The option to convert the payment stash tab to merchants tab will be made available on the PoE website. Okay. So I have to do it on the website. When will the merchants tab be available in the store? On Friday. How much does the merchants tab cost? 40 points. Bundle of 6 is 200. Stash tab sale a month after release. The asynchronous trade system won't be immediately available in PoE 1. So you won't be able to use the merchants tabs there. When the system is added to PoE 1. Okay, so they want to do it there too. Interesting. What happens to my premium stash tabs in PoE 1? Once upgraded, the tab will no longer be accessible in PoE 1 until merchants tabs are supported there. Okay. Will a free merchants tab be provided to players? Okay. No. The buyer pays a gold cost. There's no gold cost for the seller. How to collect my earnings when an item is sold. Talk to Ange in your hideout. Okay. Okay, premium quad tabs does not work. I kind of like that actually. So you have like this kind of like this little shop feeling, right? You go there, and I guess you only like, do you only ever see one, or do you see all of the seller's tabs? I wonder. So do you only see the tab where what an item is located, or everything? Is it possible to essentially buy gold using the system? Okay. You have to individually price each item. The interface does autofill your last price. Okay. Can you change the price of an item, remove an item from the merchant's tabs after listing? There's a cooldown on removing or changing the price to prevent abuse. That's nice. This would also like help with price fixing and stuff. Dude, isn't it actually just gonna straight up fix price fixing? Now that I think about it. Because someone can just snipe it from someone who's trying to price fix, right? Do you have to add an option to for full tab set price? And the gold is a tax, exactly. How much worth will be a perfect orb? A lot. The perfect orb sounds insane, actually. I would not buy the old way, no insta buy, no buy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there will still be some things that you will probably trade the old way. Or like DFT at least with bulk sales. Some things. And I guess, you know, stuff like sniping things with like filters for, you know, notifications. Yo, Xena. Thank you for the 23 months. The highest of the high tier items will still go in old trade. Potentially, yes. Because there's usually bargaining for like the very high end stuff, especially if it's rare items. For uniques, maybe not. Unless it's like one of a kind uniques, you know, like Watcher's Eyes or something like that. Right? Like stuff that is like so rare that only like one single person has it. Then, you know, people will always bargain. But for rare items as well, I guess. On the high end, I could imagine that people actually will just list it on the site instead of the new system. But I guess it could be one or the other. Mirror service isn't happening with the new system. Yeah, I mean, this is also not really happening for the old system either, right? It's just like, okay, people list an item for a mirror, and then people know to whisper them. But yeah, you can't really do that with the new system anyway. Because someone might just buy your item for a mirror, right? Or you like, maybe there's like a new, you know, kind of community rule. You list it for like 99 mirrors or some shit. And then people know this is a mirror service item. Okay guys, I think I have a good strat here. I'm gonna eat some more calamari here. And you're gonna watch the announcement trailer one more time because it was fucking pork and I actually missed like the first 10 minutes of it or something anyway. When I originally watched it. And then we're gonna look at some of the patch notes. And then we're gonna start cooking. And then we have 2 days of cooking non-stop. That's gonna be fun. Where is that? Path of Exile. Edict. Announcement. Fucking 1 hour reveal. Just let me get a drink. BRB. Hi, Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games. Alright.
Yeah, you took my glass.
What?
Took my glass of water.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, keep it.
Yeah, maybe add a bit
What
more.
are we watching?
I'm watching the reveal one more time because I actually missed the start last time. And I want to get like, you know, in the mood again. And some refresher. They want a native mobile app for trading. Holy. I mean, as a console player, I can kind of understand that, I guess. So you can have it on your mobile while chilling on a couch. Okay, let's go.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Sun Priest's Incineration rare finisher effect by following the instructions below. Now with that out of the
Rip my
way,
drops.
let's get started. It's time to give you a teaser of what's coming in Path of Exile 2, the Third Edict.
Karui! I have called you here to save our people. To save our way. Over the ages, we have known pain like no other. But we endured. And we became mighty. Now, outsiders dishonor our shores, and we have stood by, doing nothing. Hear my voice, ancestors! Show us your strength! Show us the true way!
Maybe some people with time to play full market trader. I mean, you still need gold for that.
I understand.
You can't get gold without playing, I guess. How can you prep for PoE 2? Well, log in and start blasting, I guess. I actually fought some of these bosses. Wait a minute. Okay, so I have done... Not this guy. I've done this guy. I've done this guy. This guy. Oh, birch. Is that the same bird from the trial? This is the prisoner here, and we also killed him. This guy too. Yeah, they were all at Gamescom. Most of them.
The true Makuramakoi will.
They were all at Gamescom. Actually, there was Act 4 to play as well, right? This guy too. $150 notables, oh my god. I didn't know that. I hope we really don't have to do like some, you know, 2-minute teleport somewhere, wait for the RP every time I want to craft an item. I mean, okay, if I do it like once every 10 hours or some shit, it's probably fine. I don't know yet what I'll play. I'm between Deadeye, Warrior, and Sorc.
Now, as you can see, there's a lot going on, and we have a lot to reveal today. We'll start by going over Act 4, the next chapter in the Path of Exile 2 story.
Sound okay?
But that's not all. There's also 3 new interlude acts to get you to endgame, which means we're removing cruel difficulty too. After that, we'll be going through the massive changes to characters. I'm super excited to show you how I've overhauled the entire support gem system, added new skills, and yes, there are buffs. Next, we'll go over the Rise of the Abyssal, this season's exclusive league mechanic, and talk about the new rewards, crafting systems, areas, and bosses that it adds. After that, it's on to changes we're making to the endgame. Then it's time to talk about items, crafting, and oh yeah, trade. That's going to be a big one. We'll then go over our new supporter packs and finish up with a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile 2's game directors, myself and Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. And after that, at 4 PM Pacific, hatch notes. They're not quite complete, but they should give you some nice details to chew on. We've got a lot to cover today, but first, another announcement. When the third edict launches on the 29th, we'll be having a free weekend for Path of Exile 2. That's right, Path of Exile 2 will be free for the first time without requiring an early access key.
I think there's a good chance there's going to be more people logging in this time than on 0.1. Because of this. It's going to be interesting to see. It's actually genius.
The free weekend will end on September the 1st, so you'll have plenty of time to give the game a try. Alright, let's get started with Act 4. The story continues from the end of
Pre-watched. Yeah, I actually watched this one day before the reveal. But I missed the first 10 or 15 minutes or something. And then I had my interview with Jonathan, which is on YouTube.
Act 3. Doryani has agreed to help you find an ancient weapon that can be used against corruption, the instrument of the Third Edict. The weapon was broken in ages past, but he believes that the pieces may be found in the Karui Archipelago, the home of the Karui tribes. You will need to journey to Kingsmarch, hire a ship, and set sail. When you open the map,
Holy
you can choose
boat
to sail
league, man.
anywhere you like. Act 4 is completely non-linear, and you can visit the islands in any order you choose. Will you visit the pristine beaches of Whakapanu Island? The Karui whisper of a curse that afflicts all who travel there. Perhaps it's related to the weapon you seek. Or maybe you will visit the volcanic shores of the Isle of Kin. The Kin have been more restless recently, mining for sulfite and driven by some dark force. Perhaps you will choose to consult with one of the local Karui tribes. Their ancient wisdom could hold clues to finding the Third Edict. No matter where you choose to go, you will fight dangerous beasts, find fabulous treasures, and battle incredible bosses.
A challenger! Come, Yama sees your soul!
There are 8 islands to discover, each teeming with
This
its
was the
own
hardest boss
flora
in the
and
boss
fauna.
gauntlet, by the way.
Act 4 contains over 100 new
monkey.
monster types, 16 new areas, 12 new bosses, and
guy.
plenty of other interesting encounters. There's a
And he
huge
was also
amount to
there.
show, but we're not going to spoil too much here. We want to give you a chance to discover it all for yourself. What happens after Act 4? Well, until now you had to repeat the entire campaign again before you could face the endgame. But after adding Act 4, the game is far too long to make you do that. We needed something else to do in between the end of Act 4 and the endgame. So what else could we do? Add 3 new mini-acts, of course, and we're calling them the Interludes. The Interludes are a set of 3 temporary side stories that will be included in the game until Act 5 is released, that will take you to level 65 where the endgame can begin. The first interlude sends you on a journey back to Ogham. Renly has been leading the efforts to rebuild Ogham village after the defeat of Count Geonor. But there's a new
What
danger
resistance
afoot.
most important in Act 4?
The
I didn't play
nearby
Act
town
4.
of Holton
I played the Gamescom boss rush event. It was an event where you killed 15 bosses, or you had 20 minutes to kill 15 bosses, and there were like all these new Act 4 bosses, so like 5 or 6 or something.
is surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, and each night their corrupted townfolk emerge to raid the local farmlands.
What the fuck is this?
You will discover new areas and new bosses. You'll need to find your way through the darkness, uncover the source of corruption,
Soon you will serve our master.
and defeat it.
Yes, I shall dance with their corpse.
And that's just the first interlude. The second interlude will have you return to the Vasteri Desert, where Asala has been given a sacred duty. When the skies align, the gifting of water requires a chosen Sekima to meet with the Selkari, guardians of the sacred water, but they're nowhere to be found. You will need to track down the Selkari, find those responsible for disrupting the gifting, fight even more new bosses, discover the secrets of the ancient ritual, discover new locations,
Dude, this patch is gonna be so cool.
and ultimately help Asala carry out her sacred duty. Now for Interlude 3. As Royal Thaumaturge of the Vaal, Doyani had plans within plans to save his people from the cataclysm perpetuated by Atzeri's lust for power. One such plan involved sealing a group of willing Vaal deep in a great mountain vault near the home of the Asmeri, deep enough to survive the cataclysm. Even though thousands of years have passed, he believes that their descendants may still live, and may be key to defeating the beast.
I have to say, Doriani is my favorite character in PoE 2, I think. He's just a fucking Giga Chat.
The journey up the mountain will be dangerous. New foes stand in your way. And the further up the mountain you venture, the colder it will become. Explore caves of ice and enter the vault itself. Who can say what you will find within? The interludes are 6 to 7 areas each and generally
found
include
Zana.
4 boss fights as well.
Yeah.
When you put that together with Act 4, that adds up to 35 new areas in the campaign and 24 new bosses.
Maybe Nico.
It's worth making clear that the interludes are temporary. When Act 5 and 6 are added, the interludes will be going away. These are side stories after all, but don't worry, the bosses and areas that make up the interlude are all part of the endgame. We're not just going to throw them away. And with that, we don't need cruel difficulty anymore. We do know that it was a pretty big chore to have to play through the campaign multiple times on each character, and this was a huge reason that the campaign could feel like a bit of a slog when playing through again. But we do also have another new feature to address that particular concern as well. So let's talk about sprinting. In 030, when you hold down the dodge roll button, your character will go into a sprint after they finish the roll. This is available on all character classes, and there's no limitation on how long you can sprint for. The primary purpose of this feature is to make navigating areas faster when out of combat. Because of that, if you do take a hit while sprinting, you'll fall to the ground. The best idea is to use a skill when you see monsters. That'll break you out of the sprint so you can engage with no danger. If you do need to run away from monsters, just hold spacebar. You won't be vulnerable during the roll, and you're faster while sprinting than basically any monster in the game, allowing you to retreat from combat. Sprint is a pretty significant change to PoE 2's gameplay. What I like most about it is that we can accelerate the pace of the game for those who want that, without having to compromise on PoE 2's more visceral combat systems. Okay, so that's the new extensions to the campaign, but there's a whole giant league to play through as well. I'll leave that to Mark to talk about later. And that's because what I want to talk about now is the new stuff for your characters, and probably one of the biggest new systems.
Sprinting was not a Gamescom actually, but it seems pretty self-explanatory, right? I guess, you know, it'll be interesting to get a feel for it, and, you know, like, you need to, like, kind of get a bit of, like, a muscle memory, and, like, you know, against which monsters can you use it more effectively and stuff like that. But yeah, so I did play the new patch with the boss rush, but it didn't have sprinting, so it was, like, kind of like a mix, I guess.
Systems here is with the support gems. Now, support gems are one of the most interesting elements to creating a build.
It's really cool.
They're what enables so many interesting mechanics and different ways to play. But PoE 2's support gem system has just never been quite right. One of the major issues is the limitation of only having one support gem of each type on your character. We didn't want builds to just become using the same 5 most powerful supports in every skill. The problem with this design, though, is that it's actually working against using multiple skills in your build. If you can only use each support gem on one skill, it means that you're encouraged to go all in on that one ability. And we want to encourage you to combo your abilities, something needed to change. So with that in mind, we've removed the restriction of having one of each support gem per character. You can now use as many copies as you like. This should drastically increase the amount of possible builds and increase the amount of skill diversity. There are a lot of potential builds that suffered from the previous restriction.
It's actually gonna be wild on some builds, man. Like, you know, Grenadier or something, where you have like 5 different grenades, and they all can have the multi-shot now. Like, holy shit. Tried spears yet? You're kind of 4 months late for that.
For example, a poison build previously couldn't add poison to more than one skill. They couldn't use stacking poison on more than one skill either. This severely limited your ability to combo with anything outside of the specifically designed poison archetype, but now you can. Many utility skills previously couldn't scale to endgame, because the supports that would make them scale were more useful to use on other skills. You would never speed up killing Palm with martial tempo, when you would much rather use it on your primary skill instead. There are more examples like this all over the place. In addition to that, though, we thought there wasn't enough feeling of progression in the supports as you went through the game.
Oh, it's 5 tiers.
There were only 3 tiers of supports, and many of the most important ones were given out at tier 1. Also, there were no strict upgrades, meaning that upgrading supports when you ran out of sockets required quite a lot of thinking. In order to solve these issues, we now also have multiple levels of many supports as you go through the game. For example, double barrel support gives you an extra bolt, but at the cost of 30% less reload speed. At tier 2, the penalty gets lowered to 20%. But then at tier 3, the support gem gets something new.
That's insane.
Now reloads automatically when you heavy stun an enemy. In some cases, the highest tiers might work a little differently, and you'll have to decide if you like the upgrade or not, depending on your build. For example, rapid casting. The first couple of levels gives 15, then 20% increased cast speed. But then at tier 3, it changes to a new approach. For each different spell you cast in the last 8 seconds, you get 10% increased cast speed.
I like this.
Which could be a pretty big bonus if you use a lot of different spells. So that's pretty good for upgrades through the campaign, but we wanted to add a little more spice to the endgame for supports too. And that's where our new system, lineage supports, comes in. You can think of these like unique items, but for supports. There are supports that are only available at endgame, but they're much more powerful. Like Ratha's Assault. It's an
Supported crossbow ammunition skills cannot reload. They load 3 bolts when you dodge. And load 3 additional bolts.
Upgraded version of double barrel that reloads your skill as you dodge roll, as well as
I'm not sure what that means exactly. You have to 3 when you dodge and then 3 additional. So do you get 6 or what?
increasing the number of bolts it can hold. But it does mean that it's the only way you can reload the skill now. Now, unlike regular supports, you can't find these through the uncut support gem.
Dude. Okay, a 5 seconds cooldown. But 2 echoes, man. Ridiculous.
Just like unique items, many of these can be found from specific bosses.
It's max bolts. Ah, okay.
And there's a ton in the regular drop pool too.
I mean, okay, farming Zarok to get this 2 echo thing is cool, yeah. Gain 1 wild shot on casting supported skills. Support skills have 20% chance to fire 8 additional projectiles in a circle per wild shot. All wild shots are lost. I wonder if they buffed the fire stuff. I played a fire mage actually, similar to this. But it was actually weak.
Some of them are fairly rare.
Oh, reservation multiplier too.
Others fairly common.
Yeah, this one is fucking ridiculous, man. Like, if you get this, you're gonna start blasting, man. Galvanizing shards, log in. 35% chance to load it rolls into all crossbow skills when you deal killing blow.
Some of them are build defining.
Tokens created, trigger, towers, vengeance on death, yeah, whatever that is.
Others are just straight up power upgrades.
That's also cool. Enhance, empower, and enlighten in one gem.
All in all, there's around 40 lineage supports being added throughout the endgame. So there's a lot of power to find out there.
They look pretty cool, actually.
Now, the new support gems.
Yeah, I've seen a video from like roughly this point. Yeah, I've missed the like first 15 minutes or
are
something.
Certainly going to open up a lot of
First time
builds.
around, but I want to watch the entire thing. So that's just to like catch up again.
Of course, we have a huge range of improvements to individual character classes as well. As well as adding new skills, we had a big focus on buffing existing skills so that they can scale
Inverted
well into
rest,
the
so don't
endgame.
break rest. Yeah,
There's
that's
a
the
huge
point.
amount to cover here, so we're not going to discuss everything. We're just going to...
Like for example, there's a curse that reduces enemy resistances, but if you have this inverted rest thing, like in this case, you don't want to use that curse, right? So you can skip that curse, or you can use another curse, for example. So this is actually kind of cracked, honestly, this thing. This Rakiata's flow is pretty insane. Because it's 100% chance to treat that as inverted. Like in PoE 1, there's an effect like this, but it's a 25% chance to treat as inverted. So it's basically, you know, kind of like a backup in case you have like a super resistance monster. You can still kind of kill it, basically. Because 1 in 4 hits does like a lot of damage. But here, like every hit has the inversion. That's ridiculous.
As well as adding new skills, we had a big focus on buffing existing skills so that they can scale well into the endgame. There's a huge amount to cover here, so we're not going to discuss everything. We're just going to quick fire through some of the coolest changes. We wanted to make cold a more useful element on the Ranger, so we've expanded the cold tools available. As well as increasing its range, Escape Shot now creates fragments of ice.
The question is, can we escape shot over enemies? Because some of them block you, and you can't actually jump over them, like the bigger ones. I know like the guys in Act 3 do that, like the Mal statue guys. And in general, like if you compare escape shot to a disengage, this disengage is just like 1,000 times better.
Whenever it hits the ground. These fragments explode after a short time, making the skill better for killing groups of enemies. But not only that, we added an ice fragment support that creates more of them when killing frozen enemies. And a new buff skill called Ice Tipped Arrows that allows all your arrows to create ice fragments.
Empowering your next barrageable bow or projectile spear attacks to create ice fragments on hit. Empowers free attacks. Okay.
This already gives clear to rangers wanting to use ice.
Okay, freezing salvo. Did they change this? Accumulates up to 12 additional missiles. No, it seems pretty familiar.
But to take further advantage of the ice fragments, freezing salvo has been upgraded to shoot additional cold arrows towards every fragment, giving you a nuke-like ability. We've also modified snipe to consume. Has been
So,
upgraded.
so wait a minute, so you do ice-tipped arrows, and then you get the thing on the ground,
all your arrows to create ice fragments.
and then you follow up with
This
another
already
salvo.
gives clear to rangers wanting to use ice. But to take further advantage of the ice fragments, freezing salvo has been upgraded to shoot additional cold arrows towards every fragment, giving you a
Yeah, that's
nuke-like
actually kind of
ability.
nuts.
We've also modified snipe to consume frozen from enemies, dealing a huge amount more damage.
100% more damage against unique enemies. Icy blast. Consuming freeze or hitting a heavy stunned enemy enhances the explosion. So that's heavy blast and icy blast, okay. So you can do your fist or cold, I guess.
Giving you a nice ice single target option. And something you might notice about this is that the bonus is a lot higher against bosses. This is actually a change you'll see throughout the entire game. Since it's a lot harder to freeze a boss, you should get a bigger reward for it. Another theme you'll see throughout the game is making movement feel better. Toxic Growth is a skill that was pretty cool, but a bit annoying to use with the jump that it had. Now Toxic Growth is a range skill, so you can spam it more easily. And we've also added a new poison skill while we were at it,
That was
called
going to be
Toxic
cool.
Domain. It creates
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I really love Snipe, man. I had a lot of fun with Snipe when I played my Ranger. So I'm kind of tempted, I gotta say.
a small area around you that makes all your attacks create Toxic Growth pustules, but attached to monsters. Another skill that was annoying to use was Electrocuting Arrow. It's now just a regular arrow, making it easier to use.
Explodes in an area on hit, hitting enemy will attach an electrocuting rod. Wait, those were the, you shoot them up in the sky and they were stuck in the ground? Wait, really? I found that was like actually kind of nice. Ah, no, wait a minute, this is the stun basically, the electrocution, never mind. It's like you jump over the enemy.
But it also means you can support
sucked.
it with projectile supports. And it now also has area of effect, making it a tool for more than just single target, and allowing it to scale into the endgame.
Okay.
We also added a new spirit reservation called Mirage Archer. This is a meta skill that allows you to create shadowy clones of yourself, to use a skill of your choice. Of course, one of the other big problems the Ranger had was survivability.
Oh, now important question. So you can only have one of each skill at this point. So can I have a skill on my bar and put the same into this as a support? Does that work? Or does it not count as like a separate thing? Arrow made a similar league starter strat, check it out. Ice shot. What was it? Ice shot or freezing salvo or something you said? Yeah, plus snipe. I'm pretty sure that people are gonna use snipe a lot now. This looks pretty good. I think the slaughter skills don't count. Okay. Yeah, like Mirage Archer is what makes the most sense if you can make this and still use the same skill, right?
Of course, one of the other big problems the Ranger had was survivability. Evasion was the weakest of the three defenses, and we wanted to change that. Currently, evasion doesn't evade all types of hits in the game, so you're still vulnerable to things like slams or unblockable attacks. To make evasion characters more tanky, we're adding a new mechanic called Deflect. Unlike evasion, Deflect works on everything, and if you successfully deflect a hit, you take 40% less damage. Items can now give you a mod that gives you some amount of deflection based on your evasion.
Yeah, I wonder how hard it will be to reach 100% though. You probably have to go like all in. It's also another reason why data is going to be good, I guess, because they have like Giga Evasion. Evasion was the weakest option. Like on hardcore, I would definitely not play a pure evasion build. No way. I would definitely compare it with ES every time. Or maybe armor or something.
And there's a bunch of it available on the passive tree too. Deflection is rolled in addition to evasion, so this is an upgrade for regular hits too. And unlike evasion, there's no maximum chance. You can reach 100% deflect against all hits if you spec into it enough. Of course, this is a buff that helps all Dex characters, so the Mercenary and the Monk, but especially the Huntress, are seeing big defense boosts from this as well. Speaking of defensive mechanics, let's talk about block and parry. Now, one of the big concerns on the release of the Huntress was parry feeling unreliable. One of the big reasons for this is there's a lot of hits that are not blockable, and thus not parryable either. So a huge balance change we're making is that now, everything is blockable, except for specifically unblockable red flash skills that bosses use. This makes parry much more reliable. And not only that, but to make block and parry nicer to use, you now also move faster than before while using these abilities. This is a massive buff to passive block as well. So to counter that, we did have to lower the max passive block a bit, but overall you should feel much safer. Fire skills on the warrior were not really cutting the mustard, so we decided we needed to upgrade a bunch of them, but also add some more as well. Let's start with a buff. Volcanic Fissure now branches into multiple fissures, giving it much more clearing potential. We've also added a new skill called Forge Hammer. This skill throws a molten hammer that does a slam at a
This is very fun. I played this on Gamescom too.
distance. You can recall the hammer back by using the skill again if you like, but the cooler thing to do is to use a Warcry near it. Using a Warcry makes the hammer explode, making a bunch of volcanic fissures around. Volcanic fissures re-trigger when you slam them, so it's a great skill to make a flaming arena to fight a boss. We also buffed Perfect Strike to have a much larger area of effect, and changed Molten Blast to not always force you to move forward. Trust me, it feels a lot better to use now. The skill now has massively boosted chance to ignite monsters as well. And you're going to want to ignite monsters now has massively
200% chance to ignite, 10% ignite duration.
boosted chance to ignite monsters as well. And you're going to want to ignite monsters due to a new glory skill called Ancestral Cry. Ancestral Cry charges up with glory by igniting monsters, invoking King Kaum's favor. After you do, use it to channel Kaum's ancestral power. Every attack will be ancestrally boosted with fire. Your very steps will explode, triggering volcanic fissures, and molten balls will erupt from your attacks. Warrior shield skills will
this
another
just
near
seems
attack.
insane, man.
Your very steps will explode, triggering volcanic fissures, and
Consumes all endurance charges to increase Warcry duration by 50% per charge. Converts 100% physical to fire with boosted attacks. And then you do steps.
molten
Like,
balls
look how
boosted
often he
with
triggers
fire.
that. That is insane. Like, usually you trigger these fissures, like, I don't know, maybe once a second or something on a good day. Look at
Use
this.
it to with glory by igniting monsters, invoking King Kaum's favor. After you do, use it to channel Kaum's
Like, these are like at least 10 triggers here.
ancestral power. Every
He's just
attack
walking
will be
over this.
ancestrally boosted with fire. Your very steps will explode, triggering volcanic fissures, and molten balls will erupt from your attacks. Warrior shield skills were another area we wanted to improve. Now that we've got Sprint, we actually don't need to have a cooldown on shield charge anymore. It now also does more damage the further away you are when you use it. Shield Wall got significantly upgraded AoE. Also, you can shield charge right through it to trigger all the walls. We also added a new shield war cry. Fortifying Cry gives you a defensive buff, but it also builds up charge on your shield that empowers your other shield skills. But it also builds up charge.
And grade 1 shockwave per 5 enemy power and range. Causes subsequent shield attacks to release an empowered shockwave.
Charge on your shield that empowers your other shield skills. And Magma Barrier now doesn't require timing in order to use. Just wait.
I don't exactly remember what the Magma Barrier did. I just remember I never wanted to use it. Increase your block chance passively and imbues your shield with lava over time. I think it was something like you need to hold up your shield, or you need to raise your shield, and then when you block, it shoots out like lava projectiles or some shit. When fully imbued, your next block of your shield raised will expand the lava to create an explosion. Granting an endurance charge. Grants 25% increased block chance. Okay, it's increased. 30 spirit.
If your shield to charge up and block. Seismic Cry now stuns enemies that are primed for stun. And we changed the Sunder interaction with Armor Break. It now also gives a Sundered Armor debuff that makes enemies take 40% extra physical damage.
Inflicts sundered armor on hitting, fully armor broken targets, causing 20% additional increase. Okay, so when you have fully armor broken, it's 20% increased. And then sundered armor is another 20. 6-second duration or until fully broken armor is removed. That is kind of nice, man. If you had like extra duration, it's kind of like a 10-second duration or something. It's kind of sick.
Great for bosses. Ancestral Warrior Totem has undergone some pretty significant changes too. We wanted the skill to feel more like using an ultimate. That summoning an ancestor to fight for you was a big deal. So we've changed this totem to require 3 endurance charges to summon, and
That's a lot
massively
of
buffed its
charges.
damage. It also now scales your weapon damage too.
And then once you get one tapped by the boss.
Since there's no limit anymore, if you build around generating endurance charges, you can summon an entire forest of totems.
Wait, what?
Since there's no limit anymore, if you build around generating endurance charges, you can summon an entire forest of totems.
How many endurance charges does he have?
Build around Since there's no limit anymore, if you build around generating endurance charges, you can summon an entire forest of totems.
Ah, he has like the support that makes them not consume sometimes, I guess.
In order to make that easier, we added some new sources of endurance charges. There's now a support to make perfect strike generate charges, and a support for generating endurance charges from heavy stuns as well.
Okay. Chance to gain endurance charge when heavy stunning a non-unique enemy. That is huge.
Speaking of totems, we wanted to upgrade the Warbringer.
I wonder if that works when you one-shot them. I think in Period 1 you trigger stun stuff when you one-shot them, right? Totem is boring gameplay, don't intend to change my mind. Yeah, I never played totems ever, I think.
Among the other changes we've made to this class, Answered Call now gives an extra totem, and the spirits have just been generally buffed in many ways. Use it with your limitless ancestral warrior forest to make an army of Karui that would make Tukahama proud. We've also merged the Great Wolf Howl and Warcaller's Bellow support, so that you can get all the benefits with 1 point. And Encased in Jade no longer removes the Jade when getting hit, making it a much better defense.
This is insane.
Next up, let's talk about accuracy. Accuracy was always intended to be something that warriors didn't need to care about very much so long as they're in close combat. But unfortunately, that's not currently the case. This was particularly annoying with skills like Bone Shatter, which you certainly don't want to mess with. So we significantly buffed your chance to hit at close ranges when you don't have much accuracy. Warriors shouldn't require any accuracy investment in order to hit with close range attacks now. We also wanted to improve armor. Now, one of the major weaknesses of armor is the inability to defend against elemental damage. In order to mitigate this, we're adding a lot more of the stat that allows your armor to defend against elemental damage. It's now available on items and in a lot more places on the passive tree. One of the most important improvements we've made in 030 is to declunk the action and flow of shooting crossbows. You can now reload crossbows without any movement penalty. But not only that, all skills that can be used while moving now slow you for a shorter amount of time. This change benefits everyone, not just crossbow skills. With both of these changes put together, the run and gun playstyle feels much better. It's hard to explain how important this change is for the feel of the class. The Mercenary is also a good chance to talk about how we're rebalancing to make comboing skills much better. Take Shock, for example. It buffs damage and lasts 4 seconds right now, but that isn't really giving you enough time to take advantage of it. If you're going to add a lightning skill into a build that otherwise wouldn't use one, we need to make mechanics like this much better. So we've increased shock duration on monsters to last 8 seconds. And skills like Plasma Blast, which are intended to be good at shocking enemies, now increase the damage bonus by a lot more. You'll find changes like this all around the game. Chill now lasts 8 seconds, giving you more of a reason to weave in cold damage. Freezing skills are better at freezing. Burning skills need to cause burns that last longer. But making skills like Permafrost Bolts and Incendiary Shot double down on how they're supposed to be used, it makes using them in your build alongside other skills much more likely. We're also making sure to buff specific combos too. The freeze explosions from frag rounds now chain to nearby enemies.
Pretty cool.
And using high velocity rounds with armor break will now fragment the opponent's armor. This causes monsters to take a portion of high velocity rounds damage with every subsequent hit, even
What?
tiny. And using high velocity rounds with armor break will now fragment the opponent's armor. This causes monsters to take a portion of high velocity rounds damage with every
What the
subsequent
fuck?
hit, even tiny pellets. So that means following it with a shotgun blast is way more effective.
What the hell?
Now there's a lot more buffs to crossbow skills, but for now I'm just going to talk about the new one we added, the Mortar Cannon. This one
I
lets
missed
you
that one
socket
last
any
time.
grenade skill, and using it will summon a cannon which loads and then fires the grenade you choose. Another issue on the Mercenary were banners. They were just not very good, so we're doing a big upgrade to them. They now last longer, don't just appear when moving out of them, and we removed the Valor mechanic. They now just give a much more consistent and stronger buff, and you can use them when you get enough glory. On which, one of the main focuses was making various minion types more useful to use together. Melee minions in particular were just not that great compared to ranged ones. As a starting point,
Actually,
we just
small
straight up
cannon.
removed the
Looks very
requirement for
cute,
minions
yeah.
to have accuracy. Attack minions now always hit, which makes them way better. Brutes got some good numeric buffs, but we also added a new command skill where they do a war cry that intimidates enemies and detonates any frozen monsters and allies around you in a big cold explosion. We've also changed the Frost Mage's command skill to an ability that adds ice armor to your other minions, adding a layer of defense. And it makes them deal cold damage back to the attacker as well. The ice armor also makes the minion count as frozen, so the Brute's Warcry can detonate them too. Unearth was changed to work on corpses of your dead skeletons, allowing you to summon the minions more easily in boss fights. And they also got a new jump ability, allowing them to get into combat faster. Ray's Spectre was also feeling pretty weak for the spirit cost they have. To be honest, we were a little afraid of these when we first balanced them. We've both decreased the spirit cost for a large range of monsters, and have significantly increased Spectre damage too. They should feel a lot more impactful. There's also a lot of new spellcaster weapons with newer cult skills. But I'll just talk about one of them that I thought was particularly cool. The Reaping Staff is actually a wicked scythe that gives you a new ability called Reap. When an enemy is low in life, you can dash forward and rake enemies with the scythe to cull them instantly, healing you. It can also inflict critical weakness on enemies too. Now, there's a lot of balance changes in the Witch's Ascendancy classes, but I'll just talk about two of them for now. On the Blood Mage, you were previously required to spend your first points on Sanguimancy, which really was supposed to be the downside for being able to access the powerful abilities on the rest of the class.
I think it's good. It's not
In
that
order to make
bad.
picking the Blood Mage a better early option, we've made Sanguimancy free, unlocking the power of the rest of the class immediately. On the Infernalist, the Demon form wasn't something people were really using because you lost your weapon stats while transformed. Well, you no longer do, so it's a much better option now. On the Monk, the wind skills needed a big upgrade for sure. Staggering Palm can now stack up its duration if you use the skill multiple times in a row, so you can keep the effect of all your skills throwing up wind much more easily. Wind Blast had the purpose of building up to dazing an enemy, but dazing just wasn't worth all that effort. Now it just dazes on hit, meaning a single Wind Blast will make all your skills stun enemies more easily.
Yeah, in general,
Following
daze
up
build up
with
is kind of
Vaulting
weird.
Impact on a dazed enemy previously did a bunch of stun. Now it allows you to break your enemy's stance. When their stance is broken, following up with a fast attack will do way more damage.
What?
A cool build that certain people always enjoyed in PoE 1 was hand-to-hand combat, but until now we just didn't have a real way to make it viable. Well, that changes now.
Physical damage based on their skill level. Unarmed attacks that would use a quarter self gain. Physical damage based on their skill level. 1% more attack speed per 25 item evasion rating on equipped armor items. And 0.1 crit chance per 10 energy. So how much energy shield do we have? I don't know. Like chest. You have like an ES evasion chest. I don't know. You have like 2-3k evasion. 800 ES. Is this PoE 1 values I'm thinking about? I'm thinking about PoE 1 values. You probably have less than that. You have like 400 or 500 maybe on a hybrid or something. So let's say you have like 1000 ES baseline. That gives you 10% crit. And then more attack speed. Okay, I mean if you have like, let's say 5000 base evasion. You get like 200% more attack speed. That's a lot of attack speed. But 5,000 might be a bit optimistic, I guess, right? But 100% more attack speed sounds very doable. Or somewhere in that range. I guess it really comes down to like how much physical damage do they do per skill level, right? And of course the big advantage is you don't need fucking weapons. So that already just saves you so much investment. Like weapon is always the hardest part.
The monk, as a true martial artist, now has the ability to learn the hollow palm technique, a keystone that lets you use all quarterstaff skills while unarmed. All quarterstaff attacks now have a special unarmed version, and you get further bonuses to all your attacks
Looks
from
cool,
stacking
man.
energy shield and evasion on your character. A new keystone we also added to the monk section of the tree is Walker
also
of the
pretty good.
Wilds. This changes mana leech to work with elemental damage instead of physical, which is pretty useful for all those elemental attacks the monk has, but it works well for the ranger too. Now, one of the least used ascendancy classes in the game is the Acolyte of Chayula, so we knew we needed to make some changes here. One of the key things we had to do was make the chaos damage that the Acolyte can do much more useful. So we've added a new skill, allowing chaos damage to ignite, shock, chill, and freeze, embracing
really
the
good.
elemental prowess of the monk in a truly chaotic fashion. In addition, he can make all of his chaos damage leech. And we've buffed Into the Breach and Embrace the Darkness by moving the effects of the 4-point nodes into the base skills. He also gains a new notable, Grasp of the Void, which
They also buffed darkness, I think. It says 8 darkness per level. I think it was 5. I think it had 600 total, and now it's 900. Chayula still sucks. I played this as my second character back in Season 1. And I found it like pretty decent. And I mean now it's like giga buffed. I don't think this will suck. Especially if you play like a chaos build. And like a chaos, like a spell build maybe even. Like a range build where you can like easily collect the flames or something would be really good. I played as a melee. And that was maybe not better than the Invoker, but it felt pretty decent when I played it. And as a ranged guy, especially doing chaos attacks, I think that's pretty good. In Season 1 everything was strong. Yeah, but if anything we just got power creep, right? So what do you mean? You can play Essence Drain and Chayula. I don't think it's really a very attack-based ascendancy. It's just like a chaos-based ascendancy, so spells and stuff work. In fact, as I said, like, you know, range is kind of nice because you can collect the flames much more easily. And it's now a node where all the flames will be purple flames, which is ridiculous.
he also gains a new notable, Grasp of the Void, which leaves void illusions behind you as you dodge roll. If they're killed, they do massive explosions of darkness, dealing damage to everything
What are these purple globes?
in sight. Now let's do darkness, dealing void illusions behind you as you dodge.
Creates a short-lived illusory copy whenever you dodge roll. Copies are destroyed to cause damage and explosions. Copies created this way have 1 life.
Roll. If they're killed, they do massive explosions of darkness, dealing damage to everything in sight. Now let's talk about sorceress skills. One of the things we wanted to improve on the Sorc is the ability to use multiple elements together more effectively.
Yeah, this gets me pretty hyped here. I tried this actually. Sorc was insane at Gamescom, by the way. It was way better than everything else, at least on the low levels. And this is because the elemental infusions. That was really good. I'm actually really excited for this.
Now, this might seem small, but one of the things pushing you towards using a single element is debuffs like elemental
Item was also very good, by the way.
curses, which lower resistances of a single element. In order to fix that, we're making quite a lot of game-wide changes to these kinds of mechanics to broaden what they apply to. So for example, there's no longer 3 curses for fire, ice, and lightning. Instead, there's just a single curse that buffs all 3 at the same time. And things like Frostbomb, which gave you cold exposure, now give elemental exposure. You can use it to buff any of your
That's
other
volatility,
skills.
okay, thank you. I haven't tried that.
We also wanted to make switching between different weapon sets smoother, so you can use different elemental staves more effectively. To do that, we've removed the weapon switch time, and now happens instantly. This applies game-wide too. Now, we didn't just want to stop there. We wanted to add some specific mechanics that work between different elements, and that's where elemental infusions come in. Certain skills can now drop elemental infusions. For example, when a frost bomb explodes, it leaves behind a cold infusion on the ground. After picking it up, you can spend it on one of any number of different skills to transform how they work.
Yeah, this Frostbomb plus Spark combo. Arc. I don't know which one was the skill. That was insane. He shoot like 20 projectiles suddenly.
Spark will create a nova of cold-infused projectiles.
Yeah, this one.
Ice Nova will leave a chilled area on the ground. And we also added a new low-level skill that fires ice shards. Use it with cold infusion though, and the ice shards will explode. Orb of Storms now generates lightning infusions when you cast enough spells near it. And that's all spells, by the way, not just lightning. Once you have one, you could cast a lightning flame wall, which adds both fire and lightning damage to all the projectiles that pass through it. Or power up Ember Fusillade with lightning, which will generate arcs to nearby enemies as each fireball hits.
Cute.
Or maybe go lightning on lightning with arc. This skill is now a projectile, and by infusing it, you can go full Palpatine. Get fire infusions by blowing up monsters with living bomb. Then use them with Comet to summon a giant fire meteor from the sky. Or use it with Firestorm, which transforms it from a small area into a much bigger one. Firestorm is unique in that it can be infused by multiple different elements at the same time. Add an ice infusion to rain down ice at the same time as the fire. And add lightning to add deadly strikes from the heavens into the mix.
What the fuck?
Add deadly strikes rain down ice at the same time as the fire. And add lightning to add deadly strikes from the heavens into the mix.
Like the visuals are really cool on this infusion stuff actually. Because they always have like this double element stuff going on. I don't know what you mean, by the way, 80 cents check. Was it easy to make infusions at Gamescom? Yeah, I mostly was like, it was like not very easy to understand exactly how everything worked. Because they had like only like very basic tooltips on all of the skills, and you could not look at your skill tree basically. You couldn't look at the passives, you couldn't look at the skill gems. So I kind of just had to play by feeling. And I learned that the Frostbomb gives me the cold infusion, and at some point the Orb of Storms will give me the lightning infusion. So this is what I learned at some point after playing the Stormweaver there. But I don't know how many hits or something, but the Frostbomb always leaves one. And yeah, you have to like walk through it basically. But maybe there's also like a way to like, you know, I don't know, suck them in or something from a distance. Yeah, I know you can use support gems with the multiple skills, but I don't know what you mean with the class tiers.
Or use it with all three to generate a storm that is truly apocalyptic. Cold Snap has been simply turned into Snap. Previously you could use it to shatter ice, but now it works to detonate all of the different elemental ailments, and makes them leave behind infusions. And just like how you could previously use it on Frostbolt, you can now also use it on Orb of Storms and Solar Orb to detonate those as well, which means you can create many infusions at once. We also have a Spirit Reservation skill, and a support gem to help generate them too.
There's a chance to create infusion remnant when you breach, shock, or ignite a target. That's kind of big actually. 5% chance is pretty good. Especially if you have the different elements together. For 30 spirit, that seems very strong. And it says, can be collected from 17% further away. Remnants created by supported skills. Why does it say supported skills exactly? I guess it just means by this skill, huh? No, it means like any skill that triggers one of the remnants through that cipher elements, I guess. But the thing is that you have like different infusions, right? Like, how do you tell which one you can collect from further away versus which one you have to like, you know, walk into? So harmonic remnant support, 20% chance to create an additional remnant. Can be collected from 100% further away. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about here. Second gen works for Joda? Maybe, actually. That would be pretty good.
On the passive tree, we've added quite a few new keystones to the Sorceress section. Here are a couple of examples. The Black Flame Covenant keystone converts your fire spells to chaos and causes your ignites to deal chaos damage. Your fire spells and ignites will also turn purple.
Yo.
The Ritual Cadence keystone causes your invocation skills to trigger more times. It makes them trigger periodically over a longer duration instead of one. Great for those auto bomber builds. Over and causes your invocation skills to trigger more times. It makes them trigger periodically over a longer duration instead of one. Great for those auto bomber builds. Now, in addition to skill changes, we've added a lot more options for the passive tree for each class. Overall, there are more than 100 new notables on the tree.
There's
usually
certainly
around
something
20
for the
per
remnant
class, along with
stuff on the
smaller
passive
clusters
tree.
as well. Check out the old version. And here's the smaller clusters as well. Check out. And there's more.
Mm-hmm. A lot of stuff.
More interesting nodes than before. Now, we probably can't go through too many of these in the live stream, so I'll just show you one from each class's area of the tree. We tried to be a lot more thematic with the new nodes. So,
Can
for
open that link,
example,
actually,
the
hold
Molten
on.
One's Gift. It lets the benefit of Armor Break apply to your fire damage. Or how about Last Stand, which gives you lots of stats as your situation becomes more and more desperate. A lot of these have themes aligning with ascendancy classes. Like for the Gemling Legionnaire, for example. You have crystallized immunities, which makes you immune to different status ailments, depending on which support gem color you have socketed the most.
Dude, this is insane, actually. If you even them out, man, you get all three. Nuts.
Another ascendancy class aligned notable is Sanguimatic Rituals. It allows arcane surges to generate life instead of mana, unlocking that support gem to be used with the Blood Mage Ascendancy.
That's cool, actually.
In the Sorc area, you'll find these Archon nodes that allow you to convert all of your elemental damage to a specific element. You become a Lightning Archon when you spend enough mana, after which all your skills will be converted to Lightning, and you will do extra Lightning damage as well. We have ones for Cold and Fire too, with different triggers. Here's another cool one. Elemental Practitioner gives crit bonuses if you've triggered a skill recently, while also making crits generate more energy for triggers. Or maybe you'd like the Great Boar. It gives you a reason to stack Dexterity to make you tougher, giving a bonus to life and stun threshold.
A lot of points though, right?
Dexterity to make...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points. Actually 4 points if you go to bottom path.
Maybe you'd like the Great Boar.
I mean, typical builds probably have like in a range of like 200 something decks, so this is not that much life. So it's gonna be like 50 life or something. But if you actually stack decks, you know, and you go like, I don't know, 1k decks or some shit, you can start noticing it for sure.
It gives you a reason to stack Dexterity to make you tougher, giving a bonus to life and stun threshold. Or the Cunning Fox.
It says majority, not plurality, so if you even then, none of them would be the majority. I know. My money is on you get all three if you even them out.
It straight up gives you 5% quality to all your gems. Now, another major change is attribute requirements. We felt like players probably had a few too many nodes and attributes and not enough in interesting passives, so we lowered attribute requirements by 25% across the board. That means you'll have more points to spend on interesting notables rather than just needing to allocate more strength.
Okay. That's only 23.5.
Dex in it. Now there are way more changes than just these. These are just some of the cooler ones we wanted to show off, but I'd say that's just about enough for now. We're not even half
It's
done
on Friday,
yet.
Muffin.
So I think it's time that we talk about the League, the rise of the Abyssal. And to do that, I'd like to hand things over to Mark.
As you just saw, even though there are major changes to the campaign for this update, we want to make sure that every time you come back for an expansion, each area feels different with something extra going on. It is really important to make sure your experience when returning between expansions is fresh and filled with new content. And the way we did this was through leagues. Every expansion we make has a league, which not only has a fresh economy, but also has new content exclusively available in that league. So, let's delve into the details of what Path of Exile 2's first official league is bringing to the table. The Abyssal are a race that have mastery of forbidden magics and necromancy. They were thought to be extinct, but have merely been biding their time underground. You first encounter signs of the Abyssal in Clairfell, where you discover that during the night, weaker members of the Undead Legion have been attacking the encampment. The townsfolk require your help to investigate where the monsters are coming from and put a stop to their attacks.
Out there, ancient creatures, lurking beneath the surface.
As you proceed through Rayclast, you'll find fissures in the earth connected to larger pits. The monsters normally inhabiting the area are being affected by it, harmed by it even, having their souls eaten to strengthen the Abyssal underground. As you defeat the monsters, the fissure closes and Abyssal emerge, angered by you killing their food. Once all those fissures have been sealed, the pit activates, and more Abyssal pour out. This is where the larger and more dangerous monsters reveal themselves, as hordes of Abyssal spew out from the pit to take your soul. If you kill a magic pack, then magic Abyssal arise. If you kill a rare, then a rare monster will emerge from the pit, having absorbed some or all of its modifiers for itself. This means the monsters emerging will generally be more difficult and more rewarding, as each modifier gives better rewards. If you are able to kill them all, the pit will seal shut. As each pit is closed, it reveals a potential reward. Abyssal troves will rise up out of the pits, allowing you to get some epic loot. Areas often contain many pits, with many fissures, and the amount goes up as you progress through the game, getting more intense. It doesn't stop there. When monster mods are absorbed, they have a chance to become infused with the dark necromancy, transforming them into abyssal modifiers. For example, you defeat this monster with the Mana Siphoner modifier. Their soul is eaten by the pit, and a rare monster emerges. The Mana Siphoner modifier has transformed into Soul Siphoner, and is now amplified in danger and reward.
Good.
And reward. Abyssal pits also interact with other monsters and mechanics. If you defeat a rogue exile that's near one, it'll be revived as a Lichborn that has multiple Abyssal modifiers.
And there was loot in the boss rush event, but I think not very much. I picked up a few items basically, but I mostly just left it on the ground because you were on a timer.
Lichborn exiles even have their own unique dual.
Also on my warrior, it had like a one-handed and shield setup and a two-handed mace in the other setup. And then I unequipped my one-handed and shield, and it actually just turned off like half my skill bar. And I couldn't change it anymore because I couldn't open my skill tab. So that was a bit unfortunate.
Or they can drop, if you are lucky enough to encounter and kill them. If an abyss spawns near a boss, killing it will summon a gigantic Giga Larvae creature. Monsters imprisoned in essences near abyssal pits are affected by the abyss too. They will
Actually, I want to see the arena here.
If an abyss spawns near a boss, killing it will summon a gigantic Giga Larvae creature.
Okay.
Monsters imprisoned in essences near abyssal pits are affected by the abyss too. They will come with an additional new essence item that can be used to craft your items.
Essence of the abyss.
So, that's your can be affected by the abyss too.
It doesn't show here.
Monsters imprisoned in
But now it gets the modifier.
essences near abyssal pits are affected by the abyss too. They will come with an additional new essence item that can be used to craft your items. So, that's your bread and butter of the Abyssal League. Kill surface-dwelling monsters, kill the emerging abyssal, close the fissures, overcome pit encounters, and reap the rewards. There's a lot more to this league, however. As you complete abysses, you can find ancient pieces of bone, preserved from the remains of fallen Lichborn. These are one of the many rewards for your mission to seal the pits. You can use this on a rare item to imbue it with abyssal magic.
Maximum item level 64.
Adding a special hidden modifier to your item. But how do you reveal it? In Act 2 of the campaign, you'll encounter a new area. This area is overrun by the Abyssal. Encounter a new area.
They're called Lightless Passage.
This area is overrun by the Abyssal and the Lost Men. After clearing through this area, you'll find the Well of Souls, a giant cavity with a massive vortex of souls swirling beneath you. So how do you reveal the mods on your Abyssal-infused items? Obviously, just throw them in, right? Yes, that's exactly what you do. Before throwing it in, you are given the option of how you want to transform it, in the form of a choice of 3 different modifiers. Once you've chosen your desired mod, throw it in, where it will absorb the power of the souls, and the ominous creature will then retrieve it for you. These modifiers can be ones from the core mod pool, all the way through to specialized modifiers that cannot normally appear on items. During the campaign, you can use it as a way to more easily add useful existing mods, but during the endgame, there is a whole set of new and powerful mods you can add to your items. Like this mod for crossbows, that allows you to place an additional ballista totem.
Holy.
Or this one that adds spirit to your staff.
67, man.
Or this one that allows you to generate more combo with your quarterstaff skills.
These are some pretty cracked mods.
And speaking of endgame, you can also use the system to craft waystones. With a preserved vertebrae fused into your waystones, you can get some new modifiers that push difficulty and rewards to new heights.
Players steal the eaten souls of slain rare monsters in the area. It's kind of funny, actually. Natural rare monsters in area are in a union of souls with a map boss. What the fuck? Wait, isn't that like shared HP or something? Oh, how does that work?
Here are some examples of those mods. You always get a choice of 3, so you can avoid anything you don't think your character is capable of. With this modifier, the natural inhabitants of the area are all spawned near abysses, and there are up to 9 additional abyssal pits in the area, making it just a full-on abyss ruckus. Or this one, which causes the final abyssal pit in the area to always result in a boss encounter, be it either one underground or one that emerges out. There are dozens of these ways.
Players and their minions deal no damage for 3 out of every 10 seconds. People are gonna love that.
And modifiers in total you can get from this crafting. That covers the new crafting mechanic. So what's left? Well, we talked about how when closing pits you can get abyssal troves, but sometimes when closing an abyss, you'll reveal an underground cavern that leads to the abyssal depths. After jumping into the depths, you'll find an abyssal city, swarming with legions of the undead. When underground, every single rare abyssal enemy will have an abyssal modifier. And at the end of the dungeon, you'll even find a rare with a more powerful Lichborn modifier. Once you're able to defeat this powerful rare, you can also find some nice rewards. Aside from the entire area being valuable due to the abyssal modifiers on the monsters, it has its own specific drops too. One example is a set of lineage supports that can rarely be found in these depths, like Kurgle's Leash. This support empowers both you and your minions when you command them, granting unholy might to you both.
What does Unholy Might do in PoE 2 again?
Another depth-specific outcome is a set of Omen-like items that amplify your abyssal crafting.
That's crazy.
Additionally, we're adding some new socketables that can drop from the abyssal depths. Take Ulaman's Gaze.
Critical hit chance is lucky against parried enemies. Parent plus 3% deflected damage. The helmet thing is kinda good.
Which can be socketed into your armor. These are a bit special in that you can only have one equipped at a time, but give some pretty powerful effects. Think of them as almost a unique socketable for your equipment. In the endgame, where you can still find depths, you also start to find a different type of underground chamber. In these areas, you'll find an ancient spire, a device being used
30% of all damage is extra chaos damage, but it's a separate effect from the base damage itself.
by commanders of the abyssal factions to plunge Rayclast into a lightless void. Your goal is simple: kill this commander and destroy the spire. There are 4 bosses in the Abyss League, and there are some pretty cool uniques available from them. An example is this belt, Darkness Enthroned. It has 2 sockets, but hold on, socketables don't work on belts. Well, this belt has a special mod that allows it to count as a different slot for the purpose of socketables. This one, for example, counts as a helmet. I kind of want one that
I guess it rolls up to 100% increase effect, right? So effectively you have 4 extra sockets, but no stats. And you can double up on some of the unique ones, which is like the big thing. Like here, for example, the cooldown is a pretty big stat. Exposure effect can be pretty big. But I mean, it's no stats. It's a pretty big loss too. It's hard to really fit this in, I guess. But for some builds, I think this can be pretty nuts. Deflect prevent. I mean, you're gonna have plus 6% deflect, which is not bad. It's gonna be like some 8-9% damage reduction, I guess. That is definitely noticeable.
counts as a body armor. I wonder how rare that one is. You can also find this unique jewel, Undying Hate. This jewel transforms part of your passive skill tree into an abyssal version, and has multiple depths. The deeper it goes, the more of your passive tree is affected, allowing you to fulfill your fantasy of becoming part Abyssal Lich. Now, the last thing that Abyssal Commanders can drop is a Finger of the Lich. But what use do you have with a random undead finger? Well, the next time you return to the Well of Souls, with the finger in your inventory, your character will almost feel compelled. To do what, though, you might ask? To jump in. The items you threw in came back more powerful, right? So, what's the worst that could happen? Well, you will just have to find that one out for yourself. Along with the introduction of Act 4 and the interlude, we will be adding 25 new endgame maps. These maps will contain all the new monsters and bosses we're adding, improving variety and giving you opportunities to experience the new boss fights many times. Let's take a look at some examples. Rock Pools is a map where you explore a shallow rocky coastline, surrounded by coral and filled with sirens. At the end is a giant Goblin King boss, ready to eat sulfite and squish you like a bug. Polton is an Ezomite township which has seen better days. Explore and clear the township to find a gothic, Reaper-like boss, with the ability to manipulate storms and fry you with both lightning and wither you with chaos. Given some of the new bosses added are a bit more epic, such as the Act boss and final bosses of each interlude part, it would be a bit of a waste to just use them as regular map bosses. Instead, we'll be adding some new mechanics to the Atlas that use them. These start appearing pretty fast into the endgame and will help bridge the gap until you do your pinnacle bosses. In the desert biome, you can encounter a wild sandstorm. 3 maps around the sandstorm contain a device you must activate. Upon doing this, the sandstorm's magic is disrupted, revealing the map inside and allowing you to access it and find the cause. This presents itself in the form of a boss, similar to the existing Citadel bosses. This boss is a Paragon Swordmaster, who has been blessed with the power of a time gen, allowing him to take his swordsmanship to the next level by replicating himself, maneuvering rapidly, and severing the fabric of time itself with his powerful slashes. In the water biome, you'll encounter a giant maelstrom, where one of the maps surrounding the water biome connects to it, but the connection is obscured. You must run the maps nearby, hoping to find a beacon, which will remove the maelstrom and reveal the connection to that map. Another example is this Vaal vault in the mountain biome. But how do we get inside? Running the adjacent maps to it will yield a key, which you can then use to gain access to this vault. Or, you could just trade for one, I guess. Use the key to dispel the powerful force field surrounding it, leading to the Vaal Elite and their rewards inside. These all contain Uber versions of the Act 4 boss, and the bosses at the end of each part of the interlude. And each have their own exclusive drop pool of new lineage supports, which, as Jonathan spoke about earlier, are powerful support gems that modify your skills in pretty crazy ways. As an example of a lineage support which can come from the Paragon Swordmaster mentioned earlier, we have Garo Khan's Resolve, which causes your critical strikes to fork, but requires some mobility on your part to properly enable. From the boss sealed in the Vaal Vault, we have Paquate's Pact, which supports your war cries, causing them to inflict massive amounts of corrupted blood at the cost of your own life. Additionally, massive amounts of corrupt pact, which supports your...
Use 2% of maximum life per corrupted blood inflicted on supported skills. Supported war cries inflict 5 corrupted blood debuffs. Deals 25% of your strength as physical damage per second. Is that like spell damage or how does that work? 5 seconds. So let's say you have like 500 strength, 125 base damage per second times 5, 7.5, that's 750. Times 5 again. So 3.75k base damage. Seems like a lot actually.
war cries, causing them to inflict massive amounts of corrupted blood at the cost of your own life. Additionally, some maps can now spawn summoning circles, a room resembling an Ezomite henge. Activating this henge will spawn bosses. It's as simple as that. We'll also be making changes to how affixes and waystones work, as the current prefixes equals...
This is really cool stuff, man. Just like some random boss. I kind of like this. You know, just like, you know, it's just like something that kind of breaks up the mapping a bit and so on, right? That's just like kind of what people will be looking for, I think.
Spawn bosses. It's as simple as that. We'll also be making changes to how affixes and waystones work.
I hope that the random boss are not too...
prefixes equals good, suffixes equals bad, iteration isn't quite hitting the mark. We tried something new here in Path of Exile 2, but after seeing the feedback we decided we actually liked what we had in Path of Exile 1 more. Like Path of Exile 1, each affix will now be both difficult and rewarding. Waystone mods now grant an increase to the number of waystones dropped, and an additional specific upside attached to it. This means as you roll your map, they will continue to get more difficult and more rewarding, and allow you to customize the difficulty and rewards of your maps better. For example, the Frostbitten mod, which causes enemies to deal cold damage, also increases the rarity of items dropped as its upside. Whereas the Of Venom suffix modifier, which causes enemies to poison on hit, has the upside of granting increased pack size. Some maps will end up having a lot of rarity, some a lot of pack size, and others will just have a mixture of everything. Due to now having more modifiers granting difficulty, we will of course be reducing the difficulty per modifier to a
Mental pen is only 10 now, so that's something. Take 32% reduced extra damage from crits. 60% chance to bleed, 31 poison, 20 of maximum life, that's energy shield. Yeah, I think this is good. This is a really good change. I mean, there's like some modifiers that are like straight up not downsides, like this here, right? The additional packs of beasts. That's just nice, I guess. But in general, it seems like, you know, all the modifiers just have very smaller impact, so you can like fine-tune the difficulty a bit more. You know, you can go from, you know, transmute Orc to, you know, Alg and Go, and it's like not such a crazy jump anymore. And then eventually, like, you know, Alchemy and Exalt, and then eventually like Alchemy, Exalt, Val. Look at the stats, yeah, 11 pack size, 21 quantity. But I mean, that's already adding quite a lot, to be honest, right? So if you just look at the base drops, you have something like a third more drops in this map, basically. And of course the base on drop chance goes up from 0 to 90, so that might be helpful too. And there's rarity as well. So you have a third more drops roughly, because you have 11 pack size, 21 quantity, and then you have the rarity as well, which, you know, overall I think you can probably expect something like 50% or more good loot out of this map, basically. If you look at this. At the cost of adding 6 modifiers, I guess. Actually, is it 7? It's 7, but one of them is not a downside. You will skip max res and pen res. I mean, if you invest into extra maximum resistances, then these mods are pretty painful. But minus 10 is not the end of the world. You know, you go from 75 to 65, so you take 35% damage instead of 25. So that is a 40%, still noticeable, I guess. It's a 40% increase in damage taken. So kind of noticeable for sure, but it's not like ridiculous anymore, like before. Like for example here, there's a 26% of damage is extra fire. So if that was previously, like, you know, if you take a mental damage from a guy, and he just has 26% extra anyway. So that's pretty close to what you take extra from the damage pen. 10% resistances, for example. This is like 2/3 of this mod. And this is like a typical, okay, kind of whatever mod, right? So
account for this. So that's your Atlas per mod.
Is there quality here? There's no quality here.
Fire to account for.
Wait, do we have chisels?
This. So that's your Atlas, maps, and waystones. But what about Breach, Ritual, Pinnacle content, and others of the sort? We're making some changes around this too. The first change is that you'll now be able to invest 2 points into your specific League Atlas trees before having to run the Pinnacle content.
I think this is really nice.
There will be a specific objective for each type of content which grants you those points. For example, in the case of Delirium, it's simple. You just need to find and kill one of the bosses in a map, Omniphobia or Kosis. The rest of the points for each content come from the Pinnacle content. But we're making some changes to accessibility here too. Currently, access to most Pinnacle content requires the same key at the easiest and most difficult version of the content. This creates a negative feeling where at lower
You need to
difficulties,
dial it back.
instead of wanting to run the content, you're often better off just selling it to someone who can run it at maximum difficulty. To address this, each content will now drop splinters, which will not form into singular items. Instead of using the singular combined item in the realm gate, you can now just bring your splinters. Upon inserting the splinters into the realm gate, an interface will appear, allowing you to pick your difficulty, and you'll notice each difficulty has a different entry cost. This means if you want to run easier difficulties, it costs less, which also allows you to run this content much sooner into the endgame. Because these encounters now just require splinters, their corresponding atlas tree no longer affects the difficulty of them, and has been changed to purely affect the content and maps on the atlas. The Arbiter of Ash works a bit differently. Instead of requiring splinters, he still needs crisis fragments. We now have only 2 difficulties of the Arbiter. The first, requiring the existing fragments obtained from citadels. The second, Uber Arbiter, requires calamity fragments. These come from citadel bosses also, but only once you've allocated the maximum number of points in your boss atlas tree, ensuring those citadels are at their highest difficulty level.
That is really good, actually. I kind of disliked how you were so incentivized to like basically take out all of the points on the boss tree, make them +0, and then just choose up the waystone as much as possible to get more waystone drops, right? That was kind of stupid. So I'm really glad that they did this.
Since we're talking about pinnacle
And they actually have like a real like goal now again with the Uber Arbiter, I guess.
content, we also felt that the leveling curve in the late game was a bit too steep. We've smoothed this out a bit so that it's easier to get to the mid-90s. We've also added some new endgame unique items. Let's take a look at a couple. Thunderfist is a pair of gloves that grants Crackling Palm, a skill which...
I hope Uber Arbiter is actually Uber, not T4. Yeah, T4 is pretty tough though, unless you play like some Giga Crack build. But I mean, you have a lot of power creep in this patch, so I guess they probably adjusted a lot of stuff anyway. So they probably made like everything harder basically. To compensate a little bit. Before you only ever naps the prefixes because suffixes were only bad and didn't make loot better. Yeah, it was basically just like a punishment for rolling the wrong thing on the map, right? Uber means different mechanics in PoE. Ah, okay, maybe they added some mechanics, that could be. But it could also just be that, you know, like he's just like so dangerous, right? Like for example, like some abilities that he does in like the normal fight don't really hurt you, but then, you know, especially in phase 2, he has a bunch of stuff that just like starts wrecking you or something. So that is also fine because suddenly you have to deal with more stuff. 1 to 84, 90 damage to unarmed melee hits. Unarmed melee attack crit.
empowers your unarmed attacks, granting the ability to call down the storms themselves on enemies you hit. Put simply, literally every monster you hit with your unarmed skills will be struck by powerful lightning. Pair this with the aforementioned Hollow Palm technique to embrace your true unarmed prowess in combat. Another unique we're adding is Henekura's Sight. Equip this amulet to be granted the power of the Mother of Death herself. This is reflected by granting you a skill called Foresight. While you have Foresight, your dodge roll no longer avoids hits. But instead, being hit while dodge rolling restores you to full life and makes you unable to die for a brief period of time. You'll notice when this does occur, a copy of your character appears and takes the full damage. This is you seeing that future, as if you hadn't been wearing the amulet. This does occur, a copy of your character appears and takes the full damage. This is you seeing that future, as if you hadn't been wearing the amulet. The time have Foresight.
After a period of hindsight, she'll grant you her Foresight, which prevents you from avoiding hits while dodge rolling. When you are hit while dodge rolling, Henekura restores you to full life immediately before taking damage from the hit, and grants you sight beyond sight. Okay, it lasts for 17-second duration. Foresight prevents dodge rolling from avoiding hits and lasts until immediately. before you are hit while dodge rolling. Side B on side makes you unable to die and lasts for 1.5 seconds duration. Interesting. So there's like the Arbiter boots that allow you to like dodge roll anything. But this shit is even better. So where do you get this? On an amulet that does not very much. Okay. Okay, it's not terrible, but it's not really a normal amulet, I guess. It's pretty sick for some bosses for sure.
Is reflected by granting you a skill called Foresight. While you have full dodge rolling restores you to full life and makes you unable to die for a brief period of time. You'll notice when this does occur, a copy of your character appears and takes the full damage. This is you seeing that future, as if you hadn't been wearing the amulet. Ultimately, your endgame experience should be more
Hardcore item swap item? I wouldn't really say that. You know, if you can fit this in, it would be pretty useful in some bosses. Like imagine this if you have like giga shit movement speed and you're fighting like Doriani in the Citadel and you can't really realistically get out of some of his attacks or something. Like the Meteor. It could be very useful for that kind of stuff.
streamlined. With new content to find, you'll be able to invest in your Atlas trees sooner, engage with rolling your dodge roll.
And I mean, if you die in the Citadel, you're fucked, so... Especially now that they're all spawned together, right? Like, if you ever die in one Citadel, you lose the entire Arbiter, basically. Okay, so I guess if you dodge roll and nothing actually hits you in that time, then you'll keep the buff, right? It lasts until immediately before you are hit while dodge rolling.
No longer avoids hits, but in repairs and amulet. With new content to find, you'll be able to invest in your Atlas trees sooner, engage with pinnacle content faster, have less FOMO running said pinnacle content, reach higher levels easier, and do all of that while finding many new chase endgame items. Talking about finding items is one thing, but what about crafting them? We've taken a step back and looked at some of our crafting systems to make some notable improvements. Let's start with essences, which suffered from an issue where the regular essences were effectively useless and didn't give players the tools or excitement that a crafting system should provide. To alleviate these concerns, essences are being changed in a few ways. Firstly, they're being changed to function like regals.
Wait. This is also previously the greater essences still, right?
And add specific modifiers with specific values, meaning you know exactly what you're going to get. We found that players were often bottlenecked by regal orbs when crafting in the campaign, so this helps to fill that gap, allowing you to better upgrade your items. For example, this lesser essence of flames, which will be able to add a flat amount of fire damage to your magic martial weapons. Secondly, we're adding many more tiers. That lesser essence of flames, for example, has a regular variant and a greater variant too.
Okay, it's always magic to rare. So you can't do double essences on one item anymore, basically.
Adding even more fire damage with each upgrade. The intention of this is so that when you find one early on, you don't worry about holding onto it till later to use on a higher level item. You should feel free to use them as they come to get powerful upgrades during the campaign. Lastly, our highest tier of essences, now called Perfect Essences, will function like a Chaos Orb instead of a Regal. So it will replace one of the modifiers on your rare items with the specified mod.
Damn.
Such as this
That's probably
Perfect
prefix,
Essence
right?
of Flames. You'll notice this one doesn't just add flat fire damage like the ones before it. The Perfect Essences often give something a bit different. with some opportunities to be pretty damn powerful. There are many different essences, each with many tiers, covering many of the more core modifiers you'd want on items early on, through to chase specialized ones for endgame. Speaking of endgame, we rarely
Dude, he's so fucking
chase
fast with his sprint,
specialized
man. Look at
ones
this.
for endgame. Speaking of endgame, we really wanted to expand our crafting options for late endgame crafting projects. You might have noticed that at endgame, you get way too many transmutes. Wouldn't it be nice if some of those didn't drop, but instead you got something a little more powerful? At higher levels, you can now find Greater Orb of Transmutation and Perfect Orb of Transmutation. These can be used on normal items to upgrade them to magic, ensuring that the modifier generated is of a minimum level. This is similar to how you find higher tier items on the ground, but for crafting. These higher tiers will also exist for Orb of Augmentation, Regal Orb, Exalted Orb, and Chaos Orb, meaning
is
you can
huge,
get
man.
all of the orbs required to take your item from normal rarity to a fully completed rare with guaranteed high tier mods.
That is insane, man. But these things gonna be super rare for sure. You're not gonna like see any of those. They need new art for these. Yeah, I guess they might make that later or something. Perfect is guaranteed tier 3. Insane. Yeah, that's actually insane. 35 movement plus 3 times 5% movement plus 100% socket bonus. 65% extra from boots. Wood. I think it's done. We have to roll first to sprint. Yeah, but I think a roll is actually like a ±0 roughly anyway. Like if you just roll versus just run, I think it's kind of the same. Well, maybe it's like a slight downside on a roll. But either way, I think it's not so bad. And it just kind of allows you to like do one keybind, right? So that's a good thing. Perfect chaos will be rarer than divine. Yeah, that makes sense. You can hit 65 speed bonus with perfect boots. No, he was sprinting. I was mostly commenting on the sprint there. Yeah.
You'd want on items early on, through to chase specialized ones for endgame. Speaking of them to these the orbs required to take your item from normal rarity to a fully completed rare.
When I have thoughts on the warrior changes, I mean, lots of cool stuff here in this preview at least, and with what I've seen in the patch notes so far, but I need to finish reading the patch notes. I only got to the Warbringer changes. It was like the furthest I've gotten when I read the patch notes. So, I mean, all the ascendancy stuff seemed pretty good for Warbringer at least. And like some of the new skill changes seem pretty good. So, which of the existing products are you referring to exactly? Imagine Perfect Divine improves the tier of an affix. Yeah, that would be like something you're gonna find like once every 3 leagues though, I guess. And lowers the tier of another affix. Okay, so you're gonna try to like T1 your stuff from tier 2, and then you chaos orbit away, slam another T1, easy clap.
With guaranteed high tier mods. On top of these new core crafting currencies, we wanted to make sure there are powerful crafting bases to use them on. Now in endgame, you can start to find exceptional items. These are items that drop at normal rarity and are perfect for your from-scratch crafting projects. They can come with extra quality, up to 30%, or an additional socket to use your crafting socketables in. And yes, they can be corrupted for yet another socket.
That's actually cracked, dude. This is what he meant with the 3 times 5%. There's like a socketable for 5% on the boots, I guess. Is that what you mean? Plus 35% T1 move speed. Yeah, okay, but I mean, you're not gonna get that anyway.
You can also get exceptional unique items. To add,
Wait.
get exceptional unique items.
Does quality on these weapons actually now add quality to the skills, or is that still not a thing? Because this is stuff, it doesn't even benefit from quality, right? Did they change this at some point? It looks like it, because why would they show it here?
To add even further to your
This is GA items for PoE too. Yeah, basically.
crafting arsenal, we've added a whole suite of new omens to ritual content, and removed some of the more unimpactful ones that weren't being used. Some of the new omens include the Omen of the Ancients, which will cause your next Orb of Chance to not destroy the item, but generate a random unique of the same class. To not destroy the item, but generate a random unique of the same class. Or the Omen of Sanctification, which is my new favorite. This will cause your next Divine Orb used on a rare item to reroll the values of its modifiers, allowing it to exceed the normal minimum and maximum values, raising the ceiling on the new most powerful rare items in the game. This omen will also cause your item to become sanctified. Sanctified items cannot be crafted, just like corrupted ones, so consider carefully when you use this. Another is the Omen of Chaotic Monsters, which will cause your next Chaos Orb to reroll all modifiers on a Waystone, allowing you to
Rip mirrors. Yeah, okay. What class am I gonna play? I don't know.
fix your maps if you get some modifiers that are not feasible for your build.
So this is only monster pack size, no item rarity or quantity. So what are these modifiers? I guess these are all of the, like, whatever mods. So this is probably what they mean here, right?
Maps if you get some modifiers
So here we have minus 12 res, armor break.
that are not feasible for your build. Besides these examples, there is a huge variety of new omens for you to discover in your ritual encounters. With the release of Act 4, notably taking place...
I have never tried a Hinakora's lock. So is it just like when you hover over after locking it, you'll see the outcome? Or is it like, okay, you click the Chaos Orb and then click the item, and then instead of crafting, it gives you like the preview? Or like...
in the Karuri Archipelago, you'll be able to now find a new currency item, Hinikora's Lock. Hinikora, the Karuri goddess of death, has the power of foresight, and is able to see many futures.
Yeah, so that's because sometimes you have like multiple access to try, right? Like not only that, you have 3 different types of Chaos Orbs now, right? You have 3 like different types of essences, and they probably all roll something else. So you do have like a lock, and you can like try 10 different things or something, and then you'll see which one you want to do.
Including the outcome of your next craft. So, imbuing her lock onto an item gives you that same power too. For example, you'll
it gets used up when you craft.
know whether or not to use an Exalted Orb on your item.
But it doesn't like highlight like what is new or something, which kind of sucks.
For example, you'll know whether or not to use an Exalted Orb on your item,
I guess
as you will know exactly what the outcome is. So, with all these new crafting improvements, it's safe to say you're going to be
I should really slam that 7% life leech.
making some epic items, and not necessarily just ones for yourself. So given that, it's time to talk about a massive one. Trade. It's finally here. The moment we've all been waiting for. Fully asynchronous trade. Over the years, the way players trade with each other in Path of Exile 1 has morphed from using the forums, through to the in-game chat, all the way through to using the website. These systems, in all their iterations, work for a while, but with each iteration new problems eventually reveal themselves. Be it requiring you to be in your hideout too much instead of out there killing monsters, or never getting responses from people who are either AFK or just can't be bothered. In order to finally solve this, and this has been a long time coming, we're adding a new system that allows you to buy items from other players without requiring the seller to be present. They can continue farming, killing monsters, AFK as they please, and can even be offline. With the introduction of King's March in Act 4, you will encounter Ange, assistant to Rog in the Meridian Free Traders Company. Over the last 2 decades or so, since Path of Exile 1's storyline, Faustus has handed down his knowledge and expertise to Ange, and she is now ready to take over his business. If you have a hideout unlocked already, you can immediately invite her there. If you don't have a hideout yet, you will need to acquire one. You can do this by completing a quest to defeat one of the bosses inhabiting an island in Act 4, allowing you then to take a slice of it for yourself, making it your new home and base of operations. Once invited to your hideout, she will now serve as operating your currency exchange, but also serve as the figurehead in your new trading empire. So, how does this new system work? In the existing trade system, you would list items for sale in premium stash tabs. And then when someone wanted one, you'd have to take it out for yourself and trade it to them. Now, instead of using those, you can give your items to Ange so she can sell them for you. Each item must have a price set. The prices are set using in-game currency items, such as Exalted Orbs or Chaos Orbs. Once a price is set, other players will be able to find the item by searching for it on the trade website. Once a desired item has been found, you can hit a button, which will instantly teleport your character in-game to their hideout. Then, you can immediately purchase the item, and while there, if you want, browse their other goods, in case there's a good deal someone else hasn't yet discovered. You'll notice that as a buyer, on top of the currency the seller set for the price, it also costs gold to purchase an item, as Ange has bills to pay after all. As a seller, you'll immediately receive a notification when an item of yours is sold, and can also see an effect above Ange in your hideout when she has unclaimed currency. Just go talk to her, claim your currency, and continue playing at your leisure. As many people already acquired premium stash tabs for the purpose of the trade system, we wanted to add a way for you to convert your existing tabs to merchants tabs, if you want. You can do that here, on the website, but only if you purchase those tabs before the release of the third edict. To clarify, the existing trade system will remain fully intact, so your premium stash tabs will not lose any of their functionality. We just figured people might want to switch over to this new system. We expect a lot of feedback around this new system and are looking forward to trying it out with you. As we are not able to test internally with an entire, thriving economy, there will certainly be some kinks to work out. Based on how the system goes, we will be adding it to Path of Exile 1 when ready, so any of the tabs you purchase will also be usable there later. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Justice and Trathan Executioner packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Justice series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Claim glory after defeating enemies, or inspire your allies by calling down the Banner of Justice portal. The Sphinx Mystic hideout decoration will identify items for you, displaying them as it does so. This ancient creature has been presented with many items over the eons, so has some strong expressions to make on the quality of your wares. Become a true warrior, worthy of delivering the justice of the eternal gods with the Apostle of Justice armor set. This armor set also comes with a matching back attachment containing a set of scales to measure your worth. With the Apostle of Justice finisher effect equipped, the Goddess of Justice herself will appear to decide on a verdict for slain unique enemies. Witness as she decides the fate of your slain foes. Will they ascend to be amongst the gods, or be banished to the underworld? The Griffin fledgling pet will be your courageous companion as you journey throughout Rayclast. Take your place in the skies in the Plateau of the Gods hideout. This hideout comes with many different sections for setting up your home or base of operations. In order to travel between them, you simply just need to walk off the edge. Like a true eternal god, you can float between the mountains on the clouds themselves. The Trathan Executioner pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Trathan Executioner finisher effect is a brutal display of Trathan might, crushing slain unique enemies as if they were bugs beneath your heel. As a Trathan Executioner, you're the perfect master for the ever-hungry carrion raptor pet. It has taken a particular liking to the taste of other pets, and at your command it will swoop down and eviscerate them, proceeding to satisfy its hunger by feeding on their corpse. The nobles of the 4 major Trathan houses had their mercenaries, but if their hired hands became notably irritating, they'd have to call in the Trathan Executioners. You can now embrace their methods and become brutality incarnate with the Cruel Trathan Executioner armor set. The matching Cruel Trathan Executioner cloak will shroud you in scarlet as you crush the skulls of your enemies and leave a trail of blood behind you as you build up a kill streak. Or use the alternate variant to simply put a skeleton on your back. Be bathed in blood as you mutilate monsters with the Cruel Trathan Executioner character effect. The swirling blood increases in volume as your spree of slaughter continues. Both this effect and the cloak use the same kill streak for tracking how much blood is shown. After a long and tiring day of executions, enjoy a relaxing game of dice with the Goblin Gambler's Hideout decoration. They'll definitely be playing fair, right? The Pulverizer map device brings a horrid efficiency to punishing the damned of Trathis. Each map you open will execute the next victims. This map device in its true ruthlessness tracks the total number of punishing the damned. The Pulverizer map device brings a horrid efficiency to punishing the damned of Trathis. Each map you open will execute the next victims.
What the fuck, man?
This map device in its true ruthlessness tracks the total number of monsters killed, your kills per second, and your largest kill streak up to the point of the map being completed. This is then displayed on a leaderboard so you can take a measure of you and your friends' violence at the end of each map. Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1.
What?
Any and your friends' violence at the end of
It
each
just
map.
ends.
Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1.
Okay, so that was it. I don't have friends. Ooh, lucky. Yeah, what do you do as an SSF player? I don't really feel seen here. PoE2 looks so crisp. Yeah, they have really good graphics actually. You have that pack already, it's wild. Yeah, I don't know, like I'd be like this pet that executes other pets and like this crusher map device or something. It's a bit too bloody for me. I'm gonna play hardcore. I probably will start softcore and then do hardcore on my second character. Since it's been such a long time now. I haven't played PoE in a while. What if someone puts immersion 5 screens away? It would be so troll for the in-game trade. Yeah, maybe there's like a button to like initiate the trade or so. Because otherwise, yeah, people could just troll each other like this. You can crash it doing the bell thing. Can I raffle expensive cosmetics for viewers? I'm not sure if I can. I'm not sure if you can buy these and then just give someone the thing. Does that work? But either way, I'm gonna be ruffling keys, if anything. So I might just buy like another stack of keys and just like, you know, do key giveaways, basically. So that's what I will do. You know, just actually makes people more happy than like a random MTX pack for someone, I think. You instantly teleport to merchant's location. Yeah, that's what I figured. You probably can't troll people with the trade. You teleport in with the window opened. Okay. Well, good stuff here. So they did post the patch notes as well. Edict. Watch trailer. Get access. Do those patch notes listed here somewhere? Get access now. Here. Oh. Yeah, I need to like continue on those patch notes a bit. They only bought both supporter packs. Wait, isn't this just like increasing tiers basically? They have like 5 tiers or something. D4 gets Chaos Armor Pog. Yes. You're playing Unarmed Chayula. That sounds fun. I think Chayula's gonna be pretty good. Very wrong patch notes. What do you mean with that? How wrong can it be? That's the official patch notes. Long. Yeah, I've read most of it already anyway. I need to go to Ascendancy changes. Maybe I was somewhere here. I need to see. Okay, maybe we're at half of it or something. Yeah, I've seen this and okay. Yeah, somewhere here is where I was. I might... Let's just finish this here so I kind of know what's up. And okay, I didn't read half of it actually, that's a lot. Okay. I just continue. Yeah, somewhere here I've stopped basically last time. The problem with trolling people who buy your stuff is you have to pick up your loot, so you troll yourself as well. True, it's in the same spot, right? You can go unarmed Deadeye. I want to see the Deadeye changes actually, because people tell me about there's melee Deadeye now. The ability notable, no longer grants 30% chance to get maximum frenzy charges, instead they have 50% chance to gain additional. Okay. Called shots notable, no longer lets you apply additional mark, instead it causes your projectiles to chain to marked enemies. Whereas a new called shots meta skill that repeatedly marks enemies near you. Yeah, that seems very strong. The Eagle Eye is notable, passive has been renamed to Bullseye, no longer removes the distance-based accuracy penalty, instead it applies 10 stacks of critical weakness to enemies when you consume a mark on them. I need to see critical weakness. Wait, this is PoE 1 wiki, what the fuck? Where's it? Here's PoE TB, I guess. Can we see it there? Don't we have like a real PoE 2 wiki? That's 0.5 per stack base crit. Okay, so it's 5% base crit. That's pretty good. There was something about applying critical weakness with the new Reap skill from the staff. So I suppose that's only one stack of critical weakness done, right? So that actually doesn't stack very much. Yeah, the auto mark is pretty big, but more importantly, you have the chain as well. Yeah, both, I guess, is like a pretty good combo. Chains to mark the enemies. I wonder how fast it spreads, though. Okay, this. Visit this article on the PoE 2 wiki. That's funny. Okay, critical weakness. Thank you. Okay, goes to 20 stacks. What are sources of this actually? Malice. Applies critical weakness every 0.51. So I suppose the stacks and duration is refreshed. And now it says each stack lasts for 4 seconds. So it's not the duration refreshed. So Malice is actually not enough to get stack to 20, I guess. It will time out at 8. Is that correct? Is that how it works? Okay, this focus can do this pretty easily. Font of power. I've seen this. Sandstorm. Every second inflict critical weakness on enemies in your presence for 15 seconds. So it stacks very slow, but you get 15 stacks. Pairing applies 10 stacks of critical weakness. Okay. Act 4, it's like a base game update. You can do that with any character. There's actually not many sources of this thing, so I guess Metas is like the most important source. Which is on the Scepter, so that's why I've never used it. Something that's basically only for casters, it looks like. And then this parry thing here. Interesting. It applies 10 stacks of critical weakness to enemies when you consume a mark on them. The next critical hit receives, the target receives, consumes the mark. So something like Sniper's Mark, this would be pretty good, right? Because I have the auto mark. So depending on how fast it auto marks, if that let's say it auto marks every 2 seconds or something, right? You do like a snipe, boom. You do another snipe, boom, and so on, right? Or something like that. And then you actually stack the critical weakness to 20 and you have plus 10 base crit. This can get pretty crazy pretty fast. When the mark target dies, and then you know what rots in their corpse. This could also be pretty sick actually as a Deadeye. These I remember this Nova does a lot of damage. Like, and now you can have multiple of these spread, like you're gonna have some insane clear of those actually. Right? If this voltaic marks or spreads to a few guys, and then go boom, 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 boom. That seems kind of cool. The mark target dies, a cold Nova rots on their corpse. So same story here. It no longer gets to apply additional mark, instead it causes your projectiles to chain to marked enemies and grants the new called shots meta skill that repeatedly marks enemies near you. Okay. Yeah, we have to like keep an eye out for that once we have the gems, I guess. And bloodhounds. Make him suffer heavy stun buildup from blood loss. Release an explosion of blood when killed or heavy stunned. This seems... There's no blue text here. Is this in the game? It seems like it. Should you start with PoE 2 now and learn the game, or just start with a new league? You should have started a month ago. But better now than on Friday. You're afraid of learning the crafting, and on Friday it's all new. Yeah, don't worry about that. Just get a feel for the game. That is worst notable is 30% DR now. That's quite a worst notable to have, huh? Okay, it's the Invoker. Actually, we have a few more up here, right? Okay. So, Smith. Causes body armor grant 50% of armor, also applies to elemental damage on hits. Okay. That's a pretty good chunk, actually, already. I wonder if can you go above 100%? Can you have like 120% of armor applies to elemental damage on hits? Is that a thing? I wonder if you can like overstack it, basically. Deflection, obviously, you can't go over 100. But this, maybe. What class am I playing on Friday? I don't know. Maybe Deadeye or Sorc or Warrior. The letter binding's notable passive skill now causes body armor to grant 3 life regen per second of 5 stage. Okay, the Smith nerfs are not that crazy, but I think you wanted to stack like maximum fire res and then that gave you like res for everything or something. How did it work again? Let's play for some crossbow action. Yeah, if I play Deadeye, I'll play crossbow most likely. What? You can reach like 75%, considering 15 from each armor and big notable from skill tree. Yeah, there's also like probably like smaller nodes that give you like a little bit, and the 15 we saw in the preview was maybe not even like the highest tier mod and so on. So I'm pretty sure you can probably cap this or get close to it with like, 3-4 items or something. Maybe like a cluster on the tree. It adds an armor scaling node on a node that makes it take less armor. Is that the one where you... Oh yeah, this is the one where your body armor needs to be like a white item, right? I mean, you can still have like a decent chunk of armor, I guess. Plus you have the other like helm, glove, boots. There's no cap, okay. Yeah, I wonder how this will feel. Okay, Gemning Legionnaire. Now comes thaumaturgical dynamism buff, which one active causes you to passively generate power, frenzy, or endurance charge once every 8 seconds. The type of charge you generate is determined by the attribute requirements of your socketed skill gems. The higher the total strength requirement total of your socketed skill gems, the more likely you'll generate an endurance charge, and so on. It kind of sucks that you can't really make it, like force it into a certain charge. But I guess the whole idea of the Gemini Legionnaire is that you have many skills. So you need to just find a use for all 3 charges, I guess. But still, you always have to check which one you have. For each color of socketed gem that is most numerous, gain. Hits have no critical damage bonus. Skills have 40% less cost, 40% less movement penalty from using skills while moving. Damn. Yeah, if you even them out. So I wonder if this works together with the other thing on the passive tree, where you can't get shield, ignite, or shock on you, depending on your skill gems. If you can even out your skill gems, all 3 of them, and you get all 3 bonuses from this and from the passive tree thing, that's gonna be pretty good. Tacticians. We saw this. Projectile damage builds pin. Okay. Pin is pretty good actually, and also easy access to frenzy charges there. That's visual thinking. I mean, here it definitely sounds like you can stack all of them equally and then get all 3 bonuses. On the passive tree, it says for each that is a majority or something like that. So it could be that you have to go for 2 and not the 3rd. But yeah, we'll see, I guess. There's deflection rating equal to 20% of armor. That's kind of cool as well. But I think ultimately, I mean, there's not enough of it to get 100% deflection, so it's just kind of like a little bonus, I suppose. If you stack a lot of armor. Like if you do armor evasion hybrid, then you're kind of fucked with deflection, right? And you're kind of fucked with elemental damage. So what do you do as armor evasion now, actually? How do you survive? Like armor has the elemental stuff, and then evasion has the deflection, but for the hybrids, I don't know what to do. Like how would you do that? Now we don't have the passive tree yet, I think. In the Q&A, they were thinking about gemling being able to use duplicate supports in the same skill, but got afraid and used that one instead. Okay. I mean, 30% less cost is nothing to scoff at, actually. Mana is a real thing in this game. And the 40% less movement penalty is really good too, man. Like, this is sick. There's basically a free support in every skill. Like, while clearing, at least. This is like a nice support gem to have. Okay. There's no limit to the number of banners you can place, and banners gain 5 glory per second. Interesting. What do the banners do in this game? Actually, I have no idea. Defiance banner. So now it needs glory, so how much? I guess 50 glory or something to summon it. Grants armor and evasion rating and movement speed. Not terrible. Trap banner. Grants fast charges per second and stun threshold and elemental aimment threshold. Okay. Relatively whatever, I guess, and wall banner. More attack damage and increased accuracy rating. Okay, this is also not terrible, I guess. What is this? Causes armor to partially apply to elemental hit damage. Wait, is that in the game? Refraction. Wait, this is already in the game, actually. Causes 20% of armor to apply to elemental hit. Has anyone ever seen this support? Has anyone ever looked at this? On a banner support. Holy. Okay. So that is a thing, actually. Look at a new buffed wall banner. Let's see, wall banner. It grants 25% more attack damage. Yo. And 25% attack speed. And the banner is no longer removed when you leave the aura. What? Okay, they all require 200 glory to place. 200 is a lot. So even as a mercenary, what is it called? Banner guy, you have to wait 40 seconds. It's not that long, actually. It lasts 10 seconds. You can have a long increased duration support. You can have something like a 1/3 uptime on this, actually. And you can get a banner while it's a glory while it's placed. And there's also banner glory generated. Defiance banner grants 30% more armor and evasion. And 30% increased movement speed. Yeah, these banners are actually kind of cracked. .5 flash charges per second, 6 wins more element threshold, and +4 to all maximum elemental resistances. Okay. Yeah, these banners are pretty good now, I'd say. At least if you play Tactician, you definitely want to use them. Because you just get the glory for free. And how to get glory otherwise? I don't know how glory works exactly. When you like hit rares or something? They must be consumed on certain skills. Every stunning enemy generates glory equal to the monster's power. Oof. You can have up to 20 glory and lose 2 glory per second if you haven't gained glory in the past 15 seconds. You cannot gain glory while a skill that requires glory is active. Wait a minute. Maximum glory is 20, but the banners need 200. How does that work? Glory now decays if you haven't gained any for 15 seconds. But you receive 30. Sus. Did you have patches already? 40% increased glory generation, so you get 7 per second. So it will take you like less than 30 seconds to get 200. I still don't understand the maximum glory though. How do you get more than 20? There's no mention here. But I guess the banners somehow can have 200. Does anyone know how heavy stunning works? If you one-shot an enemy, do you also get the like glory from heavy stunning and one-shotting them? Like, I know in PoE 1 I think this works. Like stun effects are triggered when you one-shot the enemy, but I'm not sure if this works like this in PoE 2. Actually, I guess it does, right? Because we have the armor explosion combo with Stampede that was also based on heavy stunning. So I think it does work when you one-shot. Yeah. What's the elemental autocast on element or whatever? Elemental invocation or something? Does the meta still sit on Deadeye or Sorc, and which is going to be bearable this patch? Well, they did not add a new class in order to balance everything. So I think that says something. Alright, let's go back to the banner stuff. Tactician. This causes your totems to grant embankment auras to players in place, which can have a different effect depending on the variety of totem. Warrior totem, 40% glory. Wait, the glory per second is only for the banners, right? Yeah, banners gain 5 glory per second, okay. So the other skills they still have to do manually. Mobilization, build up. What is that skill called again? Combat Frenzy. When you freeze and execute or pin. Mobilization is the same as pin, right? They just have different words for it sometimes. So this is kind of nice. It's also not bad. Mortar cannon, pumping. Okay. Okay. They're all kind of nice. When PoE 2 1.0, maybe December next year. Yeah, I would guess something like summer. Okay, it's gonna be okay, either April or August, I guess, because they want to do the 4-month cycles, right? So it's gonna be December 0.4, and then maybe April, otherwise August, I guess. What to look at after patch notes? Do we have some support teams already? Boundless energy, bonus. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot to see here. Perfect. How do they have it though? Where's that coming from? Okay, ritual list. Okay. 10% increased life recovery rate per 5% missing unreserved life. I'm not really planning to do ritual list anyway, so it's fine. Amazon. They nerfed the extra crit. Now grants free surges when consuming a power frenzy on endurance charge previously too. That's kind of cool. I didn't play with the surge stuff, but I would really like to at some point. This one a Chinese client. Wait, they have them already? What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go through this first, though. Pathfinder grants 50% of evasion rating, also grants elemental damage reduction. Holy. Wait. 50% of elemental of evasion rating. What? Poisonous concoction. It's an acidic concoction that charges on mana flask, not the life flask, okay. Dealing physical damage, consumes poison. Okay, it cannot poison, deals unscalable physical damage. Kind of weird that they reworked this whole thing. I feel like bringing back the concoction from PoE 1 was fine. 50% more shock effects, okay. Freezes enemies on hit that are primed for freeze. And inflicts elemental exposure. Nice. It's also kind of cool that you can use something just as like a support tool now. Here's the exposure, there's the freeze and whatever. The gemning spec is also listed here in the changes. There's like some replacement notes basically. Now fires up to 4 additional mini flask projectiles at ignited enemies. That sounds fun actually. Now accurate's bleeding, okay. Yeah, so they mostly want to make all these concoctions like a support tool. I guess besides explosive concoction, which is like some kind of like big boom. And then the poisonous, the acidic concoction also big boom. So these are support, support, support kind of. And this is damage, damage. Okay. You seen that eye? Okay, they buff the elemental expression. And meditate. Reality rending node has been renamed Sap of Nightmares. Grants leech, recovers based on chaos damage as well as physical damage. Wait, does that mean life and mana leech? It seems so. Okay. That is kind of cool. Do you know how quick you can go unarmed monk? Like what level? No. I mean, it says that the damage scales with the skill gem level, but I mean, who knows? Any build idea for Comfy Act 1? You wanna grab the MTX before you start vacation? Act 1? I don't know. Probably some Sorc stuff or something. We have plenty of time to research and create craft while the servers are fried. Exactly. That's what's gonna happen. And then spawned by supported skills have 50% increased effect. There's 65% effect. Yeah, that is kind of nice, dude. And then all flames are purple. To be honest, I kind of like this little mini game of having all the 3 different flames and then like getting a bit of that, getting a bit of this. So I'm like this is pretty OP that they changed this. But I kind of like the way it worked, to be honest. Darkness observation lasts for 5 seconds, okay. Darkness is always taken first, right? Before ES and before anything. Has everyone played this that? I know some people used it for like farming. It's a Sycamore trial. %1% increased maximum darkness per 1% chaos resistance. Yo. Wait, so you have 100 base darkness, 8 per level, so you have 900. And then you have 75% multi. So it's like 1600 or something. Is that real? Like, this could be like a giga hardcore sensei, actually. Not only that, but he can probably play a full evasion without building into deflect. Which is kind of interesting. Because, like, for example, you can use acrobatics with this. Like, acrobatics is relatively dead now that deflection exists, I imagine, right? Because you get less evasion. Yeah, I wanted to play galvanizing shards that but maybe a Sorc or maybe a warrior. And we'll see. Maybe there's something else that really looks exciting. %1 increased critical damage bonus per 50 lives. So you have 5k lives, that's 100% increased critical damage bonus. Kinda nice. Snipe is so fun. Yeah, I agree. I mean, if Snipe is like giga meta or something, I'll probably play it. Just because, like, you know, that is the time, right? I've already had so much fun with it in Season 1. I really wouldn't mind doing Snipe again. Maybe with some other main skill. Downflank deflection is tied to evasion. Well, then you should read the patch notes. Need to try Snipe. Yeah, I had a ton of fun with. Like, Snipe was probably like my most fun build so far. But I mean, it works very differently now, so we'll see how it will be. It will be like kind of like a much more rare thing to use now, basically. Blind increases evasion. Yeah, I kind of doubt that blind will help you with deflection, because deflection is like based on the character's stats, I guess. So if you pick acrobatics, you're gonna lose evasion and you're gonna have less deflection. Blind is on the enemy. It shouldn't really interact. There's 2 uniques that tie it. And the deflection stuff is that's like a stat on evasion items now and on a tree. I'm not sure about the uniques. It still considers enemy accuracy. Okay. Well, if that's the case, then maybe deflection is fine. But you have to make sure that you're consistently blind, like instantly everything basically. Do not get bonked. Gain 1 life flask charge per 4% life spent, 50% less life recovery from flasks. When the life flask features full charges, 40% of the charges are consumed and gain 1% of damage as physical damage for 3 seconds per charge consumed this way. Oof. So it has 75 charges. Where are the mods? Can I not see them here? Oh. 70%. So again, I have 127 charges. Rounded down. %1 of damage as physical damage for 3 seconds per charge consumed. So you can get 51% if you have a max charge flask. But it's only for 3 seconds. And then you consumed 50 life flask charges. Which I don't know how fast you fill them when you kill stuff. But you will fill them when you spend your entire life pool twice. And I have no idea how easy that is to do. So realistically, this is very low uptime, I guess. But while mapping is will be pretty good, I guess, because you kill big packs and kaboom. I want to see this actually. Gain a base life cost equal to base mana cost. Okay. They said they were DDoSing their own servers for testing to make sure it would work, which is wild. Unlucky. I think I was gonna go straight to like NA server as well on Friday, honestly. I'm not even gonna try to log into EU server. Yo, that's kind of big actually. Actually, I realized I did read some of these things, but it doesn't hurt to reread them. Did not say they tried to fix EU problems. Yeah, they did say that. Which is more satisfying, D4 Shadow Penshot or PoE 2 Ice Herald Pops? Well, at this point it's been years since Shadow Penshot. That's kind of the problem. And I do have to say, playing Warrior with Stampede and Ice Herald, that was pretty cool. You enjoy Sanders? It no longer grants the Unleash skill Pepe Hands. What did they have against Unleash? I'm a big Unleash fan. But I guess we have Unleash support now from Sorc. That's kind of cool. So you have cast speed and area of effect scaling up and down. Instead of this 50% more cast speed every 5 seconds, or like 5 seconds downtime, it's gonna oof. Elemental Storm cooldown 3 seconds. +1 to limit for elemental skills. And that is a kind of interesting thing. So it means like 2 Frost Bombs, 2 Over Storms, and so on. 3 actually, right? Because you can put +1 limit anyway as a support. Or maybe they removed the support. Firestorm as well, actually, right? There's a bunch of stuff here. %20 increase the magnitude of arcane surge per 10% missing mana. Kinda cool. Remnants you create reappear once, 3 seconds after being collected. Holy shit. Yeah, this is insane, man. What? Dude, look at this. You can do the +1 to limit. You just cast 2 Frost Bombs, 2 Orb of Storms. And then you get 2 remnants each time. There's an amulet to double limits. Really? I want to see this actually. I mean, the thing is you also have to cast some actual skills at some point. Idol of Uldern. Skills have +1 to limit. Okay, but it's otherwise relatively trash, unfortunately. But here we can see a little bit. Living Bomb. Firestorm is definitely a candidate for this. Where's Frostbomb? Is Frostbomb not a limit skill? Apparently not. Just has a cooldown. Okay. So the Orb of Storms, I guess, and the Firestorm where that comes in then. Solar Orb. But I don't think he cared that much about Solar Orb. But maybe you can also give you these remnants now, I'm not sure. Creatives and chance in collecting elemental infusion to gain another different elemental infusion. Yeah, this is like the class for this shit, man. That is wild. I think Stormweaver is going to be very strong, honestly. Elemental equilibrium causes infusion randoms to create to be random elements. Recharge is 12.5 every second after not taking any damage for 4 seconds or for 8 seconds. Can you use Eternal Youth and then have faster start of energy, shield recharge and stuff like that? Okay, it's 4 seconds delay and then 8 seconds to charge. The new unique Abyss Jewel will also change keystones. Oh boy. The Gamescom board is GG bait that gave Sorcerer's OP gear. I don't think so. I mean, I checked the items a little bit. They didn't really seem very impressive. And like the infusion stuff in particular, like this was actual gameplay stuff, right? Like you notice the difference between just spamming a skill and then doing the infusion stuff. And the infusions were really popping off. I can tell you that. Do you see the Gamescom boss rush leaderboard? All Stormweavers won that. Yeah, I also did Stormweaver. I did 14 bosses in 24 minutes. And then I got a bug on the last boss and I couldn't do the last boss. Unlucky. But I was not on the leaderboard because we had like a little 1v1 streamer event on the big screen. So it was Chronix versus me. And we decided to both play Stormweaver and we tried, it was fun. And yeah, they killed 14 bosses. Everyone was. Yeah, I think people probably just saw it on the, like there was like the screen where it displayed. And then a lot of people just played Stormweaver, I guess. And I briefly tried like another run with Mercenary. And that definitely felt much weaker than a Stormweaver, and like with this preset character at least. I think Titan was also still pretty good. There was a Titan you can choose. Apparently Deadeye, I'm not sure what the Deadeye was. Okay, added a bunch of stuff. Reservation efficiency. Days on hit. Yeah, it's nice that they made days on hit a thing now. Like days builder was kind of stupid, I gotta say. Glancing blows keystone overrides chance to evade is unlucky and chance to deflect is lucky. Small adequate passive skill has been removed on all of the outward highways. Okay. Do you know what was the highest score? How many bosses? Because I had a 24-minute run, and the timer was usually 20 minutes until you get kicked out. But it was slightly extended. 18. Interesting. What? But I thought there was only 15 bosses. Was there 18 bosses? Okay, I thought 15 was the maximum. $12 in 80 minutes. Okay. Wait, do curses apply a mental exposure? And not just minus res? $18 minutes, 12 bosses, okay. That's pretty good. Did you already delete? Did you delete the old curse? Okay. No, this doesn't say anything about exposure. Ah, wait, I misread that. Curse skills and skills that apply exposure. Okay. I see. Okay. So now we actually have to have higher level curses. I really like this change, I gotta say. This was fucking stupid with weapon swap blink. I'm glad they changed this. Uh-oh. Minus 15 effect on magic monsters, 40 on rare, and 50% less effect on uniques. Yikes. Here we go again, guys. I'm glad they also changed these totems here. So now you see crit weapons. Instead of like, people had like this really weird totem setups, right? Where they just had like 2 maces that had like nothing on them, but like +6 skill rank or some shit. The effect of curse got doubled, so it evens out. They get more against rares and normal enemies. Wait, I didn't see that. Okay. I just saw the reduction against the higher rarities. So curses are generally more effective now. Okay. Dual +7 skill levels. Yeah, that was just kind of stupid. Hope they improved time to attack of totems. Here you go. %50% more shock magnitude. Can consume a lightning version to chain additional times and deal more damage. Plus 37 levels. Yeah, where is that coming from? Someone said that the curses are like twice as good now or something. But I didn't see anything about that. It's like in the individual skill changes, I guess. Ah, here. Minus 49 chaos res. Previously it's minus 24, I guess. Flammability. Mm-hmm. What the hell is Better Shout? What is that? What's the chance that the servers will be fucked up bad on Friday? 100%. You have to note where all evasion becomes armor. Does that mean it will keep deflection? No. It converts your evasion, so you actually, like, it just sets your evasion to 0, basically. And then you have nothing to scale deflection off. They buffed Earthquake, okay. Quality now causes hits against targets if attached to rods to gain 10% of damage. That's extra 19 damage. Yo. That is kind of cool, actually. It's an electrocuting arrow. How much extra quality can we get? There's like this gem that we saw that gives you a +10. And then there might be some other supports that would be helpful here. Could be fun to actually experiment with electrocuting arrow. What is the infusion uptime on Gamescom builds? Yeah, most of the infusions came from Frostbomb when I played the Stormweaver. Otherwise, I didn't really understand how the snap worked. So now I know that I can remove ailments with that and then get remnants. I used it sometimes, but I didn't really know how it worked and the tooltip didn't tell anything. And I couldn't see the full tooltip. So I could have done it much better, I guess. And also I didn't know how all the storms worked exactly. I just knew that sometimes I got the lightning ailments infusions. But yeah, I got like one infusion pop like every 5 seconds or so on average, I guess. Mostly because of Frostbomb. Elemental Sundering, what the hell's that? Ah. I need water, guys. 1 sec. Better sound as a support. Ah, shit. Let me see that. I guess you have to do like a Warcry or something like that, right? No? What the hell is Better Shout? Yeah. Warcry re-trigger. Consume fully broken armor to trigger physical damage explosions. What's that?
Oh, howdy all. Grab yourself a drink. It is
Sir Gok. Trade beware. Trade scams aren't going away. Okay. Sure, we can watch that, I guess. Wait, how do I do... Ah, got it. If you have other good suggestions for videos to watch, by the way, I guess people have already been cooking a lot and, like, you know, discussing the patch notes and all that. Just post it, like, maybe in the Discord or so. We have, like, the PoE 2, like, news info channel and stuff.
time for some Path of Exile 2 discussion. Actually, this might apply to Path of Exile 1 as well in the future. And this is likely the most important video I'm going to put out during 0.3.0 teaser season, because a lot of people are saying that the new trade system, the asynchronous trade that's being introduced in 0.3.0 is going to be the end of scammers and bad faith actors in trade. Those people are wrong, and if you listen to them, you might end up finding yourself in for a world of hurt. In this video, I want to talk about how people can interact in the new trade system with a little bit of care for some of the nasty traps that some people are going to set in order to take advantage of the unwary. 0.3.0 is adding the asynchronous trade system through merchant tabs. This is awesome, and it also allows unethical sellers to set new traps. These are traps that couldn't exist in the past, and they're going to be different to what you're used to. I'm disclosing these because a lot of people have worked out these traps already, and as a result, bad faith actors in the trade league economy will be using these whether I disclose them or not. Now, let's just quickly recap, how did dodgy trading work prior to 0.3.0? The really two most common forms of what you might term bad faith listings. Now, these apply both to Path of Exile 2 prior to 0.3.0 and also to Path of Exile 1 even after 0.3.0, because this merchant tab system is not coming to Path of Exile immediately. It's probably going to come in 3.27, but it's not coming to Path of Exile 1 yet. The first one of these is to list an item at a price that you have no intention to sell at all, and then just completely ignoring all requests to buy it. Now, the purpose of doing this, partly it can be done just to annoy people, but the primary reason it's done is because you can then mislead and deceive people who don't understand this trap into undercutting these prices. So for instance, if an item is fair market value of 150 Chaos Orbs and you list a whole bunch of them up at 50 Chaos, then someone might come along and say, hey, I want a quick sale, 49 Chaos. Then either your alternate character or your accomplice then goes along and snapples that up, buying it instantly. And even if they price it at 60 Chaos, they still buy it instantly. And because the alternate character or the accomplice has a pretty clean record in trading, they don't do any of this sort of stuff themselves, it's not likely they're going to be blocked by the person that's listing the item originally. And that tends to get termed as price fixing in Path of Exile 1 and also Path of Exile 2, and this is entirely gone. The second strategy people tend to use, and this is even more dishonest, is to list an item that's very desirable at a price that's only just a little bit below fair market price. You can do this way below fair market price as well, but that actually tends to make people suspicious, and most of the time people will go, okay, this item is really worth 13 divines, I'm going to list it for 12, because a price tag of 7 would make people suspicious. Then what you do is, instead in the trade window, you don't put in the 13 divine item, you put in something else that's practically worthless. So this strategy for exploiting the unwary buyer is entirely gone in 0.3.0 as well. I mean, you can still use it with the old trade system, but I think that most people who are involved in that sort of behavior are going to move over to the new system. However, completely new traps await. I want to quickly mention why I'm making this video, because advice on how to avoid any sort of bad faith actors in trade league economies and games, it almost always works in two different ways at the same time. Firstly, it lets buyers know what not to do in order to avoid getting scammed. But at the same time, it can also be reverse engineered into a tutorial for people who are interested in scamming. So I thought long and hard about whether I was going to make this video or not. And after chatting with a few people and seeing how many of them had independently come up with some of these ideas, I thought, yeah, this is going to be happening whether I make this video or not. So disclosure is the way to go. There is a persistent myth in online gaming communities, and I think that people who are involved in scamming actually promote this a bit. They'll promote a myth that game scammers are not very smart, that they do this because they can't make currency via other methods. That tends not to be the truth at all. They tend to be very, very smart, very, very cunning, and just a little bit more ruthless than most people are. The first thing I'm mentioning here isn't a scam in any way, shape, or form. It is a very painful mistake though, and so I thought I would put it in here just as something you should be very aware of as a seller. If you list an item for sale and you list it at the wrong price, well, if you priced it too high, it doesn't sell, but if you priced it too low, you're in for a world of hurt. As soon as the item gets locked in, and there is a slight time delay, we don't know how long that is, then it's going to be gone as soon as that happens. You intended to list it for 12 divines, you accidentally typed 2 divines, it's gone. You intended to list it for 12 divines, you accidentally put it in for 12 chaos, it's gone. The most likely mistake that you'll make that will be serious will be whatever is 1 above or 1 below the divine orb, or other currencies of comparable value, like maybe it ends up to the perfect exalted orb, is a currency that ends up being used a lot. The ones that are 1 above that and 1 below it in the trade interface, those are going to be the things that the most painful mistakes are going to be denominated in. Let's start with the places you cannot lie in the 030 system, and then after that we'll get on to the places that you can. In 030, you cannot list an item at one price, then substitute that price for another. The instant that another player sees your listing, they can transact. And that transaction will be at a price that you have made a game client enforceable promise to transact at. But it's important to note that this only applies to the item that they chose in the trade window interface, not to any others. Many items end up getting traded in bulk, and this is going to be the heart of the traps in 030's trade system. So let's talk about places you can lie. Apologies for the really low quality screenshot here. It's from a Grinding Gear Games video. All you really need to know is that this is a merchant tab entitled Zaf's Superior Staves, and I know my face is kind of blocking some of those words, and that there is a bow in it. Notice how the merchant tab name is making a promise, and then that is not being delivered upon by the items that are in there. And this is an example where a promise is made and not kept, but there's no malicious intent involved. Instead, it's just a convenient place to put a bow that's for sale from someone who is primarily focused on trading away staves. The key lesson here though is that the game client enforces absolutely none of the promises that you might make through stash tab names, nor any that a buyer might imply from items having proximity to other items. So this includes both harmless promises like superior or staves, but it also includes big promises that might either be explicitly made or that might be inferred from what's set up there. So let's start with the first of the 6 different methods that I want to teach you how to protect yourself from in 0.3.0. And this one's pretty simple. It's tab names that make promises about the contents that are not true. Now this is a Path of Exile 1 screenshot, and it's not in a merchant tab because currently we don't have merchant tabs. It's not like I can demonstrate what it looks like in the real game, but all you need to know is that the third item down here is somewhat special. The third item down is probably worth 150, 155 chaos over in Path of Exile 1 at the moment, which is around about 1 divine orb. And that's because it's what's termed a fully revealed blueprint. The other 3 of these items here are probably worth about 45 chaos, so about 30% of a divine orb over in Path of Exile 1 at the moment. So what happens here? Well, a buyer sees that you've undercut the market by listing 155 chaos item at 150 chaos. So they come into your hideout and they go, yoink, I'm going to take that item number 3. Oh, this is a whole tab. I can pick up 4 at once. Oh, fantastic. And then they buy 3 45 chaos items, but they pay 150 chaos for each of them. The price in each case is genuinely 150 chaos. The thing is that the product they're getting is not what they thought they were getting because they have trusted a tab name, and that tab name is not being honest about the contents of what's found there. The tab name essentially is making a promise, the game client doesn't enforce it, and the seller involved is fully aware of this and decides to take advantage of anyone that doesn't pay enough attention. Additionally, what the person that is doing this will do if someone comes in and just buys the 1 for 150 chaos, they're probably off at the moment buying another couple of these for 152, 153 chaos, and then they're just going to replace it so that there's always one in there. That one acts as bait, it pulls people into your hideout, where they then get exposed to all of the other bad faith listings as well. Now, the second trade trick is very similar. This is about making a false promise with your tab names, but in this case, this one relates to prices. Reminder, the game client does not enforce any promises that might be made in your tab name. So here, we have a tab that is named 50 Chaos Prince. Hey, that sounds cool. All these items are legitimately worth 45 chaos. Maybe they'll end up being worth 50 at some point in the future, and then someone will come and buy them all. Well, the problem here is that one of these items, or perhaps more than one of them, are actually listed at 200 chaos. You have then gone and changed the numbers. Now, in reality, if you were doing this for real, you would probably make it a factor of 10 instead. So instead of listing 45 chaos items at 50 chaos and then having one at 200, you'd probably list them at 44 chaos and then have one of them or more than one of them that are 440 chaos or 444 chaos. Right, so this next trade shenanigan is a variant of the last one that we discussed. However, it's executed quite differently. This is one that I learned from my time playing EVE Online. The other thing that I learned from my time playing EVE Online is who the scammer types tend to target. We'll discuss this more later on, but essentially they're targeting people's FOMO and they're targeting the greedy. They're not targeting the ignorant, they're targeting the greedy. It's important to keep that one in mind because that's what this is all about. Here, you're listing items that are legitimately worth 153, 154, 155 chaos. You're listing a bunch of them for 150C, but one of them is listed for 150 divine orbs. Now, in Path of Exile 1 at the moment, that's something like 22,500 chaos. So it's a massive, massive increase. You can also do this in other ways as well. You can do it the way that the previous trade trick was talking about. But the key thing you're doing here is that you're pricing one of these items higher, but here the dishonesty is not in the number, the dishonesty is in the currency denomination instead. Now, most individuals that fall for this will end up getting saved. They'll get bailed out by the fact that they don't have 150 divine orbs in order to transact. However, a small minority of people will have 150 because those are the greedy people. Those are the people that game scammers are tending to really target.
The what people? I cannot pause but not resume.
Targeting the people who have already made a lot of trades, and then this time they let their guard down and they end up getting reset back to where they were quite some time ago. Now, the fourth example here of trade traps is going to be passing off ruined items as though they're good.
Funny accent.
And this is one of those cases where the mistake is entirely on the buyer's end, because sometimes people are just legitimately going to list an item for sale without any real deceptive intent here. Here is an example. I've just taken an item in Path of Exile 1 that is completely and utterly ruined. This is a crafting base, except it's kind of not really a crafting base because it's corrupted. As a result, it's immune to almost all forms of crafting in Path of Exile 1 and basically everything in Path of Exile 2. And as a result, this has basically no utility at all, despite having a reasonably favorable number of memory strands on it. But if this were placed in the middle of a tab that was full of actual crafting bases, then this fundamental flaw on the item is easily missed. And this is most often going to come up with items that have extreme chase corruption outcomes. A good example of this would be Path of Exile 2's Fireflower unique amulet, where you can potentially get one that is +6 to the level of fire skills, which is absolutely fantastic, but it's 1 in 72, and so you're going to end up with a whole swathe of failed Fireflowers. What might a dishonest person do? They can list one clean Fireflower in a tab at 3 or 4% below fair market price, and put that amongst a sea of corrupted ones. This will not always even be done with ill intent. Plenty of people will do this without any intention to be dishonest towards the buyer. Now, number 5 is what I term a regex trap. I can't give you a screenshot of this one until 030 goes live. But here's the trick. The seller has a tab that's full of waystones and they're listed at 3 exalted orbs each, except some of them aren't 3 exalted orbs. Some of them are listed for 3 perfect exalted orbs instead. Now, if someone does a search on this tab, they're going to type in the word exalt, and if it turns out that prices in merchant tabs show up in searches, then this is going to mean that those items are still going to show up when you do a search for exalt or even for 3 exalt. And so then someone can go along and think, oh yeah, I'll buy that, I'll buy that, I'll buy that. And they may not even realize until later on they go to craft and they realize, hey, I thought I had some perfect exalted orbs, and they're just gone. They've got no idea where they ended up going, but the seller of these waystones knows exactly where they ended up going. I think this is probably one of the most pernicious traps, and it's one you really want to watch for. Sixth and finally, we come to one of the more convoluted, but potentially one of the more devastating of these traps that bad traders can set. This is an implementation of something that was commonly done in EVE Online. In EVE Online, this scam was called the 3-ship Monty. However, it's not something that translates exactly one for one, but the core ideas are the same. The core ideas of the 3-ship Monty are that you are preying upon people's FOMO, and that you are genuinely selling an item below market price, but you are selling that to an accomplice who is very, very ready in order to snaffle it up quickly, and then you're using that as bait to get people to buy something that looks superficially very similar and is much worse, or alternately, something that is an exact copy of the item, but that is priced far higher. You don't really need to know anything about EVE Online to follow exactly how it works there, except for really one or two things. Firstly, EVE Online has a currency called ISK, and it's kind of hard to compare it to Divine Orbs, but I feel like 15 million ISK is about the same amount of play effort required to earn as one Divine Orb. And that'd be true probably in both Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2. That's not exact, but it's the right order of magnitude. The second thing to note is that there are two ships in EVE Online called the Ishkur and the Ishtar. At the time I used to play the game, the Ishkur typically traded for about 24 million ISK, and the Ishtar typically for about 200 million ISK. This might be completely out of date now, because I haven't touched that game since it started going down the gurgler a few years ago. That said, they have very superficially similar names, and they also have the same color scheme, which means they can easily be confused for each other by someone who is in a real hurry. And they also have a big difference in their prices. The various ways that the 3-ship Monty would work all started the same way. You would place up a bait offer. This bait offer would be something you are selling at well below fair market price. So you might
The
list
merchant
an
tabs are the same
Ishtar
as the premium
at a price
tabs.
that would be appropriate for an Ishkur, or you might list an Ishtar just for sale for 150 million ISK, or something along those lines. However, you do this via a system where someone that is actively monitoring the listings that you're posting gets first dibs on actually buying it from you. So you've got an accomplice. They're ready to snaffle up your listing the instant it goes live. And that's the part that will correlate over to Path of Exile 2's 030 trade system. You have listed an item below market price, and you've got an accomplice that is sitting in your hideout and that is watching. The instant anyone else teleports into your hideout, they commit to purchasing the item. They're already sitting there with their finger on it, but they actually go snaffle it up. That means that the person that's teleported in is not able to buy it anymore. However, you then have very, very similar looking offers, superficially similar offers, like having an Ishkur that you put into the same spot as the Ishtar was in, or an Ishtar that is priced at 10 times fair price, or even at 1,000 times fair price. And every now and again, someone that's not diligent, someone that's greedy, someone that's got FOMO, they then end up committing to that trade when they really should not have done so. The key thing here is there are going to be a lot of people live searching for anything that's a commodity that gets underpriced, and those are the exact things that people will pull these sorts of shenanigans on. And fundamentally, the key thing that you're doing here is that you're dangling more appealing bait, and you've got your accomplice along in order to rip that bait out before the new buyer comes in. One more thing that might be a particular vulnerability here, and this is going to depend upon the exact way that Grindigi Games have coded the new trade system, is that a particularly nefarious trade lister might be able to then put a new copy of the item in at a higher price in the exact same spot in the stash tab. And that's one you'll need to be really careful about, because that's one that could be extremely, extremely painful to get hit by. The most important thing, how do you protect yourself? You must understand the mindset of bad faith traders. They're not thinking, I will prey upon the people who don't know any better. What they're thinking is, I will prey upon the people who are greedy, I will prey upon the people who are in a hurry, and I will prey upon fear of missing out. That is the mindset of bad faith traders in pretty much every online game that exists. So, what you want to do is don't transact in a hurry on anything this out. That is the mindset is don't transact in a hurry on anything other than the item where the game client enforces every promise that's made by the seller. You come into someone's hideout, they've put an item there at a price that you're willing to pay. You go, yoink, I will take that item only. Then for every other item that you consider buying while you're in their hideout, I want you to wait 5 seconds and think about it, and I also want you to ask a few questions. Transact only after you've answered all of them. Firstly, am I being manipulated into making a quick decision here? Secondly, what promises is the seller making? Thirdly, is the seller actually keeping those promises? Fourthly, is the item corrupt, and if so, do I care? Fifthly, is this item denominated in the expected currency type? And sixth, is the price the amount that I expect of that particular type of currency? Only once you've answered all 6 of those questions, go ahead and transact on the items where the game client does not enforce any of the promises that might have been made to you. Anyways, I'm sure there'll be other ways that people manage to use the 030 trade system in bad faith. One more thing you can simply keep in mind. Whenever you're trading, assume that the counterparty to your trade is dishonest and assume they're smarter than you. Sometimes you'll be wrong, and when that happens, that's fine. You've lost nothing. But the one time that it's right, it'll end up saving you a world of hurt. I'm going to leave it there. Mere asynchronous trades have interesting results.
I mean, some of the concepts are pretty interesting, actually. I mean, they're probably not very common, but I guess even dodging it once can be a league saver, right? So it's good to have this in the back of your head a little bit. Very important video for me, especially, I guess. Do you recommend to convert the premium tabs to the merchant? Well, if you want to use the system, then yeah, you need at least 1 tab. Could see the multi-tier currency getting a few people at least. Yeah, for sure, because they actually look the same, right? This will definitely get people. Seems like Tactician can benefit from armor and deflect pretty well. Yeah, there's just a note where you get 20% of your armor as deflect. But it will not be nearly enough to get to 100% deflect, I guess. So I think there's just supposed to be some extra. Or you use arm reflexes to go full armor. But even then, I mean, there's probably no other sources of armor gives you deflect, so realistically it probably doesn't help you much. If you get scanned, you're hitting with a few of the Mao. And getting scanned in SSF doesn't happen very often, at least. Okay. Crip. Haven't seen him in a while.
Hey guys, how's it going? Barbarian here, coming at you from Brazil. That's right, I am on vacation. And we had a pretty big Path of Exile 2 announcement. We got patch notes. We have probably a pretty good understanding of what the next league will look like. I will be playing it, but right now I'm only streaming a few hours here and there, not all that much. And I will be back in early September, so I will try to stream some of the league launch, but it's, be real with you guys, it's not going to be like a 14-hour-a-day thing until I get home, in which case I will try to make it that, but we'll see. Sometimes things come up when we're back. Anyway, so I had a chance to go over the different patch notes, and I think I have a lot of experience with some of the changes. On one hand, I know the mechanics very well in Path of Exile 2. On the other hand, a lot of them kind of tie from Path of Exile 1 in many different ways, and I have a lot of experience with that. So I thought I would give you guys a bit of a rundown. Now, it is a rundown. If you want the full detail of the patch notes, they're there for you to check out. But I imagine most people watching this video have already watched several other people go over the patch notes, but I think I can offer a little bit of insight that probably is not going to be covered by most or any other content creators. So here we go. So just to kind of go over from the top, the really big stuff, you'll be able to hold the dodge button and sprint. If you get hit when you sprint, you get knocked over, which means you're totally screwed. This is really good because there's a lot.
Yeah, Kurt doesn't play that much PoE too often, right? Someone linked us here earlier.
There's really nothing happening. Yeah, you don't really want to do this in combat, but there's a lot. of things that are, you know, there's just nothing happening. You're just walking horrendously slow. This is a much needed mechanic. This is excellent.
The lightning speed nerf is much less than I thought it would be.
Multiple times.
This
does not apply to minions.
Not
you can still
crazy.
multi-socket minions from my understanding. So it's a minion W, and if you're
Unless
playing
they also
like previously
killed the,
several
what's that
different
support
builds
called?
on your monk, well, you got wrecked. And there are a number of other builds that got wrecked, because what a lot of people like to do is they would kind of make their character built around a single skill, and then they would have like an area of effect version of that skill with different supports, then their single target version of that skill. Now there's a lot of builds where they can use different skills for single target and AoE, which is ideal, but there are some builds that actually use the same skill, so those guys get a little bit screwed too. Overall, that is a win, because we also will be able to use the same support gems on multiple skills now. So support gems are going to be highly competitive in, you know, comparing how good they are on different skills. I think overall that is good. That's kind of the system they have in Path of Exile 1, more or less. And it works out, in my opinion, better than what we have seen from Path of Exile 2. Now, there are a few other things. We're actually going to get a whole bunch of new support gems. There's going to be 40 Uber support gems, I think called like lineage support gems. They drop in Endgame from like bosses and just random stuff. And they're just kind of OP, honestly. They're just like super broken. And this is a pretty good mechanic, because one of the really crappy things about the patch is the whole like way that you engage with maps is not really changing much. It's changing a little bit with how the bosses work and stuff. It's not changing that much. And honestly, that is kind of like one of the weakest points about Path of Exile 2. In my opinion, it's not like not fun, but it's not fun to play for like weeks on end in the existing map system, with kind of just how you go through maps and you go through regions searching for like citadels and such. I don't know. It's just like, to me, it's not super addicting. The addicting part about Path of Exile 2 is making new characters. And if you play solo self-found, or even if you get one in trade, if you get one of these like Uber support gems, you can either just immediately apply it to your character, because you can, you know, move support gems in and out super easy, or you can make a new character. So the new Uber support gem change is really good, because it kind of adds some endgame, because they're not really redoing how the endgame works otherwise. So that's good. They're also for gems. Curses are generally buffed. They change how some of the mechanics work with like burn stuff, but it doesn't really matter that much, I don't think. Basically, curses are stronger, and there's no more single element curses. Like if you primarily do fire damage, you curse and reduce their fire resistance. For the elemental ones, it's just elemental weakness. It just does all three. This is a good change. It's a really good change for minion builds, or builds that use multiple elements, and there are certainly builds that use multiple elements. We're going to have slightly more crafting options. I think people should not kid themselves and think we're going to have like a PoE 1 situation with crafting. No, that's not it. It's just like we kind of went from gambling to kind of only sometimes gambling, or gambling less. Gambling to gambling less. Wow. Good change? Yes. But there still leaves a lot to be desired for crafting if you are expecting a game like Path of Exile 1. Now, we maybe should not expect that, because of the rudimentary options for crafting in the early stages of the Path of Exile 2 development. It seems like their goal probably will include fewer crafting options than Path of Exile 1, which allows you to make pretty much perfect items, force them out even, deterministically crafting some things is absolutely possible in Path of Exile 1. I know they're generally not a big fan of that, so we'll see where that ends up. We have a new Act 4. Now, I generally don't get into the whole lore of things all too heavy, but, I kind of want to know what happened to the Vol and Doriani and stuff. So, honestly, even from someone who doesn't really care about lore, I am pretty excited to see how that story plays out. Also, more acts means less repetition through difficulties, which is, again, something that they're changing. Overall, huge wins there. I think a lot of people who play Path of Exile 2 casually are really going to enjoy those changes. The weapon swap delay is gone. It was pretty small, but noticeable, and some builds actually functioned through weapon swapping. I do want to point out that I can pretty much guarantee you there's going to be some, stupid exploit, crazy crap with, putting the weapon swap on your mouse wheel and then just scrolling it like crazy, like a million times. I am sure this is going to be abused like crazy. It's like a good thing that they're changing it, but there's no way those exploits are not going to happen, right? So I don't know. I guess you gotta take that first step. They took it, and we'll kind of deal with the mess later. Gems need a lot less stats, like 25% less stats, but 25% less stats is not like 25% less stats, because just making a build, you just get a whole bunch of stats. Just the gem requirements on the high end was actually really high. So this is a really big deal because you basically don't have to get stupid passives. You literally needed to get stupid passives on most builds just to fulfill the skill gem requirement of your character. So it's a really big deal because you probably are going to go and not need to do that, which is
still need rest swap. I agree, man. Rest swap would be huge. And how about attribute swap too while you're at it? Even Ellie has that. It's so nice.
System. So that is good. And it's even better because instead of getting stupid passives, you can get ones that actually do something. We're going to get 150 new notable passives. Now the passive tree is pretty big. The class that you're playing is probably not getting a huge number of them. But the stat points that you'd otherwise be wasting on your passive tree just because you need stats are now going to go into passives, which at least will lead into meaningful decisions that you make with your build, which is awesome. So there's also a really big change in no more micro stuns. Basically, if your chance to get stunned is so low, you just won't get stunned. Now before, you sometimes did get stunned, and getting stunned is real bad. If you got stunned on like a melee character, like a warrior style character, you basically got defense checked, and defenses are not super great against everything for like the warrior build type. They're great against small hits, but they're actually horrible against big hits. So you'd get defense checked and you would often die to a few fairly big hits when you would get stunned. Now you'd kind of solve these with like really endgame characters or if you were an incredible player, but most people are not there yet on either of those fronts. So this is a really big change that actually favors the warrior play type quite a lot. They are changing shields and parries. You can only shield, block, and parry from the front with like the active stuff. This kind of just makes sense. And don't worry about that. This thing is totally busted. So shield, block cap, and we're talking about just passive block, 360 degrees. It used to be 75. It's now 50. Now don't get it mixed up. If you had 50 block before, you ain't gonna have 50 block anymore. It's basically a reduction on pretty much the baseline of shields, which affects everything because percent chance to block in Path of Exile 2 works as a multiplier to the block on your shield. Or if you're playing a Warbringer, you can do a few things to kind of mess that around a little bit. So basically, that is really bad. How is it good? Well, shields now block everything except red hits, which are usually very slow, very telegraphed, usually boss abilities. And this is really good because if you are someone that used active block, we're talking about Raise Shield, for example. There's a few other abilities that basically give you active block. Active block is 100% chance to block. And now that blocks everything except like damage over time, of course, but a lot of things are based on the hit. So a lot of damage over time effects is just negated if you fully block the hit. Now you will only be able to active block from the front. So, that is a little bit of a nerf. But the fact that you can pretty much sit in a corner and active block almost all sorts of damage is completely crazy for characters that can do that. Warriors, they can't really do that because you need to be attacking. There are some attacks that can be used while you have active block, different ways. But, is that really going to define the meta? I don't know. I don't know about that. Honestly, probably not. But it does affect minion builds, because minion builds absolutely are fully online in some cases, and you can just put up your shield with active block, and you're good. And yes, you can link Unbreakable to Raise Shield to have a ridiculous amount of active block available to your character. We have a new defensive mechanic called deflection. So deflection, we don't have the full information yet, but
Wait.
as a concept, it's probably really strong. So deflection is 40% less damage taken from a deflected hit.
Is the active block the same as stun threshold? Like the stun bar, basically, or whatever, the stagger bar? That's the same thing? Wait, how do I press Alt to inspect? Oh, I didn't know that.
And the ailments that would
Not that I use shields and active block very much, to be honest.
result from it. Now, that second thing doesn't really need to be there, because in Path of Exile 2, the ailments that come from hits are, I think, always based on the hit, if I'm not mistaken about that. Always based on the hit. So it's just basically the hits. The hits, 40% less damage taken. Think Spell Suppression in Path of Exile 1. Spell Suppression is a mechanic where, not to bore you guys, basically, you take half the damage from a spell hit if you suppress it, and you can pretty easily get your spell suppression to 100%, which doubles your survivability against spells, because spells in Path of Exile 1 and in Path of Exile 2 are typically the most dangerous of things that can affect your character. So with deflection coming in, it's not 50, you can modify it to like 56, it's 40, so it's less damage reduction. The reason I say we don't know how good it is because it does not work like spell suppression. It's not like you just get a percent and that's it. It's based on the accuracy of the target versus your deflection rating. They did mention that you can get your deflection rating to 100%, and there are passives that give you lucky deflection, which is probably going to be taken by a lot of players. Now, deflection as a mechanic sounds very strong to me, but we don't have the exact numbers at the time that I'm recording this video to know exactly how achievable high levels of deflection will be. We don't know. That's the answer. In terms of the warrior end of things, prepare to get nerfed. Giant Blood, which is kind of that thing where you can use two-handers in one hand and they like triple their stat requirements, it now halves the effect of strength on your character. So you just lost a bunch of life, which is bad, because if you play hammer, big hammer in one hand, life is your survivability, because it sure as hell won't be armor, even though it's getting buffed in a second. But it's no longer shield. That's right. The idea that you use Giant's Blood is like you use shield with a two-hander. Using a shield now is a massive nerf, because you don't use active block if you're playing a warrior type character. You just don't do that. You have to be attacking to do the damage. So that is a really big nerf. I think that a lot of warriors will forego shields altogether moving forward in at least some cases, possibly all cases. There are significant ascendancy changes. I'm not going to go over all of them. Overall, it's pretty good. I do want to just bring up one ascendancy change, because in the last league start, like, all the top players were playing Smith of Kitava, which was one of the new released warrior ascendancies. Smith of Kitava had a few passives where instead of gaining the stats from your armor, you would get certain bonuses of your choosing. The best bonuses have been nerfed, probably. In terms of major defensive mechanics, Energy Shield is pretty much the same. Energy Shield is really overpowered, allowing you to get massive health pools, Energy Shield pools, and Chaos Damage immunity if you go CI, which is insanely big in this game. That is absolutely crazy. The only thing that got worse is Iron Runes. Iron Runes are a little bit worse. Overall, I would say that ES is exactly the same. Honestly, I think it's exactly the same. It's not like a little bit worse. I think it's exactly the same, because you won't need to get as many int nodes. You can just get a few more Energy Shield nodes, and you're losing a few percentage points off Iron Runes being worse, which you're still going to use anyway. That's it. It's pretty much the same. Evasion, which was currently the meta in the last Path of Exile 2 season, because, throwing javelins and doing ridiculous damage was kind of good, and, the evasion stuff was around the javelin stuff. That's pretty much it. That's all you need to know. So players kind of got a chance to use evasion and see how they liked it, and it turns out they did like it. So evasion is very strong in Path of Exile 2, and evasion is going to get additional ways to gain deflect, and also additional ways to get elemental damage reduction from evasion, which is crazy. Evasion is getting overall a big buff, and I can't say, you know, given the challenges we might be facing in the next league, can't say evasion is going to be like the best in the next league, but evasion was the best in this league, and it is getting better, in my opinion, probably quite significantly better. So that is a head scratcher, because Energy Shield was really, really powerful. It's pretty much the same. Evasion was meta and really powerful, and it's getting buffed. And armor is also getting, oh, it's getting buffed. How about that? Armor gains armor, applies to elemental damage from hits. And some people are really stoked about this change. And I will tell you that you can throw your high expectations in the trash can, because this is completely useless. In Path of Exile 2, the elemental damage taken from hits when armor applies to it, it applies before your resistances. In Path of Exile 1, it applies.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised about this. I mean, okay, maybe like if you do like Huntress, Roar Mount, Acrobatics, or something like that, you know, just like one-shotting the entire screen and you're running around with like 2k life, and then you go full evasion. I can kind of see that being like the meta if you're like a Giga blasting. But for like typical builds, I feel like evasion was just not good. I would never play a full evasion build on hardcore without ES on top of it or something. There's no way. So reflection is really what makes it actually playable, I think.
After your resistances, making it really strong, making it a really strong layer with high resistances, actually, and high armor. It's kind of complementing each other. Remember, in Path of Exile and Path of Exile 2, the bigger the hit, the less percentage mitigated. Okay, so it just if you don't have a huge armor value, your armor mitigating elemental will pretty much mitigate nothing. So when it comes to really big, like near one-shot level stuff, I think it will actually mitigate nothing. Like, you know, we're talking about like single-digit percentage mitigation, like actually nothing. And against small hits, it may be fairly effective. But one of the things to consider is that small hits is kind of like life regeneration. So if you invest in the elemental damage taken from hits, armor applies to that. It's kind of like getting like 1 or 2% life regeneration. That's pretty much what we're talking about. Let's not kid ourselves. And I mention it in this particular way because one of the nerfs for Smith of Kitava is the 5% life regen node on the armor replacement is going to 3%, which honestly is probably exactly the difference you're going to get from elemental damage conversion effectively. So yeah, that is rough. Honestly, that's, you know, just bad, but it's only one ascendancy, but it is the most popular ascendancy when it comes to the warrior playstyle. All right, something I am pretty familiar with, minions. Big minion changes. Minions will always hit with their attacks. The way this is worded tells me that it will bypass like evasion and dodge stuff. Now, I am not sure that it will go through blocks. There are mobs that can block hits. I think they will still be able to block hits. In Path of Exile, if you block an attack, you are still getting hit, technically. You just block the damage, and by blocking the damage, you also block the ailments, kind of how that works. But that is really big, because the whole accuracy thing is really stupid. It allows minion enjoyers to use spellcasting minions with melee style minions or attack based minions, because you will get their full potential, not needing to go into accuracy. Now, there are accuracy passives on the passive tree, and as a minion user, you pretty much get all the minion damage stuff. So now I imagine you'll just have more minion damage stuff. So it's kind of a double buff. It's not just you don't need accuracy, it's you don't need accuracy, but like minions as a whole seem to get better passives. Very nice. Now, the meta minion in the previous league was the Lightning Skeleton. The Lightning Skeleton damage is actually going up. That's like 10 or 20% or something. But the chains is going from 4 to 2. So that is 5 hits old and now 3 hits new. So that's going to make the Lightning Skeleton Mages probably the best single target. Definitely the best 2 target. But their AoE clear will suck. Yeah, like really suck. Cold mages, they used to have an ability where like a giant cold thing lobs from the sky and it just clears the whole screen with like a single frost mage. It's totally crazy. Well, that's not happening anymore. The cold mage ability is now like kind of like a damage reflect shield on the minions under your button thingy. So if you have like a few skeletons, when you drop like the frost bomb, maybe it's not dropped anymore, I don't know how it works. It pretty much makes them like ice armored, and then when they get hit, they have like a thorns damage that's based on the cold minions damage. It's like pretty confusing probably if you don't play minions.
Yes, we're going in our time room, yeah.
It just makes them suck.
Yeah,
the point I want to get across though, and like the brutes blow up.
Same as my interview.
So,
I record that from
honestly,
Gamescom
that's probably
Hotel.
also bad. The point I want to get across here is they're actually nerfing minion area of effect capabilities from the permanent skeletal based minions pretty much across the board. There's no area of effect stuff that is getting buffed from the skeletal minions. Now, the best AoE clear minion was actually a Spectre, the Volguard, but it was the best because it was insanely cost effective for its abilities and stats. But Spectre costs are being rebalanced, so the hunt for the most cost-effective Spectre will begin once again. I cannot tell you what it is, but there will hopefully be a Spectre out there, and they're getting buffed and damage, that will fill the void of AoE clear that the skeletal minions are losing. But overall, I think it's huge minion buffs across the board. I also want to point out that minions are getting the biggest buff to survivability of all the changes in the entire patch. If you had a similar playstyle to what I did, I basically used minions and I used active block once my minions had been engaged with the targets. That playstyle is massively buffed now because you'll be able to block nearly all hits when your shield is up. Before you couldn't block like area effect stuff. Now it's just all hits except like the red high telegraph attacks. But for high energy shield based summoners doing this tactic, which is kind of the idea, those red hits are still not going to one-shot you, and because they are usually very slow, very few mobs have them, and also very infrequent from the mobs that even have them, you will almost certainly regenerate your energy shield in between taking the red hits while you have active block. Pretty much giving you near invincibility while you have active block, meaning that if this playstyle is the strongest, we will kind of be leaning towards a playstyle with more passive minions and not ones that use active buttons. Overall, there are lots of buffs in this patch. Like overall, the whole sum of it is we're going to be stronger, okay? Not warriors though. No, you guys, no. Warriors? Okay, but the thing to kind of keep in mind here is that we are going to have like a new league mechanic stuff with like abyss stuff. So the new content might be ridiculously hard. This is something they like to do in Path of Exile 1 because people don't like to get nerfed. They're like, buffs for everyone. Oh, by the way, the new stuff is like way harder. Effectively, your character against it is actually worse than before. I actually think that mechanic works pretty well for them, so they're probably just going to do that again. So your characters are probably going to be a lot stronger across the board. Again, not warriors. And the new content is just going to completely destroy you. Now, if it's not going to completely destroy you, I predict that the best type of character to make is going to be a zoomy evasion-based character. Evasion already being meta, already being the fastest type of character, and getting the most buffs to its survivability, it's just like kind of a no-brainer. But if the content is actually very hard, minions are actually looking insanely good. For defeating extremely hard content, minions should do quite well. Now, if you do enjoy playing the warrior playstyle, I just like to remind you guys, this is a video game that we play. If warrior is the worst class, and you like playing warriors, what you should do is play warriors. Warriors, I think, are going to have a little bit of a different playstyle. However, basically, the defense, when you get defense checked, you are going to get destroyed now because you're not going to have your shield. You're not going to have the passive 75 block. If you get surrounded and you're not like stunning the mobs around them, or they're not already dead, or you're not like moving past them so their attacks don't connect, if that stuff's not happening, your warrior's going to get annihilated. Okay, but the ability to avoid that happening is actually better. A lot of the warrior
I think something on Deadeye
mace
with
stuff
crossbow.
is actually getting increased in damage. If you were getting more passives, you could probably increase your damage that way. So, you know, and we can't get micro stunned anymore if you have a decent enough stun threshold, which really, really helps warrior. So the idea of getting defense checked is going to be a lot less often, making a highly active warrior playstyle possibly quite viable. Yeah. So that's what I got. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed my rundown of the notes, and I have brought you a little bit more insight that you did not previously have. I will see you guys in Path of Exile 2 when it's released. Take care. Thanks for watching.
Okay. Yeah, the stuff about the active block was actually kind of interesting. I kind of agree that, you know, warriors are probably in need of more buffs in various ways, but I kind of like the idea that we can have builds where you go like 2-hand slams now and not just 2-hand plus shield every time. So there's actually a real reason to go for like this archetype with no shield. But I guess it will make it really hard on warriors in general. While evasion is definitely looking really good with the deflection stuff. So just building into that is you're gonna be chilling basically. And this was this video here, by the way. I can make that. Oh.
Okay. S.
Jung Roan video. 27 minutes. Alright. Log in.
Deadeye. Okay. Deadeye's S tier. Okay, let's do this. Let's do it systematically. Let's talk about each Tennessee. Deadeye right now is like insane, right? Deadeye is fucking insanely stupid. You guys don't think Stormweaver's fuck up? Okay, why is it insane? New says spear builds, spear and bow builds, both unnerfed. I'm gonna write this as a slash. Both spear skills mostly untouched. Automated frenzy generation. What 10% base crit buff. Boost speed still a premium. This is a tier list, mostly to start creating a beginning, to establish a foundational framework for build theory, entering 0.3. While the list notes focus on ascendance.
Oh my god, man.
Wow, you are English is great for an Asian. And you are English is bad for who the fuck you are. Yeah, we'll go in order of... We'll start with Deadeye and we'll move in order of ascendancy. Alright guys, how do you guys feel about Pathfinder? Pathfinder DR got buffed. Dog water? No, it's not dog. It's just like... The damage reduction got buffed, which is like pretty cool. It is still pre-calc. So this applies before resistances, which is weak. Does it have 5 nodes to take even? Because guys, in the worst case scenario, Pathfinder has prolif, double poison. It also has things like this, and it also has 5 point. I don't think this can ever be terrible, just because it has this and this. Like even just these two things alone are like. I feel like the lowest is like C, that it could go. It could go. The lowest we have is D tier, right? The D tier is like reserved for Witch Hunter, basically. Yeah, I don't like the armor calc still. Okay, yeah, let's put it. I think Pathfinder here is fine. What's the next one? I guess we could go in this order instead. I guess they're not done yet necessarily. But we'll go in this order then. Okay, the next one is gonna be Amazon. Amazon last patch is A tier, right? What is Amazon this patch? This is nerfed significantly. Well, I think like there's a couple issues I have with Amazon in particular. Number one, will you be able to get to RT? Because if you can get to RT, then it makes this a little bit easier. Or yeah, it makes this a little bit easier to get, right? So I played Lyco last time and it was okay. But if you actually look at like the rest of the stuff on Amazon, it's kind of like not great. This is a 20%-ish damage node. There's a little bit of snapshot that can happen. In for the kill is just bad. in my opinion. This is good. It's really good for the builds you don't necessarily think it's great for. Like it's okay, and it's pretty strong the league star for all your attack builds, but it's mostly for enabling like crit, incinerate, and shit like that. Penetrate's bad. It's unfortunate. I don't know if we're gonna get some uniques that really enable that. And then this stuff like was never crazy. It's good for utility, but nothing special. RT is bad. I think it's RT doubles your accuracy now, right? Yeah, I mean I don't love anything on here that much. It's good bow sensi. It's still decent. The nerf is significant. I'm comfortable putting it in B tier. I don't think the reason why is this. There's no reason to play Amazon, I believe. Oh, RG still can't crit. Oh, okay, that sucks then. Biggest issue, it is worse than Deadeye in every single situation.
Thanks M7M1758
Except for maybe
the
Queen
sub.
builds. Maybe, but I don't even know if that's true. Like, like how good is Stalking Panther for Queen? That's high end. It's on the low end too. Because you have to invest in accuracy. Deadeye doesn't need to invest in his shit. No, this is just weak. Every node is bad here. Like penetrate's good early game, I guess, but like Deadeye's just better in every way. Maybe crossbows is okay on. No, crossbow you want to be Deadeye too, man. Grenades maybe? No, grenades want to be Deadeye too. It's not even that good for campaign though. Deadeye's also better for campaign. It's like if Deadeye didn't exist, then I'd be talking like, oh, this is like really nice. You get like a lot of crit, you get some flat fizz early game and stuff. But it's like, okay, so now Deadeye is the crit sensi. Deadeye is faster. Stalking Panther. Ritualist. What happened to Ritualist this patch?
Holy
I think Ritualist
shit.
is here. I think Ritualist is A tier. Here's my rationale for this. Slight buffs. Ultimately incredibly strong at the top end. Do crazy gear scaling. I like Ritualist. Not much to be said. It's the ultimate font ascendancy. We'll go down the rest of the time then. Tactician. Tactician is.
I think Tacticians might be pretty
gotta
good.
Be an A, right? It's either A or S tier. It's one of the only ones that could potentially be S tier. But it just depends. I would be happy to put it in here right away. Here's a couple problems, okay? Number one, Siege Cascade got nerfed. That is the number one thing. Now, Siege Cascade got massive nerfs, but it's good for totems right now. The perma banner potential is crazy. No, guys, Siege Cascade, not Siege Totem, like not fucking Siege Ballista. Siege Cascade, guys. However, there is this. There is
still Soul Cores and
explosive
nerfed runes. Interesting.
Which is pretty good. You would need to find a different way to do consumption. It's a little bit weird. Yeah, I guess A tier. Okay, but it has like so much potential, you know. The 5 glory per second could be really fucking important. I'm happy to put this in S tier. Actually, well, we have 4. We can put this A tier. Okay. Let's put it here. Tactician. Our things is this. Perma banner could move this to S tier. Why is banner important? Because this exists on banner. Like this alone, if you have a good setup for a permanent defiance banner, well, we'll see how much glory is on the tree and stuff like that. Like this itself makes you good enough for everything. Like if you can sustain one fucking banner, HVR, yeah, but HVR is like nothing to do with this ascendancy. HVR could be on anything, right? I think because Siege Cascade was really nerfed, I'm kind of feeling not the best about this in some ways. But I did play Explosive Shot last patch with Shard Scavenger, but that was on Deadeye. I don't know. I don't even think I need to write this. It's like Siege Cascade was the Tactician build last patch. Alright guys, I'm not even gonna say anything. D is for Witch Hunter. The next one over here, oh wait, this is Gemling, right? They gave Gemling alterations, I think. I think this...
I think Gemling is probably gonna be somewhere mid to higher or so. It does seem like it has some cool stuff still going for it.
The charge generation thing is not bad. Dude, there's too much unknown. I'm just gonna put it in like low C.
F.
Okay, what's the next one? I feel like I don't know much about gemling. It is what it is. Like a lot of the sort of beauty of gemling is gone. Like the nerfs over and over again have been really painful. Like I think this was nerfed as well, right? The fact that these like there's like pathing in and stuff. There's really like it's just not that crazy right now. And like POB lies to you about integrated efficiency. All right, boys, it's time. It's time for the best.
I mean, more freedom with support gems could be like a buff for gemling, but I mean, what would that be? Like, hey, you can now have 2 unique sims or something, but I don't know. You could basically give it up back, but on the other hand, which of the skills really want to use that, or, you know, will you even get them, right? They're gonna be like giga rare and stuff. Gemling could be quite good. Yeah, I think gemling is something that can always just come out of the shadows and just, you know, start blasting with some build, because it's so versatile. I think gemling is always like at least like middle of the pack, right? It just kind of has like okay stuff, and something will really synergize with it. So I think this is kind of how it will go most of the time.
Best part, warrior, Titan. Did Titan get changed at all? Nope. Titan is unchanged. It's like
Is that the only ascendancy that didn't get
Block was
changed?
buffed, and especially the low end. I feel like it's okay. Particularly this node. Like, I thought Heavy Stun is a bit better now. Is Armor Break on Titan? I feel like it's actually bad. I feel like this is bad Smith. Are there might be helpful things from Hulking Form. It can be B or C. I think C tier for Titan right now. This is my opinion. My sense. Cause Smith is very good. Seismic Cry. What does this say? Heavy Sun. Okay, here. Okay, let's say we're looking at the other senses, guys. Right? It's worse than Smith in almost every way. I want to say. It is currently that's really a hulking form could hard carry. The thing is, like, it's worse than everything else that we've gone through so far, except for the ones that we've said are worse. It might be better than gemling. On the top side, I think most of these senses are more interesting and have more to offer. And on the right side, well, these two are, you know. But when you compare to this set of ascendancies, it's so much worse. Like, would you rather be a Deadeye or a Titan? If you put Titan and Deadeye side by side, guys, one ascendancy says 3 times damage, 25% more speed, which is like mega premium, and then like some other node. And then the other one says backpack. All right, let's keep it nice and simple. However, guys, Warbringer.
I mean, there's one thing to consider for Titan though, which is that they're adding a fuck ton of nodes all over the tree, right? And some of them might be like giga, like big, with the 50% extra passive effect. Right? The 50% extra small passive effect is the payoff for, you know, wasting 2 points on backpack, right? You're not gonna take backpack by itself and then not do the follow-up. So this is always a combo. And with the new passive tree, there might be a lot of new options. And maybe potentially rebalanced nodes and stuff.
I think Warbringer is interesting. I think Warbringer is really interesting.
I think Warbringer will be pretty decent as a melee, yeah.
75 block now, right?
For melee standards.
It has this. It has Lucky Block. It has Cast on Block.
Need to change backpack. Yeah, one thing that it was like not really properly acting like an extension to the inventory, but it was like a separate thing, and I couldn't like always like control click stuff properly around and so on. That was a bit annoying. Or what do you mean?
About block baseline, I think this is still good to have like. There's like things you can do for like mixed recovery and stuff like that. I think that this is like possibly quite good. The totem changes are really interesting. The top end totem, if you can find a way to do endurance charge generation really well, I feel like this is super good. It's got Rallying Cry off one of its like little buddies here, which is sick actually. All the spears.
Yeah, backpack is the dead node because the follow-up is the 50% extra small passive effect. And that is so large that it's basically the same as 4 ascendancy points elsewhere. This is why the backpack is on purpose not giving you anything.
It's got buffs a little bit. I don't really care that much about the Jade buffs. I would say generally because totem nodes got changed, it's kind of interesting. Yeah, and like Magma Barrier got buffed too. You guys like an 18? Oh, it's 55. It's pretty close. I'm pretty like
Warcry,
not
Warbringer.
sure actually.
Yeah, that seemed kind of
What else
nice. I
does
might try
Warbringer
this.
have on it right now? I think Warcry Explode is bad. Renly's training is, I mean, okay-ish. This is okay. This is okay. It kind of just depends if totems are actually good or bad. I don't think it'd be an A tier. Okay, guys, Smith and Katava. This is sort of the one that I like feel like I need to get right. So Smith and Katava's changes are like, and I lost +5 max res here as well, and you get less fire res. So Smith just like is nerfed across the board, basically. It still has 25 elemental shifts though. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, drinking whiskey and reading patch notes. What
Giant's
else?
Blood. Oh, true. Yeah, Giant's Blood did get nerfed too.
Stay hydrated.
I think this is D tier. I do want this to be D tier. I think this looks like ass. Like, is it? This looks fucking terrible, right?
Dude, and Zhang hasn't even begun talking about the Smith your weapon. How is that, man? Didn't they Giga buff it? How can it be D tier?
I think this looks like actually trash. I'm gonna be honest. For non-HC, I think HC and SC are pretty much the same game right now. Yeah, but that's why it's dated for August 21st. It's the only way to survive in HCSF is a life build. That's not true. I think in HC, first of all, everyone can survive. If you don't have an easy time, I think Blood Mage does fine this patch. Even last patch in HCSF, totally fine. I think that when you play like, I played Gemling in HCSF, felt fine. Warbringer, same deal. Well, I mean, that's kind of it. Titan, you can also play Titan. I mean, how many life-based setups are there? I mean, if I'm not dying, I'm not saying like life is good. Like, I'm not saying it's, but it's not like Smith and Katava is like giving you anything this patch actually that makes it survive better. All it gives you right now is, this is 3% regen now. What is, it doesn't give me anything. It's actually a nothing ascendancy right now. It gives 25, yeah, like Ellie shift, sure, but like, I think I had 1 rip to fizz damage, I think, in HC. Maybe 2. Yeah, no, Old Smith was insane. Like fucking straight up S tier. Like, I fuck with it for sure. Now it's like, I don't even know what it does. It just doesn't offer anything. Is Transcendence worthless? I mean, it's pre-calc, so it's kind of bad. Okay, guys, what's next? What's next? The next one, now we're starting to get to the bad ascendancies, but that are fun. Where does Infernalist lie? I think that the change is irrelevant. Yeah, Demon Form, it just depends. Like, the thing is, like, the old Demon Form, the increased spell damage was about as good, honestly, as 3% more. I don't like Demon. I think Demon is worse. I thought Demon last patch was really nice, because it was like a good early game thing. I'm gonna put it Infernalist. What do you guys have it at right now? C tier? I'm okay with it in C tier. When I look at the Witch Ascendancies, I think of Blood Mage is better, Lich is better, Stormweaver is better, and Chrono is probably also better. But Infernalist is not worse than Titan. Well, I guess it could be worse than Titan. Because, like, yeah, like, Hulking Form is Hulking Form. Maybe Gemling is D tier. No. The Quality Threshold thing could be really good.
Probably Deadeye. Or Stormweaver.
I guess Infernalist Minion's the thing.
Might skip the Warrior.
Oh, yeah, Infernalist Minion's not bad. You know what? It's still... Is it... What are the best Minion builds right now in PoE? It's all bows. What is... Because you still have this stuff, but... I mean, this gives... I don't know how much pen exists in this game right now. Bringer of Flame could be really strong on this patch. I don't really know, like, about Ignite and stuff. This always has pretty good potential. Actually, I don't think this can be C tier. I think that Infernalist is good. I feel like it's better than Chrono. I don't know. It's really hard for me to say. Because, like, this can be a really strong node, and, like, I don't give a fuck about Demon. Fire spell. It doesn't even need to be fire spells, man. I mean, there's a couple niche cases for this. And, like, low life, the reservation stuff is not bad necessarily. I think Lich is, like, a solid... I'm never that comfortable putting this that low, to be honest. Okay. What's next on this? The next one is... So yeah, okay, wait. Where was it? Where was that? I put Infernalist here. Negligible, yeah. Ignite. I just don't know about the Ignite thing. The fact that they're changing that system into flammability, I think it's really interesting. I don't know what's gonna mean. I'm not a fan of the demon form. I think increased spell damage is about as good as more spell damage, to be honest, because like the increased spell damage value is so high, and yeah. But it does have the 50 crit multi, and like there's some stuff that only is enabled by Infernalist. So Blood Mage is next.
Previously, we were able to put literally 5 supports for free, like Clarity, Vitality, whatever, into the Breach, and it was just like free. F. That was really nice, man. I thought this was like a perk of the thing.
I will only give 2 options for Blood Mage to make it really, really simple for everyone.
Yeah, well, just me. Thank you, but I don't need anything.
A tier for Blood Mage. Here's my thing about Blood Mage. What is the build for it? So Overflow got nerfed this patch, right? That's like one of the things to note. So that means all the things that relate to Overflow are nerfed. This is not base crit multi. This is just regular.
I play Deadeye.
You get base 15 crit, which is pretty sweet, I guess. Burden is good, but they nerfed Orb of Storms. A lot of spells are not looking great entirely. This side is technically possible to play, but the problem with this side is that you can really only play this in soft. In softcore, this fucking pairing is insane. Instant Legion stuff, amazing. But Choir also got nerfed this patch. So that also sucks. It'll definitely feel better to play early game. Mana cost down is a massive buff. I don't know if I agree with that. I'm of the opinion that the best Blood Mage build is a life stack Burden of Shadows character. Because I like this tree a lot. I think like there's some variations of like what this actually looks like, but and like you have the double duration stuff, but I think this tree is actually super fucking underrated. I mean, and like it goes up here afterwards, but you know, like, and you know, you go ES, CI, all that shit. Actually, yeah.
Do you pay like double life costs like this? Or how does that work? As a Blood Mage? Or is it just one-time life cost? 1% of damage is chaos damage per 3 life cost. So let's say it costs like 1,000. That is a lot of damage, actually.
Sorry, you go ES base, you go hybrid. I know it has leech, I get that. But you play Burden for the damage. The cost is good. The max life thing is, on some builds you feel it. On casters, you wouldn't have felt the overflow at all, right? Because you're always spending everything. Arcane Surge for life. Yeah, let's go look at what the actual changes are. Blood Mage. I don't care about this at all. Do you guys think this Ascendancy is as good as Deadeye right now? I actually don't have a lot to say about Blood Mage. Okay, let's just put it here and start talking about it. Blood Mage. Blood Mage.
Yes, let's go.
Overflow is global
interesting.
now.
I might make one.
I'll keep it like this. This makes sense to me. I think like it's generically powerful. There's nothing that's that bad on Blood Mage, right? And now you can actually guarantee instant leech, base crit, multi if you want it. And there's actually just having the option to take both Progenesis and Crimson Power, I think is cool. Because it's pretty rare that you can actually take both of them. And I mean, I like Crimson Power. It's like Cam's Heart, basically, right? Lich. Lich is like worst case A, best case, what, lowest S? Infinite Curse Duration, I actually like. You guys are all pretty comfortable on the A, yeah. Extremely solid. Ascendancy for HC. AC, plug and play as caster. Doesn't have Infinite Curse could be worth, especially with weapon swap being instant. Well, what's next? Okay, now these are the 2 Sorc Ascendancies. For Stormweaver, here's the problem with the number one problem with Stormweaver is that it can only play casters, okay? Stormweaver, well actually that's not true. Stormweaver can go attack based. +1 limit is meaningless. For all intents and purposes, right? There's like nothing here that's really that great. What are you gonna do? If I can run an extra Solar Orb? The Arcane Surge thing is pretty cool. You can get more MOM. I do like Force of Will now. I think Force of Will I would consider as a buff, generally speaking.
Did Nini see my new headset?
If you're gonna focus on the caster side of this, it cannot be S tier. It's mostly like sitting for infusion, basically, right?
I tried a bit,
Castle
but
Ailment
she really
is not
wanted
gonna
it.
be good, I'm pretty
She really
sure.
liked it.
Again, it depends on what Castle Ignite actually means, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like the infusion stuff. I think this is like roughly A tier. Or maybe, I think it's probably here. Yeah, I think it's just hard to judge what's going on with Stormweaver. It's, yeah, really like based on contingency right now. We lost the elemental damage Riku, which is a little bit shitty. They really want to double down on that. I think going Tree MOM would be really good. Tree MOM could be fucking solid, but yeah,
Tree?
I also
What does it
wonder
mean?
how this thing is for like Lightning Spear, you know, because it's not bad. If you're actually gonna like rate it, it'd be something like this, feeling wise. Like I think Stormweaver is better than Amazon. I think Stormweaver has like a lot of potential, but it's again, we're still shooting in the dark, and like it's really easy to be wrong about everything. Chronomancer. I think this is a piece of shit, man. What is this?
It means tree mind over matter. Okay, there's like another source of mind over matter. I don't know which one, but okay, I guess. And I know in PoE1 there was a chess piece for mind over matter. That's what it means, okay.
Inevitable Agony. Curses, causing a portion of the damage. What is the portion? Like, we don't know how much damage this is, right? Probably less than 100. I think Chronos is fucking bad. I don't know if it's C tier
Probably.
bad, but I think it is. The new skill is fucking weird. I don't think it's like bad though. This skill is like it's pretty strong to be taking things like the consume cooldown. That pretty like it has a lot of utility and like
well, bug fix, I guess.
It's kind of weird. Looks boring. Changes are probably mostly meaningless. Yeah, I'll write that down. If the damage, yeah, I don't know what this means, but yeah, if this damage can crit, be scaled by increased damage multipliers, is really long, can apply massive ignite, who knows? You know, it might be insane. All right, it's time for the hard part. I did not want to do this part. This was what I was looking forward to the least. Invoker and Chayula. Chayula's gonna be fucked. Invoker, did they change this? Okay, this is not a change. And this is also not a change. Okay, so here's the deal with Invoker right now.
New patch notes.
This got nerfed.
Okay.
The reason why this was good. No, Meditate's nerfed. They have the over. What? Meditate got nerfed, man. Overflow is 1.5. Okay, first thing to do. This is nerfed comparatively.
Chronomancer is one of those things that's only strong until you play it.
Invoker was good. We had to try Ailment, but now it's like not as good. Unarmed Monk, just don't. But if the Ascendancy doesn't matter, remember you don't need to play fucking Unarmed Monk. You can play Unarmed anything. You can play Unarmed Deadeye. This is irrelevant. It has never been good. Always dog shit. This is like not good either. Triggers these to be even worse this patch with COI. These two nodes are both trash. Unbound is bad. Meditate is nerfed.
Wait, did I nerf Unbound or something? I thought this was relatively good. Like there's a cold, there's the lightning, you get chill, shock relatively easily. You know, both of them basically. Then you have Unbound for the big nuke. I found that combo relatively good. Would at least take one of them.
Is Lead good right now? Lead got nerfed as well.
Even will meditate again.
I think Invoker's bad right now. Invoker.
Do you have like so much power creep that Invoker is actually considered bad?
Invoker is nice. Like I think it's like, yeah, deflection exists too. I think Invoker sucks. For like people look at this and go like, oh, Eye of Winter sometimes, but actually Eye of Winter is like not good for this. And then Unbound is. I think this when I look at the Sensi, I think it's dog shit. Honestly, I think this is like I think Invoker's here. This might be a hot take. I actually think Invoker is worse than everything. What is good about Invoker? Like when I look at it, I don't see anything. It's just lead me through grace, right? It doesn't give you anything. Why is Lich good for hardcore? You have damage reduction from this shit. Sorry, this shit. Rage bait or no. What does Invoker give you right now? I'm not like rage baiting. I'm like just asking like what does it actually give you? Just spirit pretty much, right? Because this does nothing. Basically. I mean, I guess there's some. This is the same as
this
Amazon,
is actually
I
a
guess.
new patch now, so they also sprinkled into the other.
Useless.
So this is all there, I guess.
Meditate got nerfed, which sucks. I guess Meditate is good. Okay, Meditate's still good. but it's nerfed.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, it's not. It can't be that low.
So this was all the patches.
It's probably like C tier.
Let me not catch up on
Okay,
this again.
Sunder
real
is
quick.
good when you're playing.
Okay.
Sunder was comparatively really good, right? Because in the past, let's say you're playing a staff build, okay, and your staff build is using one of the fucking mega crit core staffs, and then you get some flat on rings, flat on gloves, flat on chest, or flat on weapon, right? All this flat. So you want to have tri-elemental. But now we don't have frostbite anymore, or fucking hypothermia, I don't forget what it's called. And like conductivity and flammability. We have elemental weakness. It's not bad. Meditate is still relatively strong. Because it is max pool. You know what? I'm happy to put it here. Invoker. Okay.
Does it tier
Final
15?
Fantasy,
Does it
guys,
tier
is
16, I guess?
By far the hardest one.
15, 16?
I'm just gonna pull up.
No,
I'm
this
just
is
gonna
all
pull. I have
15.
no
This is
fucking
tier 16,
idea about
right?
chunk.
And then Anomaly and the Citadel. Okay.
What got buffed about this? Number one, you can have infinite damage. Chaos damage contributes to Ignite chance, Freeze build, or Shock chance, changing every 2 seconds. I think Into the Breach looks like... The buffs of this look like okay. Like 3% increased effect here, and it gets this. But it did get nerfed, because now you don't have free auras on it. They fixed the bug. So as a kid, I mean, this honestly looks like ass to me. Here's my thoughts about Chayla. I'll put it like here.
Okay, so here's the
Reality
list.
rending nerf really hurts some poison builds. The darkness buff is not nothing. XCD darkness. Into the breach. Probably buffs on average for damage, but needs to play a build that can move liberally. That's it. Build that.
Okay, so you had Deadeye, Blood Mage, a bunch of nothing. Ritualist, Tactician. Okay, I didn't have Ritualist on my radar. And Blood Mage is also slightly surprising. But yeah, Deadeye was clear, I think. Tactician, I expected. Stormweaver, I expect good. He says Amazon at pretty high up. Lich, I have no idea about. Okay. Pathfinder, Chrono, Titan, Gemling, Chauda, Kedava, Witch Hunter. I don't know. Maybe Witch Hunter could be a bit more interesting now with the weapon set points and the weapon swapping. So if there's like certain, like, you know, really high payoff like combos you can do with having 2 different weapons and then having 20 more points assigned, that could be interesting for very special builds, I guess. Especially with like all of the new nodes where you can maybe like, you know, Giga invest into certain things and then into the other. That could be interesting, I guess. But yeah, overall Witch Hunter is not that hot, I gotta say. Sadly. Can I link the video? Yes. Yeah, this was Jung Roan. Blood Mage has always been beefy. And it has like extra life and stuff. I actually don't really remember like all of the fantasy nodes on Blood Mage. I know there's like some crit stuff and some leech and some bleed stuff. The soonest we can hope for is tomorrow. For the tree? Yeah, apparently it's like 1 day before, right? But it's fine, you know, you can still kind of make... I mean, okay, you can't plan exactly the path and stuff, but it's not that bad, I think. It would be nice to study the tree beforehand, but we'll do that anyway. There's a lot of other stuff to study and, you know, think about. So I'm happy with doing that for the next 2 days anyway. For example, we have skills. Apparently, that got... oh my god, that's a lot. Alright. That is a lot of stuff. I don't think a new class is being released. I think they would have announced if there was a new class, and they did not say anything about it. I'll BRB real quick, and then we're gonna go through some of the new gems. Hello? Okay. Any point in starting a PoE character? Yeah, I can definitely, you know, play a bit, warm up and stuff. I don't know if you've played the game before, but I will definitely log in. Play for campaign at least, maybe some early mapping. See how the loot changes are and stuff. Because I have not actually seen the last months. If they skipped interlude acts, they could have finished Druid on time. Yeah, I mean, one thing is not like the other, right? It's probably like, you know, okay, in terms of man hours, maybe invest the same time, but it's not the same people working on the acts that are working on the Druid, I guess. Right? So there might be like some bottleneck. And also, I mean, Act 4 and the interludes is a lot more important than the Druid, I think. You know? Mother's Blessing till September 9. Who's excited? Yeah, man. I was really tempted to log in earlier. Right after the PTR, I loaded up the PoE 2 announcement trailer, watched the full 1 hour thing, even though I had already seen almost all of it. And then I was like, fuck, I really want to go Mother's Blessing now. And here we are. Yeah, we had 11 hours actually. Gonna have some long streams next week as well. PoE launch, we're gonna be blasting. Anyway, let's check this out here. Support gems. So apparently this is from the Chinese client, so this is like scuffed translations or something, but we'll see. Supported skills generate 45 more energy. That seems like a lot. Are these all? These are all the gems, okay. Cannibalism 2. Great wood. So there's 1 and 2, so I can kind of see the difference here with the jumps. A Rage Forge, okay. I'm not sure which one are new and which one are old necessarily. Some of them I don't know by heart. I'm not sure this was this like a thing already? Maybe. How many did they add? Yeah, a lot, right? They didn't really put the number here actually. What is that video? Cable guy?
So 0.
Abystic Insider Jonathan and Mark. 5 days ago. Oh. Could listen to that actually. I'm not sure if I'm gonna sit for the whole thing, but okay.
3.0 is finally releasing, and it's seeing the introduction of Act 4. So can we get just a very quick breakdown of what can we expect in Act 4?
Yeah, so what we're really keen to do here is have an act that feels quite different than the other acts. So it's very open. You can kind of go wherever you want. You get that feeling of like, you know, you open the map. I could go anywhere. Every island is available for you to choose right from the beginning. And so, you know, you pick one and you sail off in the sunset and have that sort of feeling of exploration. And it's really something, as I said, it's quite different than something else that you've had in PoE. Yeah, just it's nice. You know, it's nice to have that feeling sometimes.
Do you have multiple options, but you're not necessarily required to do all of them?
Yeah, so effectively, you know that there are 3 things that you need to find on different islands. You actually don't know where they are, and in fact, every league, they actually move around which islands they're on, so there's kind of like you don't always know, like I go to exactly these 3 and make the act really short every time. Yeah, we actually did quite a lot of dynamic stuff with the quest too, where, you know, depending on which island a particular quest goes on, it actually changes how it works a little bit. So, for example, there's like a Karui Elder you need to rescue. Like, if he, in one situation, he might be like held by, you know, this giant guy on one of the islands, but if he's on this other island, it's like he's been impaled by a spear because, you know, one of the shrikes have done that to him. So, you know, there's stuff like that that's kind of interesting that we had to do as well.
So then, Let's say you immediately get lucky and you find the 3 pieces you're saying you need right off the bat. Is there incentives to continue to go to the other islands?
Of course. So every island is going to have a quest objective that's kind of like you're going to want to do. You know, like there's like either like static quest rewards or things like that that you know that you're going to want. So you probably do want to do it. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure that every time you play a new league, you just get that feeling of exploration again. So that's why we want to do that.
Okay, well, that's going to beg the obvious question of what happens after Act 4? Are we going into, you know, Cruel, Act 5, 6? What's
so, like, definitely, especially with 020 and everything, we knew that removing Cruel is just
I
like
mean, for
a
Hello
hugely
Palm.
important thing. Like,
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm going to
like, obviously, we never
crossbow
really
probably.
wanted Cruel to exist, right? Like, in an ideal world, we would have just had all the acts, and that would have been the campaign and everything like that. And so then there is the obvious question, yeah, like, okay, so you finish Act 4,
PoE 2
you've done
is
4
harder
acts
with
out
the
of
new
6,
PoE,
how
yes.
does it work? So we were kind of like, okay,
But
well,
it's not
what if we
super
pulled
hard, I would say.
effectively, like, you know, in PoE 1, where we had the, like, you know, when we released Act 5, and like, oh yeah, and then there's 5 more acts after that as well. That was like kind of that same feeling we wanted to give. So effectively what we've done is we've created 3 temporary interlude acts. And when I say temporary, what I mean is as soon as we add Act 5, they're going to come out again. And they're kind of like as cool as we could deliver something. You know, there's obviously a lot of asset reuse and stuff like that, but it will be unique and interesting. There's a storyline to all of them. You can do them in any order. And it's kind of just like your bridge into Endgame. So I think that's going to be pretty fun. And there's a lot of new bosses there as well. So
And even though we intend to remove them, they are canon. Like, it is, you know, embracing the actual lore of the game and the narrative.
Like they're sort of untold stories. And in fact, the funny thing about this is like, so we start off with like, okay, we're going to make these things we're not going to necessarily put as much effort into them, but then we developed the storyline and everyone started saying, hey, you know, why can't these be in the game permanently? Like, it's so cool. So I kind of had that problem going on a little bit.
Did it give you a bit of a freedom to do something since it's a one-off and it'll be removed later and it's like an interlude act? Did it give you a freedom to put something into the game you might not have been able to before, but you've been kind of wanting to?
Like it's not so much that, it's more just that like you get like freedom to not have to have the same like I don't know, like when you're making new a new real act, as it were, it's like, you know, you have to do new monsters and like every boss has to be completely new. You're not allowed to have any, like, you know, it lets us do a little bit of just like fun kind of like mix and match and like do some stuff like that, which is quite good. But the other thing is nice about it as well is that all that content that we put in there, all of that will go into Endgame as well. So all of the like actual areas and bosses and all that stuff, like none of that's just going away ultimately. Like it'll be
All
there.
of them PoE 2
The main
will
thing
be
that's
big,
going away
man.
is you won't have that storyline to play through anymore, which you know is
Yeah, I like it going for
kind of
Storm,
holds all together,
Stormweaver
So
or did I?
it sounds like we should expect many new maps in the end game.
Yeah, there's quite a few. So we're kind of doing a bit with that as well, because we've also got a system where there's kind of like new mechanics in the Atlas, which I'll leave Mark to describe about that, since he's more the end game kind of guy.
Okay, there's a lot going on there. One other thing we've done is we've taken effectively, well, the interlude's kind of split into a few parts. There's like a way to subdivide it. So obviously right now you have the citadels at the high end to get access to the Arbiter. What we've done is we're going to take the act boss of Act 4, and of those 3 parts of the interlude, we're going to take the final boss of each and have those be kind of uberified in the end game. And you can find them in specific biomes. So like the water biome, for example, given that Act 4 is an island act, will have a thing that can appear that's like a big maelstrom in the middle of the water, and you have to find there's various different objectives where you can like dispel the magic of the maelstrom, revealing the map there, and thus you go there and fight this kind of like uber act boss, which come with their own full reward set. So we're adding 4 new boss mechanics. They're not like, you know, pinnacle bosses, but they are kind of more mid, because I'd actually say you've got your pinnacle of the end game, you've got your start, and in between it's very just kind of linear and there's not too much going on. Like, sure, you got the leagues, but with the actual core mechanics there's not a huge amount of like variance and exciting stuff to find quite yet. Like we got a decent way with adding some, but we need more. So this is a step towards that. So that's like using Uber versions of those things in the campaign there as well. So even when that interlude goes, those mechanics will still stay. Well, unless we decide that we can upgrade them, change them, or do whatever. You never know with these things, but the intention is that they'll still stay as well after the interlude is gone.
It's interesting you bring up the mid-game, because there was something I think in the previous interview with Talk that you mentioned, like the mid-game golf. How big of a golf do you feel is actually there, and how large of a portion you think is added into that?
I would say mostly what is missing there is actually a sense of direction. I think when we're talking to a lot of players, they're like, I get to maps and I don't really, I lost my goals. I've lost my sense of direction of where to go. And so honestly, one thing that we would love to add, I would in particular have been very, very keen for, and we'll get to it certainly later, not sure exactly when, is adding
a lot more storylines built into each of these. Like, I would even love for Breach to have a storyline, Ritual to have a storyline, all of these in Endgame, where it's like, you do this, I mean, just random example, we were like, okay, you've got currently the Realm Gate. I wanted the Realm Gate to be a place you actually initially go to, and it turns out it was Doriani experimenting with interdimensional and revealed the breach and unleashed the breach on the world, and turns out it was his fault the whole time. All in his attempt to travel to these alternate, dimensions or whatever, and then you go from there and it's like, oh, well, now you redeem that by defeating the Breach demons, you learn about Breach, you've now got the Realm Gate, and then,
we're going to buff monsters too, though.
And later.
I suppose they have
but
to.
Effectively having
Seems
those
like
core
huge
quest
power
lines
creep,
throughout the
yeah.
game, giving people a sense of direction and rewards, and
But
leading them to
I guess
fighting
some
all the
targeted
bosses,
buffs, maybe.
'cause that's another thing I really like about what a lot of the bosses in Endgame of PoE 1 have done. There's the quest versions where you get to them, you do them, they're a bit easier, you learn that whole narrative, and then you're now in farm mode, which is the hard mode, and getting more of that going on, as opposed to right now, there's, as I said, it's like, okay, there's breaches, you're farming splinters, and then way over here, there's the domain.
I think part of the reason for that is that in PoE 1, because all those things, mechanics, came from the history of being a league, and because when we develop a league, we have a storyline and stuff going on, it kind of meant that there was more to it at the point where it was turned into a more in-game mechanic. And so by nature of the fact that these PoE 2 ones were kind of made for endgame without having that kind of storyline element of it, it kind of meant they missed out on that. So it's definitely a hole that we need to fill, of like making sure that all that stuff's back in there. But that's kind of one of the things with going with the new league that we're making, where because it is being made like as a proper actual league all the way through, there's like storyline stuff going on, there's like different areas, there's like more boss things going on, there's like more mechanics. Like I think that one, when it does turn into an endgame only thing later on, we'll definitely not have that problem. And then ideally, when we do that, we can also fix some of the stuff with the other ones. Because I would definitely say that the League in Zero Zero is much better at this.
So how did you settle on the league mechanic you did, Abyss? Why Abyss?
I mean, the easy answer there is actually, it might seem underwhelming.
Yeah, it could very well be.
It was easy artistically.
So, like in PoE 1, they also have this, right, system where you have the base monsters, and they're like not very rewarding and also really hard and stuff like that. And then with league mechanics, they kind of keep adding more and more, fancy stuff and crazy monsters and crazy rewards. And I think they'll go down that route now slowly as well in PoE 2, right? But this is like the first league they're introducing. We're getting like a new crafting thing, and maybe gonna do something similar in 0.4 or 0.5 or whatever, or with the 1.0 launch at the very least. And we are kind of going from there, right? And it's gonna be like that kind of system, I guess. And it's very likely that these abyssal monsters are like, absolutely shredding you or something. Or like the bosses will be like really hard and stuff like that. But then you get like these new crafting things. So that's what I expect, absolutely.
Working on a campaign at the same time, and so we had to pick something what can we reuse, what can we do more on the materials and texture sides of things, as opposed to fully reanimating monsters from scratch and all of that. So there are stuff that's
I
new,
actually 10k DPS.
I mean,
that sounds a bit optimistic.
With 30 to 35 monsters, give or take, which for a league, given PoE 1 historically, obviously there are some that have more and others that have barely come with 10 sometimes. It's got 4 new boss fights.
There's like multiple areas.
An NPC, if you'd call it that, just to be ominous.
The weird creepy guy.
It's got narrative. It's got lore. It's got multiple areas, like several. It's got like your kind of hub. It's got a area you're finding occasionally more.
I mean, it's 120% of stats. Okay, and multiplies and stuff. But I mean, what is the highest DPS weapon right now?
So it's like
1 point something.
Way more built, but
you're gonna see maybe
when you
2k-ish.
You wouldn't know. Lots and lots of material reskin, kit bashing, reuse, and all that. And it was just easy for us to go, okay, while we're working on this campaign, which gets lots of new art, what's something we can do on the side that isn't going to tax our artists, but we can more rely on our game designers and more materials and texture side.
And mechanically, it's also a lot better than I think the original league that we were basing on as well, because like we don't no longer have the backtracking issues. It's just kind of a lot better there. So I think it's also going to be mechanically better as well. Plus, like, and the thing that I love as well is that we're getting a lot more of those.
Yeah, I think the abyss mods are more special mods and less
so you've got the situation
raw
where
numbers.
It interacts with the wisps or interacts with exiles. Like the exile one's really cool, with like exile dies in terms of the lichborn exile near it and that kind of thing. Like, that stuff's really, really cool.
Yeah. So to elaborate on that, it is the. If you were to have a exile near monsters near abysses are now affected by those abysses, and to get to that, well, they're open by default. They don't like if you're not following a crack with a pit for crack to pit, so they're open. So your goal, which makes more sense, I would say, is to close it to stop monsters getting out, as opposed to, oh, you open it and then you're now responsible for closing the thing you just opened, and you kind of feel like both the villain and the hero, I guess. Now, it kind of makes sense either way, but either way, if an exile spawns near it, it's being affected by it too. And if you then kill that exile, it gets immediately revived, much like most of the monsters, and the whole thing of Abyss is all this undead bringing everything. Like, its core theme is necromancy and bringing undead back to life constantly. And so, yes, the exile will be reborn as a Lichborn, as we've called it, and their name gets modified, and their entire armor set gets changed, and they now are completely visually different, and they get a bunch of what we're calling abyssal modifiers, so they're just harder and more rewarding. And they can drop a specific unique item that was made specifically for that. And so even though it's this a very rare thing that will occur, and you can't like kite over to it, obviously not, that's abusive, right, and would create some what we call degenerate gameplay. You just wait for the exile to spawn near it, you kill it, you get lucky, and you get an option at custom rewards that is only seen in that, and that's like just one of the many interactions that this has with some of the existing content. Now, it doesn't interact with everything, but it interacts with a set, hand-picked set of things that makes sense. For example, expedition. If an expedition is close enough to an abyss, and you were to put down the bombs like normal for the expedition, well, the abyss is underground down there, and so the abyssal monsters also come out next to those expedition sites, and like that's just that one's less obviously of a cool full custom reward and all of that, but it's still an extra thing that you get to happen, and it's kind of cool.
So you mentioned abyssal modifiers. Can we hear more about that?
When a monster is near an abyss, it is obviously like, so you have your abyss, a monster spawns near it. When that monster is killed next to the abyss, their soul kind of travels down into the abyss, and then a monster spawns. Effectively, an underground undead absorbs that soul and then emerges out of either the crack or the pit. And the idea of it taking its soul is taking its power, its modifiers. So if you kill a magic pack or a rare monster, then magic and rare monsters come out with the same modifiers. They've like taken their mods from them. And what happens is there is a chance, it goes up over the game, for those modifiers to be, I would say, upgraded to abyssal variants. So, putting it simply, you have like mana donut, you have like abyssal donut, and it works differently. The name is not correct, but
I was liking abyssal donut.
Yeah, but it's effectively no longer blue mana draining. It's like this green necromantic, and it does something else, and it's harder and more difficult, but also more rewarding. And so, yeah, you're killing a rare next to it, and then the monster that comes up can have one or many of its mods replaced by abyssal variants that are harder, or none, of course. Sometimes it's none, sometimes it's more, so that's like heaps of that random axis of both difficulty and reward. And you can imagine later, once it's core, hopefully, you get things on the Atlas tree that allow you to spec into having more of it and all of that kind of stuff. You know, you can kind of see how that, similar to how PoE 1 with leagues go core, you get that investment. But the other thing they do is like the Lich or the Abyssal were kind of separated into a number of factions. So there's like the Black-Blooded, the Well, the Pit, there's like a bunch, and the Lightless and stuff like that. And they each had their corresponding Liches from PoE 1. And those Liches, they were defeated.
I think you can only get quality or access socket. Can you get both? Maybe you can get both.
Ultimately, those monsters kind of belong to each
but
of
yeah,
these.
okay.
So
I mean, it gets pretty wild when the mirror tier, but...
And each of those factions, as we call them, I mean, they're just a category.
Giga Divine Orbs.
Come with a set of like
that you can use on sanctified items
or faction modifiers, whatever you want to call it. So not only can a regular mod be upgraded to an abyssal mod, an abyssal mod can then roll again to be upgraded to one of these more special modifiers.
Best rares will now be sanctified and not mirror. I mean, to be fair, the best rares in PoE 1 are corrupted and not mirrored, right? Technically.
So like an example is we're playing on Kurgil is one of the Liches from PoE 1, the one you encounter in Delph. He has a mechanic where when you defeat him, he gets like reborn with chaos. So all his green converts to chaos into purple. And he's got like a second phase. So we're doing things where like one of his modifiers that is associated to his faction is that now they can upgrade to that, and it's called like Kurgil's Final Gasp. And so when you get the monster to low life, it can like be reborn with purple powers instead of the green powers, and doing a bunch of chaos damage, and again even more rewards. So you kind of got this like multiple layers of modifiers going on here where they can get either none or up to some number of abyssal modifiers, and then up to one or multiple faction modifiers, abyssal faction modifiers, lich modifiers maybe. You know, we need to give them a proper name yet. And each of those,
Yeah,
as they get
infusion
harder and
stuff
harder,
is
you
really
get
fun, I
more and
think.
more
I
difficulty,
tried this a
more
bit on
rewards.
Gamescom.
So kind of a lot going on there just within this like little mod system.
You know, in your answer, something I noticed is there's a lot of cognition and making sure it makes sense. Like if this would happen, this other thing would happen. How important is it to you that, you know, the narrative is logical?
I don't know if it has to be logical. It just like there's always detail here where like a player doesn't need to care about the PoE 1 Lich.
Sure.
They don't need to know who Kurgle is. They don't. None of that is relevant to them at this point.
You have this thing where ideas about theme can inspire mechanics, and it's like you actually get the best mechanics out of that, I would say. So it's like it's really good for us to think about this stuff, because by thinking about it, we design stuff we wouldn't have otherwise designed. And so that's why I think that there's a lot of that kind of goes on. And so like when you're pitching it to someone also, like it really helps with an understanding. Like if you just tell someone, oh, you know, like there's some, like when you do this, it adds like, you know, 23% damage. Obviously that's not exciting anyone, right? So like it's really about the, like, what is the story behind the reason they have plus 23% damage. And that's kind of like the way that you actually make it exciting, I guess.
It helps players fulfill fantasies, and I think that is a very important thing. Like you are playing a fantasy game, you are playing a role-playing game, and there are other people playing a spreadsheet, and there's everything in between. And there are people playing both, and we want to make sure that it's important for everyone. So if everything's all just numbers and damage, that appeals to some people, but a lot of people want to fulfill this fantasy, embrace the world, understand the world, and so creating all of these links as opposed to just it's a modifier and it does some chaos damage. Creating that link mechanically and thematically, and which the thematically then inspires the mechanically and vice versa, and it allows us to create new characters, new villains, new heroes, new everything in the future and all of that by just extrapolating all this. Like it's all one big cohesive thing. But yeah, by doing that, it creates just this, you know, an awesome package.
Well,
And people can take it
really
as much as
and
they
can
want.
have
They can
65%
absorb-
movement speed,
They can just be like,
boost
ah,
with
it's just
new
the
belt that
purple
comes as
thing, or it's
boost and
just the chaos
sprint.
damage thing, or it's
Yeah, okay, but
Kurgle's thing,
65% movement
you know,
speed
and then
boosts,
the
you have to
people
get those
with
first
PoE1
of
can
all.
go, oh, that's cool, it links to
I
that
mean-
Lich, or maybe most of them will never
I
even...
don't know, like how much movement speed have I had? Boots is basically the only source of movement speed, right? Minus, like plus minus a few things, like somewhere on the bottom right, on the passive tree, and on the top right maybe. There's a bit of movement speed here and there in the shadow area and in the ranger area. But for the most part, you just don't have any movement speed anywhere else besides the boots, right? And I don't know, 35% movement speed is already really hard to get. I don't think I ever used a 35% movement speed boost in 800 hours. Like, I literally never used one. I did find some, but I never used one. So, and then you also want to find a base that has the 2 sockets already, corrupt it into 3 sockets, socket it with all of the movement speed. Yeah, okay, good luck, man. Yeah. So...
even know, and that's all fine. All of this is fine. The entire spectrum of, you know, mechanical through to full immersion and everything on that, and 100%
Essence
fine.
already had guaranteed
so
movement speed
I would say
now,
it's
the
more,
speed essence.
you don't need to know necessarily anything as long as the mechanic looked like it makes sense and ultimately you're having fun. And obviously the balance and the rewards, which I would say is part of having fun.
Speaking of the rewards, one of the rewards looks quite strong. You have sort of almost like an unveiling. You get to pick one of 3 different stat lines there. So how did you come to the conclusion that this is the reward you wanted tied to Abyss?
Well, one of the things that we really were worried about was missing is a kind of mid crafting. Like there's kind of like there's some options for like really high end crafting, and then there's quite a lot of like low end crafting type things that people would use like as they're leveling and so on. But it was kind of that mid option, and so I think veiled, like that sort of veiled type system, does work pretty well for that. And
I
like,
agree with this.
you know, there's also just a lot of
I think
mechanics
this is really
that we
nice. You just
do
go
wanna
in,
eventually
get
do,
something.
that we've done in PoE 1 before that, you know, we want to get to. It's just a question of introducing them in the right place, making sure they sort of fit into the PoE 2 crafting systems. So I mean, you know, like a lot of people will kind of say, oh, you know, PoE 1 has like, you know, better crafting than PoE 2 has. This kind of stuff often comes up. I do think that a lot of that is just literally we haven't had time to kind of get all of that stuff in. So yeah, veiled mods are just one of those things that I think fills that real good mid-tier role that we can do.
But I mean, it goes further than that as well. It's about the mid-game crafting, so it's that you've got your more RNG-based transmutation through to exalt, etc., that you're doing. And then you've got the very top end where the most determinism gets involved, but the most costly, gets very expensive. And that will still you know, each of these systems will get iterated on. I mean, we are iterating on even the initial part of it.
I have the new
which maybe
essences
we can
too.
talk about after. But that mid bit where there's a little bit of determinism and decent
Very
power
nice.
and a little bit of control, but it's nothing like super outrageous.
You're gonna see like one per league, I guess.
Yeah, is exactly where we want to aim for a few more. So we're even pitching and adjusting essences to fit in that role better as well. So ideally, it's that, yeah, you're doing your whole transmute, exalt, etc. And then over here, you've got your like essences, you've got your now abyssal modifiers, and then at the top, you've got all kinds of other more specific things.
Well, I mean, now what you've got, of course, is the higher tier exalts and stuff like that as well, which will kind of be more of an in-game thing. Which, once again, you're trading cost for determinism. You know, like those exalts are going to be very rare, but then on the other hand, you're going to make sure that you're getting high tier mods. So the way they work effectively is they just guarantee that the mod is above level X, but they're relatively, you know, like I can't remember what the actual number is. It'll be like, but they're high, right? Like for exalts, I think it was like above level, like it was like 50 something like that. I think. Something along those lines. Yeah, I can't remember the exact number, but
it's effectively you're going to get your T1 to T3 modifier bracket. And
right,
like
exactly.
Nothing lower, nothing worse than that.
Exactly.
Kind of thing.
So that's the kind of thing that we also sort of felt like, yeah, filling that just like not quite at the very top, but just before the top kind of area as part of the crafting system as well. And so ideally, after we're done here, it's like there are crafting options all the way from the sort of very beginning, the most random to the most deterministic, kind of all the way through, like with a nice sort of bridge going from one end to the other.
So you're talking about the new currencies, and you say they're going to be rare. How rare are you trying to get these to be?
So that's going to depend on what type. So if you're talking transmutes, they won't be that rare, right? Like it's actually pretty fine to just let someone get a T1 mod on a magic item guaranteed. That's effectively the same as a high-level T5 magic, like on the ground T5 magic that you would that you would get. So that one won't be too bad. For the exalts, though, those are going to be pretty damn rare. Like I think that they might be a bit rarer than divines. You know, like you know, fairly up there. But it's going to kind of depend. We actually do need to crunch some numbers and work out like, well, how valuable actually is this? Like, where do we need to actually pitch this at? We did like a kind of initial pass of getting it sort of somewhere, but that's more by eye. So now we're going to have to go and like run the simulations, like look at the things to actually see what's going on there. But I definitely, you know, don't expect to be getting the highest tier exalts very often. Like those are going to be, you know, pretty rare.
How about the essences? Are you trying to get those to do that mid-game crafting
So
you're
the
talking
thing,
about?
so the thing that we noticed with the essences is, I was saying to myself, why do I never use an essence myself? Like, why am I just not using them? I get them in the early game, and I just don't end up using them. We had to do something about that, and there's always been this thing as well with the early game of not. Like people feel like they don't get enough regals, which I do agree with, but we couldn't really necessarily give out too many more of those without affecting the end game too much. So the nice thing with the essences now is they come with a specific mod, and that's the mod you can see. And because there is tearing of essences, it means that the in the earlier game, effectively every essence you get is now a regal, which means that the regal drop rate is effectively increased because you've got that effect of upgrading to a rare. But you've also got a specific mod, and it's like not too powerful in the end game, so you're really encouraged to use it early as well. Like there's no point saving these essences till later because then the mods won't really be valuable either. So I think it really does do that kind of like earlier game kind of like you know, like it's valuable there, it makes sense there, you're getting the feeling of upgrading to rares more often. Like I think it does a lot to sort of help that that part of the game.
Now, in terms of later game, we have basically superior quality coming to the game and the rarer extra sockets. So why decide to bring superior back, and in particular the extra sockets?
Well, we wanted to just make sure that there's enough chase things that are interesting at the really, really late game, right? Like, there are some people who would argue that the game begins at, you know, like 79 map tier, you know what I mean? Like, sorry, the like level 79 of mapping. And so for those people, you really need somewhere to go in terms of like making sure the itemization is continuing, there's still a chase, so you can do that sort of stuff. So, yeah, I mean, it really just comes to that. What could we do? There was definitely a little bit of skepticism of like, is it really okay to have more sockets and that kind of stuff? But I think it'll be fine. Like,
what's the point of SSF?
On that.
No, I think it is fine.
You can say, okay, SSF is supposed to be harder, but also I should still be able to, you know, interact with the game systems in some way, right? But right now in SSF, you can't. Like, you straight up just cannot do certain like essence crafting or whatever, right? Because you will never a single time see one of these essences, you know, let alone get it like 24 times to maybe have a decent chance to actually make an item with that, right? The same with the omens and stuff. Okay, it has gotten a bit better, but you know, some of the stuff is so rare that you cannot realistically expect to even ever try to do anything with it, and that kind of sucks, I think.
fine. I mean, we've added a lot more socketable synths. We're adding even more. Again, another thing with Abyss, we're adding there's 4.
A lot of loot buffs that I have not seen yet, so I guess we'll see. But you know, for example, the corrupted essences.
Which one you want, and like so, we're even
we'll see.
Ascending that. I guess you could think of it like the unique jewels, where they have a limit to 1 kind of thing. So you're getting.
And we're still talking about usually like dozens of them, right,
but
per
I mean,
item.
We're only going to continue to add more. There'll be just more pressure there, more interesting crafting, and so like, obviously when you get to Endgame, you get a lot of new socketables that you haven't seen before. You start to use those, and now you're like, okay, how do I take my gear further? Okay, I want.
Might also just be like not enough
the
investment from the
extra
passive tree that we can do.
Extra socket, depending on the slot, you might have different answers.
Corrupting those is going to be a bit of a thing. To get another
Yeah,
socket
then you
is
want
going to
to
be a bit of a
corrupt
thing.
those, and you know, just more and more of those layers. You know, it is ultimately adding power, but it's also adding a lot more interest to the drops, a lot more excitement to the drops.
And it really just it will have the feeling of expanding what can be crafted in the game, which I think is good because like PoE 2's crafting is very additive for the most part, so that means that you need enough things to add that you can add to sort of get that same feeling of being able to craft an item from scratch in order to kind of like if we're ever going to make it get to the feeling where it feels as open as PoE 1 but without falling into some of the traps that you have in PoE 1, I do think that you need to have enough of those additive layers that you can actually do some interesting stuff with it.
So comparing to PoE 1, how have you had to adjust the quantity of these drops you're going to be receiving? Because, for instance, in PoE 1, you have things like splitting or scour orbs, for instance. So when you get a base item, the base item is quite important, but, you know, you have opportunity to have it maxed out. In PoE 2, let's say you miss the slams, the item doesn't complete. Are you having more quantity
That level
of these
3
rare
is
types of items in
insane.
PoE
What
2?
the fuck?
Well, I think
On the
that
Wolf
the
is
solution to this
Ancestral
problem
Fist?
is so if you're talking base types, is that kind
Yeah,
of what you're
the bases.
So I actually agree that this is a little bit of a problem, and we're actually starting to think about whether or not some of the higher item tiers, which is sort of an internal term for how our item drop system works, some of those should start to reintroduce wide items, but sort of guaranteeing that they're high tier ones. So I think that's kind of another way to sort of approach fixing that too.
Yeah, we like the music. Nice to hear that, Stain. I did not make the music, so this was a collab, but yeah.
Reducing determinism as you get to the higher tiers of crafting is one of those things that will mean more people actually want to engage with it too. So yeah, I think you kind of end up helping in a few fronts by doing that kind of system.
So let's change gears for a moment here and let's talk about the support gem change. You guys are going to many tiers of support gems. What was the thought process there?
Well, so we definitely had... Okay, so from the moment that we did the whole limit 1 support gem per character thing, we knew that there was going to be some repercussions of that. But the thing that we didn't want is just you to put like every single skill is just the same set of supports, right? That was the issue that we had with that, and the reason why we kind of couldn't have it so that it was any other way. So we were really racking our brains, like how can we, like at the same time you've got an issue where it's like, okay, if you're going to play like a poison build or something like that, you kind of need that poison stacking support on multiple skills in order, like if you're going to have combos with multiple skills being involved, you do need to have it so that you can kind of support some of those things in some of the same ways in certain cases, right? So we're kind of like, okay, like one thing we were thinking about is, do we have it so that you can have like different limits on every support? Like there was stuff like that we were kind of thinking about, but it just didn't feel right and like kind of wasn't cool. And then we came to the idea of, okay, what if there were multiple levels for each support, but there aren't the same number of levels for each one, so we can effectively control the limit of how many times you can get this mechanic by saying like how many levels of that support exist. But at the same time, you're also going to get the nice feeling of, even if you do use one of them, you're upgrading the one that you've got, like you're getting the higher tiers, you know, like you kind of get that feeling of advancement through the game as well. So that kind of solved two birds with one stone, I would say, especially because with the only 3 tiers of supports that we have in PoE 2 right now, there actually was kind of this like mid-game, like by mid-game I mean middle of campaign, kind of like level 40-ish like dip in like the feeling of advancement. Like you didn't have that like the advancement feeling like around level 40-ish, I would say, like for going towards maps. Like there's just kind of a big gulf there, and so we're also going some of the way to kind of trying to improving that feeling as well. That there's more there that's actually going to advance your character. So it's kind of trying to solve like all of these problems at the same time. But I would say the new support system really does help with that. But the other nice thing it gives us an opportunity to do is I'm not sure what name we're going to finally go with, but we're currently calling them lineage supports. Like these supports that you have that are drop only, that kind of treat treated like uniques. They kind of come from specific bosses in some cases. They're kind of like, they drop like uniques in the way that they're, you know, some of them are rarer than others and that kind of stuff.
And those aren't uncuts, by the way.
Those aren't uncut, so they're drop only, right? Yeah. So effectively, you know, if you want a specific one, like you might have to farm a specific boss, you might have to, you know, trade for it in some cases, things like that. You know, relatively rare, that kind of stuff. Having those as kind of like pinnacle power that you can use to complete your character, by sort of adding like a few extra things, was also like a really attractive thing to be able to do with this as well. So I just think there wasn't enough to the support gem game before, and so adding the stuff I think should improve that a lot.
It's not in game right
power. How much power is pinnacle power? How much stronger are these gems?
That I guess probably remains to be seen. Like at the time of this interview, we're still like relatively early in like the actual like part where we like measure the like where that goes.
A way to think of it is similar to like unique items. You're going to have ones that are more build enabling, build changing, and you're going to have all the way through to the ones that are just like spike power.
I mean, some of them can be incredibly rare, like uniques are, and like and that's definitely good. Like that will be a thing that you definitely have, like the real chase ones, and some of them will be more common. You can just, you know, like you can build around it, but it's kind of an end, towards the end of Endgame. Well, sorry, the beginning of what some people would say is the start of Endgame, which is 79 tier sort of.
So they're not always just linear upgrades to the previous tier.
No. They'll often have stats.
They'll be pretty more out there.
Holy
you know,
fuck.
it'll be something called Lionize something, and it's like, you know, the lineage being Lionize
I think we're gonna
lineage,
finish
and
this
it's
tomorrow,
themed
guys.
around something
It's a bit
either
much.
accuracy or like long distance, and more around that, as opposed to, and sure you might see it as a you know, something in the sequence to
Free spell echo twice. No, this is actually the unique one from Second Trial, I think.
existing accuracy or like, you know, far shot like ones, but I can't remember the names of them, which is a different
They're gonna
problem
go bitch,
altogether.
guys.
So you might see it as the next in line for that, but I mean, you can
So,
also just use.
You're gonna watch this tomorrow and then go through this, yeah, and then I guess I'm gonna log in as well. I wanna play actually and warm up a bit, since we don't have like a lot more info anyway, I guess. So we'll see. So hope you enjoyed it, guys. I'll be back. I know. Who do I rate? How about I rate Ellie? I'm not sure if I ever rated her. Let's do that. I think Arrow gonna be good. I think so. I think in general Bow looks kinda good. Deadeye looks kinda good. So we'll see. Gameplay footage on Bilibili. Wait, gameplay footage of what? Okay. I'll be back probably sometime relatively early tomorrow. So see you then, guys.